I am a beautiful black princess, and nobody can convince me otherwise. I am a beautiful black princess.
Yep, she's a beautiful black princess. So might be the next president of the United States. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name's Luke Radowski here of thebestpoliticalshow.com, and we will be going live for the next however long this thing goes on for, as we will be discussing all the latest and craziest news developing on what I've been calling the season finale of America. Lots of news to get into today, as of course Kamala's people are coming out and officially saying that they have it in the bag. Biden actually surprisingly won't be attending her events, as the Trump camp is now preparing for no results at all in Georgia because of an alleged Russian bomb threat. What is really going on here? As of course we keep hearing that the Russians are ramping up election disinformation, as Russia has also made some very significant moves with India and Iran as of late. As of course 10,000 North Korean troops are currently in Russia right now preparing to fight in Ukraine, as the United States also just today decided that they're going to be testing their hypersonic nuclear missiles tonight. So yeah, that's going to be going on, as of course we will be live throughout the duration of this entire madness for however long it goes on. We have a jam-packed show ready for you guys. We're going to have, of course, Roger Stone calling in from Mar-a-Lago. We're going to have Alex Jones. We're going to have TheQuartering. We're going to have Sargon Avocad. We're going to have in studio here, Gary's the numbers guy, Martha Bueno, Kristen Megan, Toby Turner, Robbie Mann, also including the people who are currently here with us in studio right now, with, of course, additional commentary and breakdowns of all the live breaking news that, of course, happens, as we are going to be doing our best also to take callers. Callers could, of course, be a part of the show and call in just by signing up to LukeUnfiltered.com. When you do that, you get access to a Telegram channel. When you're in that Telegram channel, you let me know you want to call in. You're actually a part of the broadcast. I'm in the chat room right now. You guys could be sending me articles, videos. We will be responding to them in real time. You get that access just by signing up to LukeUnfiltered.com. And we definitely need your guys' help and support, since, of course, you know, we got this surprise bombshell IRS bill for $180,000. As, of course, we explain the situation on SaveLukeNow.com, as we are trying to fundraise for a lawyer so we could figure out what's going on here and fight this. As of course, this is not an easy situation, but a situation that was dropped on our laps about 3 weeks ago. It's been just absolutely just super stressful to deal with, but it could potentially take us out. Could potentially send me to jail. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But SaveLukeNow.com is the website, and the best way to kind of support us is to sign up to LukeUnfiltered.com. First-time callers also get free supplements on WeAreChange.shop, and we are going to be doing our best to read any and all super chats during our conversation. But of course, we'll be prioritizing the Streamlabs chats that, of course, only serve a 3% service charge. Joining us for today's conversation are a plethora of amazing human beings, the first of which is Andrew Meyer, the official Don't Tase Me Bro, someone that I have known for, 15 years now? You've been around for a while. You made the Alex Jones video game. You're an OG, like a lot of OGs here. Andrew, for the people who don't know you, who are you and how would you introduce yourself?
I don't think I can introduce myself better than that. That was fantastic. Thank you. But the only thing I guess I would add, especially since it's election night, I am the former editor-in-chief of We Are Change. We helped take down Hillary Clinton in 2016, for people that don't know. The spirit cooking story that went nationwide of the Satanism of John Podesta, Hillary's campaign manager. We broke that at We Are Change. Oh, very nice book. Don't Tase Me, Bro. Excellent. Thank you, Vanna White. Very, very good book. That story went nationwide. And besides that, working with Luke and things I've done in journalism, I've predicted successfully every election, every presidential election, years ahead of time since I was 10 years old. I've nailed every election. Although the only one
Tell us what's happening right now.
That's what I wanted to.
Oh, come on!
The only one. The only
like the ultimate tease
the only
there.
one I got. The only one I got wrong. 2020. I said Trump was going to win. the blatant fraud that they did, I didn't think that they would go that far.
Well, they fortified it, Andrew. Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
They fortified it.
Excuse me.
So,
The special fun measures that the Democrats did with the pipe burst in Georgia, and now we have this Russian bomb threat nonsense.
Alleged
in Georgia.
Russian bomb threat. Lots of shenanigans already unfolding, but we'll get into it. Matt Lepasic also in the house as well. Also another OG who, of course, has been with me for 15 plus years. He was just in Georgia doing a lot of unconventional polling. I think that's the fair way to describe it. Matt, who are you?
Lover of Jesus Christ and just a servant of people trying to take down the New World Order, software developer, etc. I also have been doing polling since 2016, and I accurately predicted with callforamerica.com with over 2 million phone calls, every single state properly except for the state of Virginia.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying Virginia is in play right now. We're going to have, of course, the delegate map pulled up, and we're going to be going to it as soon as the polls are closing, and we are going to be, of course, playing this fun electoral college game. Also joining us for this broadcast is the one and only Lauren Hayden. Lauren, who are you for the people who don't know you?
My name is Lauren Hayden. I was previously known online as Lauren De Laguna, but my real name is Lauren Hayden, so that's how we're going to keep it now that I'm an attorney. So, you can find me on YouTube at, I think it's called De Laguna Show with Lauren Hayden. I had to change up all my names. Same with Twitter, and I'm very excited to be here.
Great to have you as well, as of course you will be talking about a lot of the legal stuff that you are a pro and expert in. So we're excited to have you here as well, as there's a lot of legal lawfare that probably will ensue very soon.
Oh, Lordy. That's going to be a nightmare.
That's going to be very fun. Steph's also in the house as well. Steph?
Hey, everybody.
Making sure her camera always works.
Hi, everyone. This is Steph of We Are Change. I'm super excited for tonight. It's a lot of energy. Got a packed house coming. Excited to be here. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy night. We, of course, have two potential situations, but I think there's really three. A lot of people are expecting either Kamala to win or Trump to win, but I think there's also the larger possibility of no one winning tonight, as there's already a lot of kind of shenanigans at play here with a lot of people announcing that, we're just going to have to recount the votes here. We'll get into that in just a little bit, but we're prepared for both. So let's just say Donald Trump wins. We, of course, have the champagne ready to go. We got the cigars behind me right there. And then, of course, if Kamala Harris wins, we have something else that we're going to be drowning our sours in and contemplating the future of the United States. So we have two options, but I think with the way that things are going, we might face kind of a contested situation. But of course, that hasn't stopped the Kamala Harris campaign that is announcing that they pretty much are very optimistic and that they are ready to turn the page and soon will be turning the page on Donald J. Trump. Here's the clip from, of course, the corporate media with the latest from the Harris campaign.
It'll be a long day. We don't expect this race to be called early, but we are optimistic that we are literally about to be able to turn the page on Donald Trump and install Vice President Harris as the next president of the United States.
Yep, as of course, a lot of people are officially reacting to this with this kind of a declaration of meme response, which I think perfectly nailed the situation that us, the American people, will be facing in the next 4 years if that actually does happen. Here's the clip.
Oh, no.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You think sitting in the country?
It isn't on television. Mike, look at her.
Yes, that's the future that we all are on the precipice of. Are you guys excited?
Yeah, I think that after seeing that meme, Kamala can't win. There's no way people want to look at that face, listen to that voice for 4 years. Not even Democrats. I after seeing that, I'm convinced Trump is winning tonight.
And hear the same exact quotes that make literally no sense, like, I eat nose for breakfast, or unburdened by what has been. It's going to be unbearable if she does win. But I do have to say it is kind of worrisome because I remember the Biden campaign 4 years ago put out a very similar video where they said, there's going to be a red wave, but don't worry. It might not be called today. It's going to be a really late night, and he's going to come in at the end. And that's exactly what happened 4 years ago. For whatever reasons that you might want to say, or on YouTube. And I am very concerned something similar may occur.
Yeah, I mean, this year, I don't think they're going to have the kind of mail-in ballots. The mail-in ballots are in. There was a lot of early voting. People have estimated that more than half the country already voted before today. And those numbers, let's be honest here, weren't that optimistic for Donald Trump, as more women voted than males. And women overwhelmingly in this election are supporting Kamala Harris, and males are supporting Donald J. Trump. As, of course, a lot of males, including even Joe Biden himself, looks like he can't stand Kamala Harris, as it's being reported right now by the Daily Wire that President Biden won't actually be attending Kamala's election night. I wonder why that is, as of course a lot of people have speculated that there's a lot of bad blood between the current president of the United States and his VP, that Game of Thrones overthrew him from being able to run his presidential campaign and just kind of replaced him. We saw a lot of different gaffes from Joe Biden. We saw him put on the Trump hat. We saw him call Trump supporters garbage. We see him kind of make all these kind of weird statements. Do you guys think Joe Biden is sabotaging Kamala? From the looks of it, especially with him not attending this kind of election night, it definitely looks like he's not really happy for her.
Joe Biden put on a Trump hat.
Yeah.
Joe Biden, on the heels of the biggest gaffe the entire Trump campaign, that unfunny comedian calling Puerto Ricans garbage. But I'm not offended. He's just not funny, by the way.
What?
Owen Benjamin, actual funny comedian, broke that down for an hour or two. He's not funny.
Tony Hinchcliffe isn't funny.
Tony Hinchcliffe is not
In
funny.
what world?
He's not funny.
Okay, I watch him every Monday, but
There's no accounting for taste. Tony Hinchcliffe, not funny. The point being, though, that after that gaffe, that, oh my God, like, people are talking about what this guy on the Trump campaign said. Right after that, Biden says everybody voting for Trump is garbage, and he changed the news story. That helped Trump. I don't think that was an accident. I think Biden really does hate Kamala, and he'll be putting on his Trump hat after the election.
We'll see. It's going to be very interesting because, Matt, you hit the ground specifically in Georgia, and you rolled out this kind of weird Frankenstein machine that you worked on that allowed people to vote through their hand gestures. What did you see in Georgia from everything that you were seeing there, which is kind of a major swing state? A lot of people now are saying, hey, Pennsylvania's going to decide this. The numbers in Pennsylvania don't look that good for Donald Trump. Let's just be real here. But if he loses Pennsylvania, everyone's looking at Georgia, the next kind of swing state here. People are also looking at specifically New Hampshire. They're saying New Hampshire might be right as well. We'll see what happens. But what did you see specifically in Georgia? And we have your kind of video here pulled up.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and press the play button on it. In 2016, did 2 million phone calls for Trump, doing political polling, and we were able to predict the election pretty much accurately. So this time around, for some reason, I decided to create a 1-ton mobile scooter, putting 2 buttons on it on each side of it, and drive it around the country. And we made it to Georgia. We made it to downtown Atlanta, which you can watch the video, Killing the Game. And Atlanta is not looking good for Donald Trump, obviously. As we moved over to Athens, which you might see there featured on that video a little bit towards the end, the people are really going hardcore for Trump. And surprisingly, everywhere where we went next to a university of some kind, 100% the demographic was leaning towards Trump. So hard to say, but I would not be...
Are you at a rainbow crosswalk there? Is that a rainbow crosswalk we're seeing there? That has been
good eyes.
Depends what video you got over there. That was
this is the
maybe
video.
This
is the video that you sent me. But these are
Athens?
the people kind of doing their own kind of reaction, their own kind of polling to this. We see what looks like some young women there voting for. Who do they vote for?
A lot of the women, of course, are coming up and slamming the buzzer to go for Kamala. But by the end of the night, we ended up with 350 plus for Trump and about 200 for Harris over at Athens.
What are you guys seeing? What do you guys think is going to be happening here?
I just couldn't imagine enthusiastically smashing the vote for Kamala, someone that you didn't even get to choose as your primary candidate. It's just so embarrassing. I mean, even though Trump was the last like sitting conservative president, he still had to go through the process again because he wasn't like the last sitting president. He still had to go through the process again, and he was chosen once again by the Conservative Party to represent them. Kamala was never chosen by anybody. She lost in the only time that she did run in the primaries. She was the second person out. She got the second least amount of votes. She is a wholly unlikable figure. It's just
She was the least popular vice president ever.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine people enthusiastically
No, and I can tell you,
smashing. Did you ask people what makes you so enthusiastic in smashing this? Gosh darn
Robbie and I
button?
were on the streets for last 3 months, and we got to a point where we could literally profile people and predict who we wanted to vote one way or the
Racist.
other. Okay, no, so you can predict who's. So develop this so it'll be sort of non-biased, and I didn't have to solicit people. But I can tell you that you sort of develop a sixth sense and a feeling. And these people that are coming over and smashing that button, like you're saying for Kamala, I got an internal feeling saying they are not even going to vote. They are not even showing up. These are people that are just emotionally reacting and thinking that when they press that button, they're going to get an applause. But really, they got a bunch of people behind them booing them.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that they're kind of just voting for being raw dogged with no consequences.
Is it just
That's
like
what that election is about.
I watch a lot of CNN and a lot of Fox News over the last couple of days, so it really does matter what you watch. And
Is it just a hatred for Trump enthusiasm?
I can't say it's a hatred for Trump enthusiasm, but it's definitely people that are female and people that are of color that are coming over with lots of enthusiasm for Kamala.
What about white men for Trump?
Tons. I mean, you can sit there and watch the video and you'll be able to see, because I live streamed the whole thing. We're out there for 8 hours a day, and the reactions that you see from the people is something you have to capture for yourself.
We also
When
got some
you're-
breaking news right now, and then Lauren, we'll go back to your line of questioning there.
Sorry.
But don't be sorry. Thomas Macy just won the race, and the Associated Press just called the race for him. So that's some good news early on. As of course, we're also going to be looking at the congressional and Senate races, and one of the important ones that we're going to be looking at is this one in New Hampshire with Lily Tang Williams, someone that we really like. She's a survivor of Mao's Cultural Revolution. She's an awesome badass, also my former neighbor, and we're rooting for her as well. But good news, Thomas Macy has officially won his re-election.
Is that how you say his name? I've only ever heard people say Thomas Massey.
I'm dyslexic, okay?
Okay,
in
I'm just trying to
Polish,
help
so you
people.
gotta
So they know what
Don't go with
talking
Luke's
about.
pronunciations of things.
listen, names don't matter, right? You know what I'm trying to say here. Lauren, keep going. Sorry.
I just on a real note, if you saw a bunch of buff, jock-looking dudes, could you profile them? Okay, they're probably going to vote Trump. And then if you see a bunch of weak chins,
It's more like an internal
beta
spiritual
males.
thing. I really don't think that it has to do with purely aesthetics, but it did come to the point, especially with Robbie. Robbie's like a real empath. He'll predict your birth date and stuff. And when he's on the streets and we want to go out and film a Trump video, it's like, what's our purpose? What's our motive? We were really trying to get real polling numbers. What we found is that we can control the dialogue of the video that we want to make, which is why I invented this solution.
Yeah, me and Robbie hit the streets here in Miami, and I was kind of surprised the overwhelming kind of support Kamala Harris was getting. Robbie released his video, we released our video last Friday, and you could see those kind of genuine kind of reactions from individuals when we asked them, who are you supporting? Even here, predominantly a very red state. If there's any kind of good news in the early voting data, it's highlighting how Florida is overwhelmingly red, which is beautiful to see, as I've been describing it as kind of the last Alamo here. That will be very true, especially if Kamala Harris wins the presidency of the United States. But who knows how things will go.
I think you're wearing cowboy boots for that video too, right?
I don't know about the...
I think so.
Cowboy boots? What?
It's just so weird because I remember 4 years ago, and we were in the middle of the virus that shall not be named. We didn't see any Biden signs. We saw a lot of in this house we believe, in science. In this house we believe love is love, and all those signs. But we saw no Biden signs. We saw a ton of Trump signs. And now when you're driving around, this Miami area, Fort Lauderdale area, you see a bunch of Harris signs. It's really surprising. And I didn't see, before Biden dropped out of the running, I didn't see any Biden signs. So I just find it wholly inconceivable that people are so excited for Harris when nobody chose her. Literally nobody chose her. The president that everybody hated is the only person who was like, yes, she's who I'm choosing.
Well, she's highly backed by a lot of funding, like 3 times, I don't know the numbers, but a lot more than Trump's getting.
But how does being backed by funding make people enthusiastic for this
I'm just
unlikable wretch of a woman?
What Gavin McInnes said, and what, to Steph's point, I've seen hair signs, but only in very affluent areas. Like, I was in a very rich neighborhood in Miami the other day. I saw some hair signs. That was the first place I saw hair signs. I was in a very rich area of Key West earlier this weekend, and I saw hair signs. Like, so only when I've been in areas that have a lot of money, I've seen hair. I haven't seen.
But even here, we're getting reports 30 minutes ago that Florida Republicans were leading in the state by a whopping 1.2 million votes. That is a crap ton of votes. That is a definite red state. That's very beautiful to be in.
I don't know if you've been to Pompano Beach around here, though, but they literally are camping out or all around the voting booths over there. You know, of course, 150 feet away, but there's flags and Trump signs flying all over the place. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. I went and I voted today, personally.
Who'd you vote for?
Who do you think I voted for?
The communists.
Ron Paul.
No. I actually voted for Donald Trump 2016, voted for him in 2020, and I voted for him once again. But the process here is different than, of course, a lot of other states. You had to, of course, show ID. Your ID got scanned. Your ID literally got verified through this kind of machine. You were given a paper ballot with a pen. You were given a receipt. You were given, of course, the ballot that you filled out. And then you, of course, you of course made sure your ballot got scanned, your ballot got counted, and there was poll watchers. So it was done in a pretty effective way. There wasn't long lines, which I was kind of worried about, but no long lines at all. Just walked in, voted for everyone, and got out of there pretty quickly.
And you had to sign as well.
Yes, you have to sign that you're not lying or committing perjury or
Nice.
faking yourself as well.
That's
So,
unique.
Yes.
Well, I
forgot about that.
Florida's first rate. That's not the process in Pennsylvania, Arizona. And I remember 2 years ago in Arizona when I went to vote there, I had to wait in line for 5 hours because the voting machines were broken. And this was a deep red area. They knew it was all Republicans voting.
Where were
And
you,
there's-
Maricopa?
Yeah, that was Maricopa in 2022 when Kerry Lake lost. And this year in Mojave County, Arizona, videos of the same exact thing happening. In Pennsylvania, on many deep red counties, there's videos of that exact thing happening. So
They're saying there was a blackout, no electricity. That's why.
yeah,
That's horrible.
there's no electricity in America. Just on election day, election day only.
Just when it matters.
Only in the election center.
I did get a privilege to talk to Carrie Lake about this once, and I had a really interesting conversation with her where she was talking about how every time she tried to go to the courts to sue for, everything that went wrong in that election, she was put in front of Judge Tucci, which is ironic because I also had a case where, like, my boss, he was put in front of Judge Tucci for Gateway Pundit, and he was completely railroaded. Like, he went in, the state had no argument. In fact, the people in the galleys were laughing when the state was talking because they basically said Gateway Pundit didn't have a right to speak because what they were writing was wholly ridiculous, and you're not allowed to judge them by the content of what they're writing. So the state's argument was completely defunct, and Judge Tucci still ruled in favor of the state, and we had to go to the appellate level to win. And that's the same judge that Carrie Lee keeps getting put in front of. So I'm going to be watching this year, and if she sues again, and if she continues to go back in front of that same judge time and time and time again, we have an issue. We have a major issue in this legal system.
Carrie Lake lost that case in all of her court battles, not because of that judge, but because she lost it in the court of public opinion. People don't think of the courts as political or judges as political, but they are. And Carrie Lake had every opportunity. TPUSA had their big political conference right there in Arizona. All of the right-wing media was giving Carrie Lake a microphone. She needed to put the pressure on the appellate courts, on the Supreme Court right away to hear her case. She really did a terrible job with the PR for her case. That's why she never had a chance. And she would have had a really strong case, but the message wasn't hammered. And you have to recognize a lot of these court battles, they're not just in the court. It's the court of public opinion. If judges are pressured, they change what they're going to do based on public pressure.
Absolutely.
Even
That's very
even
true.
if we disagree on that point, that we still come to the same conclusion that our judicial system is being warped right now, not by the judicial system is supposed to be blind. It's supposed to, Lady Justice is blind. It's supposed to rely wholly on the statutes, the legislature, what's in place, precedent. However, if we're doing it based off whether it be public opinion or a particular judge that's biased, either way, we're not having a fair legal system that's going to be able to uphold our elections fairly.
That's true, but Republicans, we have to play the cards that were dealt. And the cards we're dealt are a rigged legal system. We've had elections that are finessed, to use a word that's YouTube friendly, elections that are done in a certain way. And we've known about these things for years and years and years. 2018, if Laura Loomer and Ali Alexander and all the Stop the Steal people didn't come out to Broward County in 2018, Andrew Gillum would be the governor of this state right now. And so instead of this being the best first-rate state, this would be like California already. This would be California all over again, if not for a Republican activist, Laura Loomer, Ali Alexander, actually taking action in 2018. Even if you know things are tilted against you, not fair, you have to play the cards that you're dealt. And so, Kari Lake didn't manage that well in 2022. The RNC this time around, Trump had to tweet from Truth Social, hey, apparently it's possible for foreigners who don't even live in America, aren't citizens, to get a ballot and vote. Why aren't we blocking this legally? And his daughter-in-law is running the RNC, and he's having to Truth Social tweet this because there's not action being taken. So going forward, if you're on the right, you got to take action. Don't rely on party apparatuses. Don't rely on judges. You have to get the public consciousness going in your direction to get the change that you want. We are change. This is how you make it.
Yep. Polling stations right now in Indiana and Ohio have already closed, and we are now finally starting to wait until the official results are coming in, if they will come in. As, of course, we got this crazy article from the Daily Mail that reads, Election Day 2024 Live. Trump camp prepares for no results tonight as Georgia polling station hit by Russian bomb threats. Now, again, the Russian part is in quotes here because... truly, it's something that is a very kind of weird story. How do they know it's exactly Russian? Well, allegedly there was some kind of Russian domain here that, of course, people could spoof and fake through VPNs. Does that really mean the Russians are involved here? As we've been hearing specifically a lot about the Russians, but it's not the only place that's dealing with significant issues and problems. As, of course, we also got the breaking news that the city of Milwaukee just announced that it will have to recount about 30 to 40,000 absentee ballots that have already been counted due to an issue with one tabulator that was, quote, not being sealed. And they're doing this as a precaution. Matt, you had something to say?
I mean, I got a million things to say, but ATM machines all across the country require very little maintenance, okay? The handling of paper bills, so on and so forth, all right? Your receipt printers at the store, okay, constantly, all day long, okay, we're milling out thermal paper out of receipt machines. As a software developer, as an engineer, I can think of a lot better ways to create this software. And I've just been brainstorming, in terms of my head of, I'd love to see Elon Musk get into the game of creating a voting machine for us, because the software and the orchestration, the databases and everything of how they've created this from the ground up, they have only these three companies to choose from. None of it makes any sense whatsoever when you start looking at the foundations, not just the coding, not doing with hacking whatsoever, but the very foundations of how they built the software makes no sense in a Web3 world that we live in today with blockchain.
Yeah. Here's the news clip from CNN describing the current situation in Milwaukee right now.
Steady stream of people coming through here, and they're expecting this to be potentially one of the highest of voters turnout that they have seen ever, with 95 potentially % of registered voters showing up here at this poll. But I do want to give you some new information that we have just gotten in the city of Milwaukee, which is about 20 miles from where we are in the suburbs here. They are now saying, according to election officials there, they're going to have to rerun about 30,000 absentee ballots through tabulating machines for an abundance of caution, because what they learned is that the doors of one of its tabulating machines were open. It hadn't been closed properly, and they want to make absolutely sure that the machine counted everything properly. So they are rerunning 30,000 ballots. Why that is important is it will mean that there will take a longer time to count those absentee ballots. And if you will remember back in 2020, it was the absentee ballots and waiting for those to be counted, which we heard Donald Trump and the Republicans jump on, saying there's some sort of malfeasance. Officials are saying this is not the case. There was an issue with one of the machines not being closed properly, and they want to make, out of abundance of caution, sure that each and every vote is properly counted. So we may have to wait.
Yes, we're going to probably have to wait a long time tonight, as there's going to be a lot of crazy things unfolding. I think this is one of the biggest, craziest things that will, of course, prolong the vote and then put more kind of doubt into the minds of the average American.
You got to be absolutely chugging the Kool-Aid to believe that load of horse crap. That's just amazing. And it only ever seems to happen in Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin. You know, the 7 swing states where the election is being decided. That's where all these irregularities are. Only there. And you were talking about 2016 earlier. I mean, about Georgia and the Russians. In 2016, if people don't remember, this is a little-known story, but Obama's Department of Homeland Security was caught hacking into the Georgia election systems in 2016. And so this Georgia story, it's the Russians hacking in. That reminds me of the origin of fake news. They said that Russia was hacking into the electrical grid, and they had to admit that that story was fake, and they tried to pin the term fake news on all of us, on We Are Change and the independent media. And thank God President Trump took that term, which the Washington Post put out, after they just lied about the Russia hacking into the electrical grid. Trump took that label and stuck it right back on the actual fake news. So big 2016 energy right now. I like it.
Yeah, a lot of parallels between what happened then to what's happening right now. As, of course, a lot of people were shocked and surprised what happened in 2016. People were shocked in 2020, and I think it's fair to say people will be shocked here as well.
Yeah. It's weird that there's no pipes bursting in California.
Yeah.
Or even Florida.
Yeah.
It's only the swing states.
Yep.
Crazy. And it's always Russia, Russia, Russia. You would think that another country might want to get involved in this hacking thing, like China. Maybe, but no, just Russia.
Only Russia.
Only Russia. Interesting.
It's interesting to hear a lot of this kind of Russia talk, as of course it does look like there is kind of a concerted effort here to blame them because of these bomb threats that are now happening inside of Georgia. And again, how do you know right away when you could spoof, you could fake a lot of your data, a lot of your locations? How do they know exactly that this is Russia? Well, this is the kind of announcement we got for the Georgia Secretary of State that just said this on national television.
Threats at polling places that we've heard about, one bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any polling places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out, and we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it's a bomb threat.
So Russia, and you're confident of the Russians that did?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday, October 14th, 420,000, pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election, and everything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are hasn't been reading the newspapers. Thank you so much.
Yeah, read the newspapers. Do as you're told. I know it's Russia, even though it just happened like literally a couple of moments ago. Really? What's the proof? What's the evidence here? And that's something that, of course, we are waiting here for. But it is kind of concerning to see this kind of larger conversation about Russia that's been going on for quite a while. It's been happening since 2016. It's also been going on a few days ago, as of course we have this CNBC news article talking about how the U.S. intel agencies are warning that Russia is, quote, ramping up election disinformation. And I was like, they're seeding something here. This definitely seems fishy. It seems like Russia is the go-to bad guy that, of course, they pull out when things aren't going their way. And that's what I personally worry about now, especially with all the kind of crazy geopolitical developments that are also unfolding right now with Iran and India that we're going to be talking about in a little bit. Matt, you were saying something?
No, I'm just saying if this quote unquote bomb threat came via a telephone call, and if it's arriving from Russia, that telephone call is being made via voice over IP. Okay, voice over IP calls run through sometimes 20 or 30 different hops of different carrier communication providers. There's an organization called the Internet Traceback Group, the ITG. Since I work in this field, okay, that it's going to take up to maybe 10 days in order to follow through that chain of hops in order to determine the source and the origin of that voice over IP call. Okay, so this cannot be established in a matter of seconds. It is a technical impossibility. The ITG is the institution that will be responsible for tracing that phone call to its origin of Russia. Never have I seen something like that happen so quickly.
I've seen that done before. In the movie Goldeneye. You know, they go London, Moscow.
We need younger people in charge of our country. I mean, it's just a fact. We have these elderly people who think that they know what they're talking about. Oh, I've been in this position for decades. Okay, well, technology has changed. And so, I mean, phone calls really haven't changed. So that, I don't know what. But it just seems like boomers are in charge of everything. And so they're like, oh, it says it's from the caller ID says Russia, it must be Russia. And they don't know, okay, well, that's not how it works. You still have to trace it back. We have these things called VPNs. We have these new means. We have apps in which you could change, you could look like your number is a different number.
I own a voice over IP company. And I'm telling you that 2 years ago, okay, the FCC instituted legislation because caller ID spoofing, okay, has been predominant all throughout the industry of voice over IP. Anybody can go into their little PBX, change their caller ID 10-digit phone number, place a phone call, and it can say whatever it wants. You can put a 011 in front of it with a country code, no problem. 2 years ago, that did change. Okay, they instituted a protocol called Stir Shaken, which makes it so that you cannot fudge your caller ID. But nonetheless, you know, things like what we're seeing in MI5 and MI6, and if there is a presidential threat or something, of course, do they have the means by which to, you know, expedite this type of process? But I'm just telling you, there's an official, like, technical process that you can go look at for yourself that every voice over IP communication carrier in the United States is very familiar with.
Yeah, I think the Russians are a little bit more sophisticated than saying, hey, Boris, call now from phone, now, please. Boom, Georgia, now. No, that's not how it works, all right? It's far more complicated than that, and it's just a ridiculous story that, of course, they've been prepping and building us up for a very long time. As, of course, CNBC here definitely... mixes two different headlines, and I don't think they did it by accident, because the full headline reads, Election Eve 2024 recap. Joe Rogan endorses Trump after Musk interview. U.S. intel agencies warn Russia is ramping up election disinformation. Why are the two linked? Why are we dealing with this same kind of situation where it's like, oh, Joe Rogan, of course, endorsed Donald Trump, which is huge, which is a major thing. But the Russians now, those Ruskies are up to no good. It seems like there's absolutely something else underhandedly happening here that is worth kind of talking about here, as there's a lot of news specifically with Russia, as of course there is this report that the Russians are now giving Iranians their best fighter jets in order to, of course, fight the Israelis. There's another story happening right now of the United States placing sanctions onto India because India has been becoming more of an economic partner with Russia. We're also learning that Russia is helping Iran launch satellites into space, which Iran will use to, of course, have its offensive and defensive capabilities, specifically against Israel, as, of course, there are still 10,000 North Korean troops currently in Russia right now preparing to invade Ukraine, as the Ukrainians have announced that they have sent missiles into Russia, specifically targeting the North Koreans already, and there could be other countries involved with casualties already on the books here, as this proxy conflict in Ukraine is something that also will be determined by today's election. So lots of crazy stuff happening specifically with the Ruskies and geopolitical international politics that is definitely ramping up and heating up in, I would say, a very tumultuous way.
Yeah, Trump winning can literally prevent World War III. So hope everybody went out there and did their civic duty. And I just wanted to say to Lauren that Luke's Russian impression was funnier than anything Tony Hinchcliffe or Dave Smith has ever said.
Okay, all right.
You really don't like Tony Hinchcliffe? I thought earlier when you said that you got confused between that Owen guy and Tony.
No. Owen did a whole hour stream showing Tony bombing at the Madison Square Garden event. He's not funny.
Okay, no, Tony didn't do well in front of like a family-oriented conservative audience. His audience tends to be more crass and degenerate, and conservatives tend to be, especially in like a political environment like that. And he even said during his spiel, I don't usually follow up the national anthem. And it's true. It's not really his. Yeah, he kind of didn't do well there. He mentioned on stage, hey, I'm kind of not doing well here. But he has one of the most, if not the most popular show every single Monday night, which is all comedy, where he is funny every single week. I'd like to see you be funny every single week.
Owen Benjamin is funny every week, and he said Tony Hinchcliffe's not funny. Richard Pryor, funny, crass. Eddie Murphy, funny, crass. George Carlin, crass and funny. Tony Hinchcliffe, not funny. Carlos Mencia was popular, not funny. I don't know.
Okay, well, you're going to
I
be
hate to disagree with
invited
you
over.
on everything, Andrew, but Tony Hinchcliffe is absolutely funny. And Robbie and I, we were covering Tony Hinchcliffe at Madison Square Garden and actually had an interaction with him. And let's just say I have every reason not to like Tony, but I do like Tony.
We have Kill Tony Mondays, where every Monday, Amy and I just chill and watch Kill Tony. You're invited to the next one. I'm going to stare at your face, and you better not flip and laugh.
Tony's devil possessed, though. He's got demons, for sure.
Absolutely amazing.
I tweeted this.
Incredible.
That Tony and Dave Smith are not funny. And I had 1,000 angry Dave Smith and Tony Hinchcliffe fans in my replies. And I told them, post their funniest clip. And nobody posted a Tony Hinchcliffe.
I'll send you some.
I saw the Tom Brady roast. Not funny.
Forget the roast stuff. Even his stand-up is actually pretty good.
Sorry to derail things into a discussion of stand-up comedy.
We're kissing Tony's butt over here, it seems.
I love Tony. I think he's hysterical, and I want to go on a show. I have a minute prepared. I do.
Nice. Steph, we have some super chats. Let's go over those super chats.
All right. We got a super chat from I'm Not Your Buddy Guy saying, like Elon said, vote like your life depends on it. We have another super chat from Based.
Just say re.
Based Riri. Really? Saying, Orange Man back.
We'll see. As of course, we still don't know any of the results here. Go ahead.
Josh Bellamy saying, voted for the first time, voted Republican down ballot in Indiana. I think no matter what happens, we are headed to dark times, whether it be Civil War or World War III. It feels like WEF's A 2030 has been accelerated the last few years.
But how do you really feel, Josh? As of course, that is kind of a major black pill. Difficult times make strong men, so at least we got that to look forward to. I don't know about you guys, but I did a video yesterday for members of LukeUnfiltered.com where I went through the possibility, the best case possible future for the United States, for its people, and for me. And I kind of described how fluoride would be turned off. There would be actually sound food that's not poisoned, how our environment would be kind of taken care of, how people will prioritize their kind of families and their loved ones and their communities and their neighborhoods. And I described all the things in great detail. And I went on for as long as I could, just describing step by step by step what would kind of happen here in the best case scenario. And it's a good future. And I think it could start today with the election of Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, we can live in the golden age if Trump wins tonight. Like, it's funny. There's a spiritual concept called Oyan Ashrei, but you've probably heard it as the best of times and the worst of times, and we're living that right now. Like, you can be thinking that this is the end of the world, or you could be thinking that we're on the precipice of a golden age, and either one could happen, and you can live in either version of this reality. So what you're connecting to right now makes a big difference. What you're manifesting, like, are you praying to God? This is not a political battle. This is spiritual warfare. Are you praying to God? If you're praying to God, and there's enough of us Americans praying to God, we can win. We can win this thing. Trump could be announced the winner, and we can have a golden age. But if you're out in La La Land, if you think Kill Tony is funny, there's a lot of problems that can happen in our world. So connect to God, not to Kill Tony.
It's not only, okay, I'm going to ignore that, but it's not only just like the fluoride in the water. There's so many things that I think Trump, I'm actually glad he's not as, strongly, he is conservative, but he's not as strong as the conservative party used to be. We kind of used to be this like uptight, anti-free speech almost, and then he's taken all of the best things about the liberals and all of the best things about conservatives, and he's found his new way, and I'm really excited. I'm really excited that Kennedy is on his page too, because I think we're into a whole new era of food safety and food regulation and getting rid of a lot of the things that the FDA has done, and
the chemicals in the water that are turning the freaking frogs gay.
Yeah, I think we're going to be starting to fight against that. I think we're going to start seeing a new age of food in this country because our food is just getting worse and worse. Americans are getting fatter and nastier and more disgusting by the minute, and I just can't wait to be in a healthier America coming from the guy that loves McDonald's. It's ironic,
yeah.
But I think he's going to bring it for us.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm coming back from the day when we didn't have any opinions and we didn't want to, vote for a political candidate, and like election season was going on. We weren't even paying any attention because both sides were two sides of the same coin. I mean, now I'm nervous, and I feel like a lot of hope, has been let inside of me, and I just don't know what's going to happen. I really hope that we get some answers here today. My imagination's been going all over, as an inventor and a creator. Like, everything that we could do, is going to be stifled if Trump doesn't get into office. But nonetheless, we're still here. There's still whatever numbers that we end up getting, even if we do end up losing today and they steal this thing from us. I mean, we've been ignited, and we've got all this creativity of our base, and we can still do it without him, but we're going to have to feed ourselves that hope.
I want to be sensitive because we're still on YouTube, but I mean, it is going to be if he does not win, I think it's going to be it's going to be telling of the times in front of us and what choices we'll have for our candidates in the future, and and how we're going to get things done. I think we're going to be struggling with the Senate and Congress and putting good people in. I think it's just going to be a free for all. Like, we're not going to be able to accomplish any of the positive goals that we want. I think all of the crazy eccentric liberal agenda is going to be the first thing pushed off on us, like global warming, propaganda and the LGBTQ stuff. I think that's going to be the first thing thrust upon us, not things that we can all agree upon, like safe food and safe water and a clean environment, which is what Trump is going for, which liberals should be for too.
Efficiency agency, and me as a tech guy, it's like getting Elon inside this thing. It just makes me so excited.
Getting Ron Paul inside this thing.
That's how Grimes thinks too.
Man.
Conversely, I feel like there's an argument to be made for being unattached to the outcome, because we don't really want to be giving that energy of being, let's say it goes whichever way that you don't want. We're going to be seeing more clearly what's happening with our society now, and we're going to be forced to be making choices that we never thought about. So I think that being unattached is something that's a practice, and it was hard, and a lot of people had to learn about that during COVID, how to, be unattached from their friends, their families, how to deal with these things on your own, because I see a lot of people going crazy on both sides, and that's a problem. I
like the philosophy there, Steph, but at the same time, I don't know that any type of philosophy would save the people living in Venezuela. Chavez and Maduro, and people having to eat zoo animals because all of a sudden a prosperous nation is suddenly poor. No amount of philosophy is going to manifest manna from heaven
it's
for you.
It's just that it is going to be what it's going to be. So we're going to have to be prepared regardless. That's all I'm saying.
So are you saying that you're ready to become like a society that's willing to fend for itself and live off the land and
I think that could be amazing. I think a lot of people are going to be considering that if it does go a different way. Why would they want to stick around? And maybe that's actually
because
like
this is
the
the
healthy
last
move.
freehold in the world. Like, this is the most free country. It's the country that other countries go to when founding their constitution. They look at our
But
constitution.
is that going to be continued under a Harris administration?
No, that's
well,
what I'm
that's what I'm
saying.
saying.
So we got new breaking news right now that 4 more Arizona polling locations have received, quote, unsubstantiated bomb threats originating from Russia, officials say. So
Stop it, Vlad.
this is the news that's coming out right now. Russia, quote, interfering in elections and calling in bomb threats to polling places that will, of course, delay the vote and potentially not give us a clear winner today. So it's pretty concerning to see this kind of set up as it was with the original kind of stories beforehand, it being carried out here, them knowing exactly who it is without even properly investigating what really is going on here. And now we have a situation where we might not know what's happening.
I'll give you the white pill version of all that. So it's possible. We know that they're doing fraud is an okay word for YouTube. We know that they're doing various levels of fraud. According to Alex Jones, they have to have names on the rolls to be able to match with the fraudulent ballots. So they only have a certain margin of error. Like they only have a certain margin they can work with to manufacture phony ballots. So if Trump is winning, this is why the phrase "too big to rig" became so popular, because if Trump wins by so much that they can't actually make 80 million extra ballots. There's only so many that they can actually do. So it's possible that all the fraud they're just doing now is to make it look like it's close. So, oh, Trump won all these states, these swing states, but he only won it by a little bit. He didn't win by 20 million votes like across the swing states, to make it look like a total landslide, that they're doing the fraud just to keep it close. And that's what I hope, is that Trump is going to win and all the fraud only amounts to them making it look like Kamala had a normal loss versus a catastrophic Walter Mondale type of loss.
Well, if they have unlimited time, and that's the problem with not having a deadline. If our election deadline, if we had a set deadline, okay, at midnight Eastern Standard Time, we are all going to be done counting ballots. Every single state, we have to turn in who we're choosing for president per state. Then I would agree with you, right? There's only a limited amount of time. But if they have an endless amount of time, like they did in 2020, it doesn't matter how big that gap is. They have an endless amount of time to fill that gap. Does that not concern you, Andrew?
The endless time that they have to manufacture ballots, they had that in 2022. Maricopa, they shut it down for a week. They didn't announce all of it. Right. But like I said, even with endless time to extend it, they can't extend the voter rolls. There's only the amount of names that are on the voter rolls. That's what's there. They can't add 1 million names. So even if they can have every dead person vote, or everybody that moved out of state vote, or anybody that was registered and they didn't vote, use them, whatever they can possibly claw together, even if they have all these phony ballots, if the real vote total is Trump has 10 million votes in Pennsylvania and Harris has 5 million votes, and they only have 4 million names on the rolls, they can't get to enough votes, even with all the fraud, to beat Trump. And that's the situation that I hope that we're looking at.
I do hear you, but do you know what percentage of the voter rolls are actually used each year? Like what percentage of people vote that are on the rolls are used each year?
According to Alex Jones, they have a margin of about 10%. And so if Trump is winning so much...
Do you believe that? So you believe that 90% of people who are registered to vote?
That's what I'm told.
I have because you, like, for instance, I don't know if it's every state, but I know in California, as soon as you get your driver's license, well, no, because that's when you turn 16. But when you get your driver's license, that's when you register to vote.
Those also expire too. Your voter's registration, you have to renew it. So just because you were once registered, it does expire, and they don't have everyone on the vote. I know I've went to vote before. Oh, my registration. This is when I was younger.
Wait, but I made mine in a long time ago. It must take like 10 years to expire or something, at least in Florida.
The expiration?
Mine was expired in Florida when I went to vote, like a couple of years after I first first did it. They
I did
said
it in
no.
2008, and it still worked. And I don't remember touching it. But maybe
Interesting.
you're right. Maybe when you get a new ID, maybe it just kind of automatically renews it. I believe that could be the case.
Could be.
In Illinois, it does. Yes, when you go renew your driver's license, they simply ask you if you'd like to register to vote, and you do. And if you don't, then you're getting a
renewed
letter.
one. That's
a
right.
letter
Because I think
in
I
the
got
mail.
a new one. Yeah.
Let's read off these two super chat stuff, and then we're going to be going to Roger Stone in about 4 minutes from now, from Mar-a-Lago.
Okay, we have Artemisia saying, weeks ago here in Oklahoma, an Iraqi Terry was busted planning to attack polling locations.
Yep, that was a big story that came out. That was a pretty serious story. Keep going.
We also have Bad Joke 69 saying Tony and David Lucas are mid live. William Montgomery and Dave Smith are really good live. Saw them all at the Dania Beach Improv.
How do you feel about that, Andrew?
Well, comedy's comedy, and not everyone has the same sense of humor.
Not everybody has good taste, Andrew.
Watch Tony Hinchcliffe.
No, I saw the Tom Brady roast. I've seen clips from Kill Tony, and don't know what to tell you. As a Jew, I'm the expert on comedy in the room, and Tony Hinchcliffe is not funny.
We also have a really special Rumble rant over here. It says it's from Just 'Cause I'm Free, and hopefully someone can help us with the... Yeah, so... Just 'Cause I'm Free says, I think the only way to rebuke what the leftists have been pushing and have them stop is for Trump to take New York. Thoughts? And that was a $100 Rumble rant. Thank you so much. Just 'Cause I'm Free. We gave you the boobies.
Yes. I don't know if that's exactly how I would phrase it, but the bazonkas might be a little bit better there. I don't think Trump's going to win New York. Just my own personal take. I know he's kind of been talking about it sensationalistically. What do you guys think? And we had another super chat.
It'd be nice, like I was saying, it'd be nice. The real numbers are probably that Kamala should have a Walter Mondale type of historic loss where she loses something like 48 states, but they do fraud. There's no way they would let that happen. And hopefully the fraud that they're doing now is just to make it look like a normal loss where she doesn't. Larry Elder a couple of years ago was running for governor in California. And I heard many, many stories that there was a ton of fraud in California that year. So if they had to rig it to keep Larry Elder from winning governor in California, then obviously there's all sorts of fraud that they're going to do now.
I don't think there's going to be any fraud in New York where there's a bunch of uber woke leftist liberals that are going to be overwhelmingly voting for, of course, Kamala Harris. I don't think they need to commit any kind of fraud there. And you got to be careful with those kind of allegations because we're living in a time where people will attack us for every little single thing. People are being sued left and right. And unless we have any kind of empirical proof and evidence, we got to be careful with what you're saying.
Well, I
and you got to back it up.
I haven't named anybody specifically. I know how to use my words to not draw a lawsuit to anybody. They is very nebulous, so I haven't said who the fraudsters are. I haven't named any voting machine companies or any specific people. I'm just saying they. So they.
Who are they?
They are the Jews.
No, stop.
I'm a Jew. It's okay. I can make that joke. I told you. I'm an expert in comedy.
I think every state is in play. And, we have how many friends we got in upstate New York? You know what I mean? You leave New York City and it is a completely different world.
There's so many people so optimistic about New York going red.
No, there's really no way we're going to win New York, realistically speaking.
I hear it a lot. A lot of people are loving
these,
this idea.
These protest numbers might be showing us, maybe a 10, a 15 percentile shift.
Yeah, I mean, that's something.
Listen, Robbie and I were sweating ourselves to death every single day out there for 3 months, okay?
And I saw on your videos,
All right, we're going to be
I
going
saw a lot of
live
red.
with the one and only Roger Stone soon. It looks like Roger Stone is, of course, preparing himself. Roger, I don't know if you could hear us there, but we're getting reports that you are at Mar-a-Lago and you are in the belly of Donald Trump headquarters. How are you, Roger? Always good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. What are you seeing on your radar as some of the craziest stories unfolding right now?
I'm very cautiously optimistic. Now that I've had a chance to pore over these absentee ballot numbers, these early voting numbers, we have scored in virtually every state, certainly every one of the swing states, Urban turnout across the board is down. Rural turnout is up dramatically. As you know, Republicans have a greater tendency to vote on Election Day. Democrats have a greater tendency to vote in these newly contrived early voting and mail-in voting schemes. They have a huge deficit going into today. Even the NBC News poll showed Trump leading, I think it was 56-40 on Election Day voters. So the early trends, I think, are very encouraging. The collapse of the campaign of the Libertarian Party candidate, the New Hampshire Libertarian Party, for example, a state that is in range, perhaps even winnable, endorsing Trump, I think a very significant development. I'm generally feeling good when it comes to winning. Now, winning, in this case, defined as getting more popular votes and electoral votes than Kamala Harris. The Democrats are in a panic. They're using lame excuses of power outages and so on in order to slow down the count. I just got a report that they closed down one of the largest voting centers in South Jersey, for example, causing lines that lasted for hours. This is in the hopes that older voters and Republican voters will give up and go home. My guess, because I understand the deep state and the stakes, is that even if Trump does, as I now expect, win tonight, they will move immediately to try to delegitimize his victory. If you look at the homepage of CNN for the last 2 days, the theme has been Russian interference in the election, which is just as fake as it was in 2016. Jamie Raskin openly calling for sedition, openly doing what he said was illegal when he claimed Donald Trump did it, but now saying bluntly, it doesn't matter who votes for Trump, we're not going to certify him. So I think we're in for a long fight, a long legal fight over these results. But generally speaking, feeling pretty good. Good mood today. President's in an amazing mood. I mean, I actually thought he might go out and play golf today. I mean, this guy has energy that is just boundless. It's really, it's amazing.
Yeah, we saw him last night deliver his last speech, which started at midnight. The man is a workhorse. The man has been out there meeting people, rallying, campaigning in such an incredible way that, you have almost everything looking good for him in this particular direction. So it's good to see the kind of internal information of what you're getting, but it does look like there are some kind of things popping up specifically around Russia that are a little bit concerning here. As of course, we were just reporting to everyone here on our live broadcast that it was just a few days ago where the quote intel agencies came out and said that there's going to be Russian disinformation. They decided to, of course, also tie that in with the Joe Rogan endorsement, which also kind of came in last minute, but is going to be making the significant difference here. I did a video Monday specifically breaking down 10 points. Go ahead, Roger.
Let me get this straight. Are they trying to say that Joe Rogan is a Russian asset? Is that their argument?
That's literally what they have been arguing for the past few years. If you remember, they always said, "Hey, if you don't believe in what we believe in, you don't dare regurgitate everything we regurgitate. You're a Russian asset. You're a Russian agent." That's the chilling effect that they're trying to set up here, and they psyops people into.
Look, I'm very pleased that Joe Rogan chose to endorse Donald Trump. Frankly, as I told you, I had it up to here with Joe Rogan, but in the end, he did the right thing. They only have one playbook, and that's the bottom line. They're going to weave the Iranians in here, of course. That's going to be the other part of the narrative. But I don't think they will accept a democratic election that is won by Donald Trump. They will seek to delegitimize it. Now, when you combine that with the recent Department of Defense directive that allows them to use lethal force, them being the military, on U.S. citizens. By the way, if you read that in any detail, it also authorizes them to spy on their fellow citizens. I think they've laid the groundwork for a deep state resistance to the will of the American people. It's really amazing. I think heads are going to explode over at MSNBC tonight when they see these results. They're going to be very unhappy.
Yeah, we have our champagne here, and then we also have our whiskey, depending on what is going to be happening tonight, as well as cigars. So we are ready for anything and everything, but I think a lot of people are expecting a very kind of long night here. A lot of people are expecting to get the results, maybe not even tonight. We got a lot of other people here, Roger, that are, of course, are very excited to talk to you. We got a jam-packed house, and it's a big honor being joined by you, Roger. You are always having your pulse on the issues in such a way that really does highlight your kind of intelligence in all of this that is really worth sharing. So other people have some questions for you, like Andrew here from the Alex Jones video game.
Hey, Roger. How's it going?
Excellent. By the way, I got your message today, and I will try to connect with you tomorrow morning.
Awesome. Thank you. We were having a discussion here. You know, in 2022, I was voting in Arizona in Maricopa County, and, you know, the voting machine shut down, and then they took a week to try and count all the votes. So there was a discussion here. What do you think of the premise that, you know, in Pennsylvania, they announced they're not going to give us any results? All these states saying that they're not going to give us results. Do you think that the endless time that they have to gin up any number of ballots that they want, do you think that's going to enable them to do fraud like they've done before? Or do you think that there's only a certain amount of names on the rolls that they can possibly cheat with, and that they're limited in the margin they have to work with to make fraud, and that we can actually make this election too big to rig with how many Trump voters turned out this time?
I think the delay, and it's interesting that the secretaries of state in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin jointly announced that it's going to take them several weeks to have a final result. That's not coincidental.
Only the swing states.
This has two purposes. One, there will be an unprecedented mainstream media barrage during that period seeking to delegitimize Trump's victory. So that's the period in which they will gin up the whole Russia canard yet again. It also gives them, obviously, more time to manipulate the vote. This is, as you know, the greatest vulnerability is in the mail-in ballots, where in 2020, as we saw with our own eyes, they just print up and drop 300,000 at 3 o'clock in the morning, and in both Michigan and Pennsylvania. The laws in those states, unfortunately, have not changed. The Secretary of State in Michigan is a fish-faced enemy of the people. She is up to no good. I think that the longer they draw it out, the longer they can try to plausibly sell this canard of foreign interference and manipulate the vote. I still think that in the end, perhaps it's because of the will of God, but in the end, I believe Trump is going to triumph over all of this.
I think so too. The will of God is what I was talking about earlier, and what I think is totally underlooked in all of this is people calling on God, Trump turning his head miraculously. All of this was not for naught. This whole run-up, it just feels very divine that's what's going on. And before I pass the mic, Roger, I wanted to say I caught that Joe Rogan joke up to here. That's hilarious. And we were talking earlier about unfunny comedians. Joe Rogan's another one. I'd say unfunny comedian. Goodness. Tony Hinchcliffe, the guy that's making the Puerto Rico joke, unfunny comedian. And I saw you on Twitter call Dave Smith an unfunny comedian. Totally agree. And you were talking to Clint Russell. And last time I saw Clint Russell, he tried to make a joke about my hat. And I told him Roger Stone complimented this hat, and he had to shut his mouth. So this is a different hat. Can you give me another compliment and make my hat bulletproof like Donald Trump?
Don't do it. Don't inflate his ego. It's already pretty big here.
It's almost too big for his
hat. But if there's one
one
really good comedian, it is Roger Stone himself, as well as Donald Trump. They mastered the art of humor and comedy, and are truly just a joy to talk to. So Roger, don't give him any compliments. But what do you make of his kind of description of all these kind of comedians here?
I'm sorry, Andrew. I really do like the lid. What can I say?
Yeah! Let's go! Yeah!
Yeah, I'm very interested. I'm paying close attention to Florida for a couple of reasons. First of all, I think Chuck Schumer dumped millions and millions of dollars into the Sunshine State here in the final days in an effort to get an upset victory over Rick Scott. I think Rick Scott will survive, but narrowly. I think Trump will win the state, but not by a landslide. At this juncture, I think Amendment 3 will probably lose. I'm not sure about Amendment 4 because I haven't seen any up-to-date polling. It has to be some of the most misleading campaign advertising I've ever seen. And then when I sought to get the full text of Amendment 4, which deals with abortion, the full text is available online virtually nowhere.
Just to clarify, Amendment 3 is, Amendment 4 is pro-choice. If you vote yes on it, is pro-choice. And Amendment 3 is, if you vote yes, then it's marijuana being legalized
And
within
monopolized.
the state. In my opinion, but I believe he disagrees. Trump is pro-Amendment 3.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yes, you're right. I shouldn't just assume that people know that. Amendment 4 is more complicated than that. Yes, it is pro-abortion, but it allows abortion in the 8th and 9th months of pregnancy.
Wow.
And it overturns the current state law, which would limit it after 6 weeks, which, look, I'm pro-life, but I realize realistically the voters will never buy that. This was Ron DeSantis signing a bill in an attempt to get to the right of Donald Trump among evangelicals in Iowa. That gambit failed, but we get saddled with those two initiatives, both of which bring out, theoretically at least, voters that should be more likely to be Democrats. I haven't seen enough polling crosstabs to definitively know that about Amendment 3, but remember, any constitutional amendment in Florida needs 60% to pass. I know because I wrote the constitutional amendment that was passed to require the 60% back in the 90s. So that will be a factor here. It's something I'm watching very closely.
Hey, Roger, I have a question that might be a bit inside baseball for a lot of people, but I know Amendment 3, the Democrat attorney Morgan, is pushing that a lot. And I just wanted to know, do you have any personal thoughts on Morgan, the attorney? Have you had any dealings with him?
John Morgan is a friend of mine. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. We don't agree on things politically, but we do like to drink together. And he's a lot of fun to be with. He's a Democrat, but he's not a communist Democrat. He's a throwback to the old Democrat Party that believed in capitalism and free enterprise, national defense. That kind of Democrat really doesn't exist anymore, as you know. Those who used to follow Truman and Kennedy now follow Marx and Lenin. Look, I have great affection for John Morgan, known him a long time. Amendment 3 is not the least. I decided to support it because Florida's medicinal marijuana system, which was approved by the voters in a constitutional amendment, is so restrictive, so bureaucratic, so user unfriendly, so limited that, for example, people that I know who need cannabis for medicinal purposes have a hard time getting it. But they need 60%. That's a very high barrier. I don't know that they will make it.
Do you have any comment on the fact that so many people who are against the marijuana bill, I think Matt Gaetz is included in being against Amendment 3, are saying that this amendment, first of all, doesn't allow you to grow at home at all and is allowing a select group of companies to become in charge of the marijuana industry completely within Florida. And therefore, we would rather see a bill that becomes legalized that makes it truly a free product. Like not free expense-wise, but freedom-wise.
Let me address both of those. Matt Gaetz essentially saying is he's opposed to it because it was done as a constitutional amendment as opposed to the legislature doing it. That's because Matt Gaetz is a chicken shit.
All right.
The Republican governor will never, ever allow this. So it has to be done by constitutional amendment, or it'll never happen. There are a lot of flaws in this. Yes, I'm in favor of home grow. I think this is better than the status quo. Remember, medicinal marijuana had to be on the ballot twice before it finally passed. It narrowly failed the first time, then it passed the second time. So assuming that Amendment 3 does not pass tonight, and it doesn't look to me like it's going to, I have to hope that the next cannabis legalization constitutional amendment will be superior to the one that's on the ballot now, and then maybe Martha Bueno will talk to me again. No.
Yes, we'll see. She's here. She's running around here like Speedy Gonzalez. We'll catch her overwhelmingly voting here. And I don't know if you've seen the breaking news, but right now it looks like Indiana and Kentucky have been called for Donald Trump. Vermont has just been called for Kamala Harris. Florida, overwhelmingly red. Georgia was favorable towards Donald Trump, now is more favorable towards Kamala Harris.
Boo.
Those are the latest kind of results that we are hearing coming in now. How do you expect this night to proceed? How do you expect it to unfold as Georgia right now in the making of this video now looks more favorable towards Donald Trump? So yeah, it keeps flipping between blue and red favorability with all the votes still coming in.
Well, as you may have heard, the Secretary of State Raffensperger, allegedly a Republican, although not much of a Republican, claims that there have been Russian-based bomb threats in Georgia. This guy is an epic criminal, and Georgia could have the most corrupt voter processing system in the country. In what world does Donald Trump not carry Georgia? It's one that has to be watched very carefully. All those other states are predictable, so that Kentucky and Indiana go Republican, and that Vermont, represented in the U.S. Senate by Bernie Sanders, a man who's never had a job in the private sector in his entire life, but he and his wife skimmed millions from his 2 presidential campaigns. He's driving a top-of-the-line Mercedes, has a beautiful vacation place in Vail, Colorado. He has an apartment in Paris as well. Socialism is for you, but it's evidently not for him.
Yeah, absolutely. As of course, there's a lot of news reports coming out right now, specifically from Georgia and Arizona, of these bomb threats that are being called in allegedly by the Russians. It's very fascinating that they know exactly who did this right in the moment, as a lot of people are still kind of having some serious questions here, as it looks like those kind of larger bomb threats could make an impact on the voting in a way where we won't get the results.
I think that's part of the game, unfortunately. Look, the role in the mainstream media here of propping up the empty vessel that is Kamala, when you combine it with the still dominant censorship on the internet, and particularly the shenanigans of Google, where Google sends out reminders to vote to Democrats, or people who they know from their preferences are Democrat-leaning independents, but sends no such reminders to Republicans. Just one example of the way Google manipulates the vote.
Absolutely. Their role here is going to be crucial, as of course there's also a lot of kind of allegations against them, specifically when it comes to highlighting results about where people could vote for specific candidates, as now they are being accused of election interference, specifically highlighting maps where people can vote for Harris but not for Donald Trump. And of course we have this clip here that kind of portrays what's going on with a lot of internet users right now. I think this election, it's huge. You guys feel free to ask any questions you guys want, because this election is far beyond Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. It's an election between the establishment and the anti-establishment. It is Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, Ron Paul versus the P. Diddy White Party list. That's the larger kind of representation of what's really happening here, and it's going to really determine not just the future of this country, but the culture of it, and of course where it will go in of course history, in the history books.
Also, according to the New York Times, I'm pretty sure it's the New York Times, Google has received this error and did comment saying that they are fixing it. So they're not denying it. They have accepted that people are seeing this.
I have a question for Roger. You could settle something else we were discussing earlier. Do you think if everything was fair and square, and I saw your tweet earlier, by the way, I agree, this is spiritual warfare. This is a spiritual war, and that's what we're really seeing. But to that point, do you think the character of America is such, if everything was fair and square in the vote tally, would Trump have a chance in states like California and New York? Or where there'd be a Walter Mondale-like loss for Kamala? Or is that landslide not even a possibility if everything was fair and square?
I think the demographic changes in some of these states make it extraordinarily difficult. When you add the still dominance, not the monopoly that the mainstream media used to have, but their continued dominance in terms of mass-based communications, it makes it very difficult. But let's take, for example, a state like New Jersey, which has now become a very blue state. For the first time in recent history, Republicans outvoting Democrats in early voting, outvoting Democrats in absentee voting. The New Jersey Republican Party literally sitting on their hands doing nothing whatsoever to help Trump. There's going to be a red surge tonight in New Jersey. While I think they will fall short, Trump will end up much closer in New Jersey than anyone expects. But that's because grassroots America First activists just gave up on the Republican establishment, went out and ran their own campaign, really at their own expense. Mike Crispy and a number of his followers ran a terrific grassroots effort, completely hostile local media, yet Trump is going to surge in the Garden State, which is a direct repudiation of Governor Lardass, who formerly and a U.S. Senate candidate who stupidly is trying to distance himself from Donald Trump. Trump will run far ahead of the establishment rhino who they've nominated for the U.S. Senate there.
Yeah, I think Donald Trump, and correct me if I'm wrong, did almost everything right this time around. This is the same kind of Donald Trump we saw in 2016. This is a different Donald Trump than we saw in 2020. He looks in the flow. He looks like he's just in the moment. He's very loose. He's very happy. He's very kind of energetic in a way. You see the exact opposite of that with Kamala Harris, who looks like she's really uncomfortable. Donald Trump looks incredibly comfortable right now, headed into this larger kind of deciding race right now. How are you seeing him kind of be compared to all the other years that he was running for the presidency of the United States?
I was online last night. You can see I have a slight cold that I picked up in Madison Square Garden. That's what happens when you shake hands with 450 people. And the cold medicine, of course, keeps you up. So I saw that he was off stage in his final rally, and I sent him a text, and I said, 4 rallies in one day, you are an animal. Stay safe, RJS. And within minutes, he texts back, fight, 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 DJT. It was amazing. So his energy levels are extraordinary. His mood is excellent. This is evocative of the final days of the 2016 campaign. You may remember in those final days, Hillary Clinton was so certain of victory that she didn't campaign much. She never went to Michigan at all in the closing days. She was in Chappaqua in her mansion, going through the swatches of fabric for the curtains in the Oval Office, while Trump was barnstorming Milwaukee, Detroit, Philadelphia, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and so on. It kind of reminded me historically of the 1948 election when Harry Truman, who was an embattled and relatively unpopular incumbent, decided to take a train trip all the way across the country, starting in Washington, D.C., making stops along the way, driving the engineers to go faster, so he could hit more stops. In the beginning, Truman's crowds were small. By the time he got to California, and by the way, the vice presidential running mate for his opponent, Tom Dewey, was the popular governor of California, Truman was drawing enormous crowds, and his rhetoric was getting much sharper, attacking the Republicans as the do-nothing Republicans who he said were sticking a pitchfork in the back of America's farmers. It really got pretty rough. By the way, he carried California, and he won that election. When I read that, it reminded me that in 2016, and now I'm told again, under the FAA regulations, an airline pilot can, or I should say the pilot of your airplane, can only fly a certain number of consecutive hours before they're required to go down to rest. So Trump just keeps switching out and bringing in 2 new pilots so they can keep going. He's peripatetic. He is a phenomena unto himself. He's proven that he's a fighter. I think this has been the best of his 3 campaigns. He has, I think, spent his money very wisely. He has stayed focused on the issues while still managing to kidney punch Kamala every once in a while. And then I just saw this picture of Jill Biden going out to vote wearing a bright red dress. How do you think she voted, Andrew?
Yeah, it definitely. We were just talking about that. The larger kind of potential sabotage from Joe Biden and his team, as Joe Biden won't even be at her party tonight. One last thing, because I know you have to go. You have a very busy night. You're going to be doing a whole bunch of reporting from Mar-a-Lago. But we just got this message from Donald Trump on Truth Social saying, "quote." A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement coming. End of message. He also sent another message saying tons of law enforcement in Philadelphia coming. I don't know if you're able to kind of decipher this, but that's the latest message we got from the former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Well, look, in 2020, it is very clear that the necessary legal precautions had not been prearranged. When I was caught in an illegally recorded video saying what I would have said in public one way or another, that in Philadelphia and in Detroit, 3 o'clock in the morning, when the Democrat officials who control the process shut down the counting, had the police remove the Republican observers, covered the windows, locked the doors, and continued counting and dumping their fake ballots, none of the Republicans had the phone number for the duty judge. You see, in each federal circuit, when the court closes, one judge is designated for the filing of emergency motions. This usually pertains to medical situations where parents are fighting over a child, let's say, who is in a life or death health situation. But of course, the New Republic said, Stone says Trump has judges in his pocket, which is, of course, not even remotely what I said. This is not the case. So, for example, in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, in early voting, where early voting is supposed to go on until 5 p.m., the lines in the Republican precincts were so long that the county officials just arbitrarily shut down early voting at 1:45 in the afternoon, claiming technical problems, which was, of course, bogus. This time, the Republicans' lawyers leapt into the fray, went right into court, and they won an order to further extend the hours for early voting. I choose that as one example of preparation. So if there is a voter fraud, if there is voter anomalies and irregularities, the place to raise this is in the courts, not the streets, but the courts. And I think that the Republicans are very well organized in order to do that this time. I wrote a long piece about it. You can see it at stonezone.com, as a matter of fact.
We have the website pulled up here. Finish your statements, but no more questions.
I was going to say, I read that article, Roger. Brilliant article. If the author of the Brooks Brothers riot believes that the Republicans are more prepared this time, then I take heart. I feel like we've actually got a handle on the irregularities this time. And to answer your question, I think Jill Biden absolutely went into that ballot and put Trump right, the big red X for Trump. Her and Joe, we were talking about that earlier. So absolutely, Joe's putting on a MAGA hat right after the election.
Probably with the way that things are going, if he wins, but depends. He might do it by accident anyway, even if Kamala wins. But anyway, Roger, we only have you for 30 minutes. Feel free to call back in anytime. It's always a pleasure to have your kind of expertise here. Best of luck. Feel good. Take some vitamins. Take care of yourself. We, of course, will be telling everyone to go to stonezone.com. Stonezone.com. That is Roger Stone's website where you could find out more information from him. Roger, anything else you wanted to say? And thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
Well, first of all, yes, it's great to be with you. And if I was not here, in all honesty, I'd be right there sitting with you guys again. I miss you. And we always have a good time. We covered all the debates. It's been a great season in that regard. Secondarily, since you mentioned it, Andrew, I have to say this. The Brooks Brothers riot was not about shutting down the vote count in Miami. It was about stopping corrupt Democrat officials who were attempting to recount the same ballots that had already been recounted twice a third time, and doing so in violation of the state's Sunshine Law. But the left has rewritten history, as they always do, saying, oh, well, they shut down the count. That was not the case. But I'm glad you raised it, so I had an opportunity to correct the record in that regard. It's going to be a very exciting night. I still think the Democrats slow roll this count. So my guess is we won't have a definitive answer tomorrow, or perhaps even the next day. I hope I'm wrong about that. But as Donald Trump's tweet or True Social posting says, I think they are at this point prepared for any contingency. Luke, it's great to be with you and the entire crew. And yes, I'll try to call in again before the night is over. Right now, I hear a martini calling my name.
Awesome. You go enjoy that martini. You definitely deserved it. You definitely have been doing incredible work behind the scenes. Always an honor. Always a pleasure. Roger, you have a great night. Enjoy yourself at Mar-a-Lago. Really appreciate you. And go check him out at stonezone.com. Roger, thank you again for everything. As of course, we got more breaking news happening right now. I think we got Tobuscus, Toby Turner in the house here. Matt, would you mind Toby joining in for a little bit? Because I think he has another event he might be going to with Lauren. Where's Toby? Matt, if you don't mind getting Toby over here.
Toby's coming with me?
Potentially, because you guys are doing some kind of event. But we'll talk about, you guys will figure that out. As of course, there are now reports coming from Georgia, specifically highlighting how Donald Trump is specifically winning that particular state.
Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage with independents for Trump in Georgia, Jake.
Wow.
Yeah. Joe Biden, as it looks like, very good news for Donald Trump in Georgia. As of course, we're joined by the one and only Toby Turner. Tobuscus, good to see you. I haven't seen you in so long, man.
It has been a long time.
How are you? It's been such a long time. I know you got a bunch of projects you're always working on and doing a bunch of cool stuff.
I'm looking around. I'm seeing the project you've been working on. This place is beautiful.
We're working our butts off here. I'll be honest with you.
Big change. It looks like Atlas. This is amazing.
Yeah.
I hung out with Atlas for a while. She's not shedding at all.
Nope.
She's usually shedding all the time.
All the time.
Not now at all. I
was
up.
See,
I was patting her.
Tobuscus up there.
She knows. We're talking about her. Oh, yeah. We got the mini Minotaur up there.
That's right.
Yeah, we got your Minotaur up there as well, as we give Atlas some treats here. And we're going to see how tonight goes. It looks like there's a lot of kind of weird things happening in Milwaukee, in Georgia, and in Arizona, where it looks like there's going to be a big delay of the vote here. But so far, the numbers do look kind of very favorable for Donald Trump. What do you think is going to be happening here? How do you think tonight's going to unfold, potentially?
Atlas wants to voice her opinion. I don't know. I don't know. Something's going to happen. Somebody's going to win, and what?
Expert analysis from Toby Turner right here. Really nailing it on the head there. I love it. Give us more of your insights, please.
No, I don't have any.
Did you vote today, or did you vote early, or did you not vote?
I absolutely voted.
Today?
Do you want to know who I voted for?
Yeah, sure. Who?
Yeah, tell us.
No, I'm not going to say it.
You look a little Wheats Chin. I bet you voted Kamala.
Why would I do that? I have been tweeting. I'm tweeting all this stuff. Kamala seems like a nice lady. I'm sure she's a nice lady. But Trump is hilarious. He's the funniest dude. He says stuff. I'm like, I can't believe he said that. And then he becomes president after that. And he just started tweeting again. It's
How
amazing.
do you know Kamala's not funny? She laughs at her own jokes.
And laughing is important. I laugh at my own jokes. I laugh at my own jokes.
I know you do.
And laughing is important. I don't hate her at all. I just, I like Atlas. Atlas hates her though. Atlas is like, rah!
So I wanted to read a Toby Turner tweet because I think this is a good sign that we're winning and we're going to win. But I can't read it because we're on YouTube. So I'll
It's
just
offensive.
Yeah, it's the electoral map. If only something.
I saw that one going around. I was like, that's a little spicy one. I probably won't be able to get away with it unless it's on Twitter. But
Right.
I believe I retweeted that one. But
might-
if it's only special people, are
What if you show the picture but don't read what it says? Is that
No,
allowed?
No, yeah, no, that's not allowed.
Not even that.
Nope.
Wow.
Because they know we know. They know we know what words mean.
Yes, yes.
They're not that stupid.
They are, but they aren't.
They might be.
It's good to have a real comedian here, not like Tony Hinchcliffe.
Oh my
not
God.
He's funny.
No,
Why
he's
do you hate him so much?
not funny.
Andrew's hating on Tony Hinchcliffe all the time.
agree.
Not funny.
I think he's funny. You hate on some people. I'm like, okay, I get it. You hate on everyone, by the way. He
No.
hates everyone.
What a
all
hater.
comedy. He's a rough judge, but he thinks I'm a genius, and I am. But he really does. He hates on people, and I appreciate it because it's hard. It's hard to make him laugh.
Sam Hyde is funny.
He's
Gavin
funny.
McInnes is funny.
He's also
Owen Benjamin
funny.
is funny.
Yeah.
Toby Turner is funny. Norm Macdonald is funny. There's
he's
lots
the
of
best.
very funny people.
Roger Stone, Donald Trump.
Roger Stone is
they're
funny.
hilarious.
They're funny.
Donald Trump is funny.
my
Luke Rudkowski was
God.
funnier tonight than Tony Hinchcliffe has ever been in his life.
I missed it.
You did. As of course, it looks like the votes are coming in, and it looks like West Virginia is being called for Donald Trump. No surprise there. It looks like Donald Trump also just released a message to people right now. Here's the clip that is coming from the former president of the United States.
Republicans, we're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay on the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you.
Yep, it looks like he's there at Mar-a-Lago, where Roger Stone and other people will be joining them soon. I think Tucker Carlson is there as well. I think Elon Musk is over there as well. But this is the tally so far that we are specifically getting, with still just few of the votes coming in. But very favorable news for Donald Trump, specifically with Georgia, which is one of the key states that a lot of people are looking at here. We have our own kind of map here that we are going to be calling throughout the duration of this. And I think it's fair to say that Georgia, if things continue the way that they are for Donald Trump, will, of course, go for him, as we are still waiting the results from many places around the United States. I don't know what you guys are seeing on social media yourselves, but I'm kind of tuned in to everything breaking as it's unfolding right now, and it definitely seems like there's a lot of crazy news coming, specifically, again, Georgia, Arizona, and Milwaukee, where it looks like a lot of the votes will be delayed.
Are we able to see a little more detail on the Georgia?
Yes. So Georgia right now, according to the Daily Mail, has 9% of their vote counted, and it is highlighting how 60% of the vote is going for Donald J. Trump. 38.7% of this 9% is going to, of course, Kamala Harris. So big swing there for Donald Trump there, as still very early. A lot of votes still waited to be counted. And we are still very early on. New Hampshire counted 7% of the vote here, showing more favorability to, of course, Kamala Harris here. As I don't know what you guys are doing there, but
we're trying to signal you. I'll just tell you.
Trying to find out how to tweet this.
Yeah, we need to retweet this.
How do I, I don't see your
stream.
tweets about your stream anywhere.
Yeah, on Twitter, the most popular
The
platform.
bestpoliticalshow.com.
No, but the live
No, how do you
stream
tweet
for Twitter, there's no live stream like
I
there
was just going to
usually is.
retweet it. I just don't see it on there.
there is. It's on my profile. If you go to twitter.com/Luke We Are Change, you scroll down, and then we have the live moment here.
Live with Roger Stone?
Kamala Harris up in flames. We have a wrong title there.
Got it.
But it does show everyone that we are. Yeah, I made a mistake there, but just ignore that if you are on Twitter.
Like, I'm good at fighting, but not as good as Colby Covington.
Oh, I see that.
Yes, he was one of our previous guests, and then our system just didn't update with the new title for some strange reason when we're streaming on multiple platforms, as we are on a lot of different platforms. You boomers! Thanks for disrupting the show.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Luke, I want to know. I know why are so many of them gray still right now?
Because the votes aren't counted.
But why? Why? I mean, isn't today like when we start?
Yeah, it takes a while for the votes to be counted.
Like at least 1%. Can we just get like 1%?
Yeah,
Like,
I want to give some analysis, some crack analysis for the people looking at that map, and they see North Carolina and Virginia looking a little blue right now. Remember, things come in from east to west, so the urban places in those states are being counted first. The more rural, more Trump voters in the western parts of the state come in last. So even though we need to have North Carolina, we'd like to have Virginia, don't count those states out just yet based on the early tally.
Yeah, anything could still, of course, happen here. As I think we're going to go to callers, too. We usually go to callers around this time. So if you're a member of LukeUnfiltered.com and you want to call in and be a part of the conversations, all you have to do is sign up to LukeUnfiltered.com. When you do that, go to the Telegram channel. We're going to go to Brian B. Based, who, of course, first said he wanted to call in. We're going to be going to him, and he's going to be describing to us what he is seeing in his particular area, as he is a previous caller. So again, sign up to LukeUnfiltered.com. It's easy. It's quick. It really does mean a lot to us. I released 3 members-only videos today that are only going to be released for members of LukeUnfiltered.com, describing all the crazy situations that we're in. I did a situation about the best-case scenario. I did the situation about how everyone is all anxious and crazy. I did another thing about leg day, but a larger kind of... You got to watch the videos. They are really kind of...
These are on your OnlyFans?
You can't...
Members only.
Yeah.
Oh, members
the
only.
members only.
Got it.
There.
The true fans.
Members only.
Listen, Andrew. You have a history with tasers.
PTSD. Stop it.
Yeah.
That's only for Clint. You only use that on Clint.
No, but you have a history of it, so we might have to revisit that soon, especially with the things that you're saying on YouTube of all freaking places.
You can't say it on
so
YouTube.
we'll know you'll be safe if you get hit by this.
That phrase is not YouTube friendly?
Yes, it is not, and automatically downranks the algorithm and
Did not
prevents
know
people from seeing this particular video.
Only
Of
bans.
course, now we're going to Brian B. Based, who, of course, has been waiting in line to call, and will be joining us and communicating with us here in just a little bit. He called in before and then got a free supplement from wearechange.shop. Great supplements on there that also goes towards supporting this independent media broadcast. Check out wearechange.shop and support us, as of course your support is needed more than ever. We're selling limited edition items, fundraising for my lawyer to help me out with the IRS that is going after me in a very serious way on SaveLukeNow.com.
Save Luke now.
SaveLukeNow.com. As it looks like we got Brian B. Based on the line here. Yeah, you got your sign that we mailed to you for calling in here. And we really do appreciate, Brian, you calling in. Thank you so much for joining us. You're live on air with everybody.
Hey, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well. And thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to give you my perspective. I'm here in the great state of South Carolina, so probably going to go towards. They got some reporting in already. Not my county yet, but ended up voting early about a week ago. Pretty long line, but I feel like there was a lot of people that voted early down here. So see how the rest of the results come in. But just wanted to make 2 comments. One quickly on Florida, and I've been watching the interactive polls like everyone else, the maps. It's amazing how fast they have counted the votes. They're almost done with their votes. Everyone else is at like 10%. They're at like 75% of their votes counted. So, I mean, it's good that, they're fast like that. I'm really hopeful that, they could, whatever they're doing down there, maybe you guys can shed some light on that, what they're doing that to secure their ballots that other states aren't doing.
Yeah, we absolutely just described the current situation that I went through earlier today when I voted. It was quick. It was easy. You had to, of course, show identification. You got a paper ballot. You put your signature on. You made sure that it was processed yourself. You got a receipt, and you had to sign something saying that you are who you are. They even matched the signature, and they're like, wait, hold on, your signature is a little different here. So there was poll watchers, and they definitely do take it very seriously after what happened here in the year 2000 with the Bush v. Gore kind of disaster that unfolded and created a very kind of tense situation for America that hopefully we don't face here tonight. What are you seeing in South Carolina? Because are you seeing a lot of Trump supporters? Are you seeing a lot of Kamala supporters? What's your prediction for your home state here? As of course, right now we have 5% of the vote counted in South Carolina, showing Donald Trump having 60.8% of that particular vote.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. That's pretty much what the percent was when it was Trump and Haley in the primary. Yeah, you see the odd Harris wall sign. Funny enough, my parents live in the area and their neighbor happens to have the sign, and they actually came up to them and asked if they could put the sign up. So that just shows you that, they were worried that, being in a heavy Trump area that, they could put the sign up. But of course, my parents said, fine, it's no worries, you're First Amendment right to do so. But yeah, it's probably going to go Trump. They already called West Virginia. I kind of view us in South Carolina the same. It's very heavy Trump. A lot of people from the Northeast that were disaffected by the policies moved to South Carolina. A ton of people from the Northeast, just in my county itself and in all South Carolina. Charleston and Columbia are more Democrat leaning, but there's still a heavy bias to Republicans compared to some other urban areas in the rest of the country. But it's probably going to get called.
Were these neighbors worried that your parents are going to break their windows or something? What's the story there?
Oh, no, I think they just asked because as you drive up their road, they live in an HOA and there literally was Trump sign, Trump sign, Trump sign, Trump sign. Like every other one had a Trump sign. My parents, for some reason, didn't put up Trump signs. So I don't know, maybe they just assumed they were Trump supporters because we had the American flag hanging on the door. So it's like, I guess, when you have the American flag hanging, you're just automatically a Trump supporter.
Isn't that so sad?
Or maybe because you didn't have any signs, they were like, maybe they're not for Trump. We could be friends.
Steph's the best, dude. Steph, you're the best. And that camera angle looks good. You look good on that camera angle. We look good, by the way. I see us now.
We have a lot of upgrades to the
You look
studio.
good on that camera angle, girl.
I got one more question for our caller. Usually they ask us questions. I have a question for him. You're from South Carolina. Why do you guys keep sending us people like Lindsey Graham and Tim Scott and electing people like Nikki Haley? What the heck is wrong with South Carolina? What's going on there?
It's actually pretty interesting. Being from New York and moving down here, I didn't know all the politics, ins and outs. I'd gone to college down here, so I knew the area, but it's pretty bad. It's like the swamp down here. There's a few good people. I think Adam Morgan is his name. That's one of the state house reps. That's part of the Mises caucus, kind of the Matt Gaetz types. I think he went viral several months ago for making kind of a grandiose speech. You could probably pull it up at some point, but it's pretty bad. When Lindsey Graham is up for his Senate term, he needs to be primaried immediately. We got to get somebody up there, but it's something that hopefully with Trump becoming president, that was something we can work on down here. But yeah, I wish I had an explanation for you, but it's pretty bad. Yeah.
Luke sells a sign that describes pretty well the people that South Carolina have elected.
Yeah, Brian actually got that sign in the mail for being the previous caller, and it's behind Toby Turner. Brian, did you put up? And again, the sign's available on wearechange.shop if you're not a member, if you're not calling in. But we have it available for purchase now for the legal fundraiser, so we could get a lawyer on SaveLukeNow.com. But Brian, did you put up that sign yet in your neighborhood, or just asking?
I don't own my own land right now. I'm renting, so I'm gonna hang
probably
it up.
not.
It sounds like your parents are taking in signs, though, so maybe you could drop it off with them.
The best thing to do is to get the sign on wearechange.shop and then go to your leftist liberal neighbor and put it on their front lawn as a gift. I think that's a wonderful gift that you could give to the leftist in your community.
Tell them it's a porch the gays and the retard.
I'll have it pointing straight at their house, and then I'll take a picture of it. I'll send it.
Do it. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
I put something on the Telegram. I don't know if you saw that story with Kamala with her calling a voter, and then she turned her phone to show the people, and it was actually an app that was showing. Can you pull up that story from the Hodge twins real quick? I don't know if you talked.
We have that story. I think the Daily Mail was also reporting on that particular story of her literally having a phone that had the camera on and wasn't in an actual phone call.
That was crazy.
Yeah, that's what also is happening here as well. So here's the clip of her embarrassing herself, allegedly, according to the Daily Mail.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. So yeah, that's that could be the next commander in chief of the United States.
To be fair, Apple does some weird stuff sometimes. I can't even pretend like I'm on the phone call because you'll see the lights on. You have to push the power, and it doesn't do anything now. Do you know this?
But why pretend to be? I mean, it's just
Because
sad
you
that she has
have
to
to
pretend to
be-
be in a phone call in the first place.
Hey,
That's
it's
the
fun.
embarrassing part
She's
to
probably
me.
just having fun. She's probably just having a good time. You're right. It's terrible. She's a nightmare.
Is that what
She's a
you do
nightmare.
to try to get out of conversations?
No,
with
that's what I
people?
do
You
to sneak
pretend?
into places. I'll be like, yeah, what's up? And I walk in the back door of like all-you-can-eat buffets.
You like to go out the back door.
No, in the back door.
You like to go into the back door. Thank you
Yes.
for correcting.
Yeah, now it's funnier. But so, no. But no, that's what we used to do. Not me and Andrew, but, you know, my other college buddies would sneak into the buffet. Hey, you had Matt Gaetz on here, didn't you?
I interviewed Matt Gaetz on other platforms and other shows, but he's supposed to be on this show. He will be on this show.
Did you say, what, hi for me?
I have not, no.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You know, he's in my high school. We went to high school together. I traveled around the world with that guy. I told you that.
Yeah.
Anyways, I haven't talked to him in a while, though.
What do you think of
Name
his latest work
dropper.
that he's doing right now in Congress?
What's he doing? In general?
Yeah.
Good, right? Is it bad?
Why are you asking me? That's your friend.
No, I don't talk to him at all. I haven't talked to him in 10 years. I haven't talked to him in years.
You don't follow any of his work? You don't
No,
follow
I don't
anything
follow
that he does?
anybody. I don't look at the
all?
computer.
Wait, where did you vote? What state?
All of them.
I don't think that's legal.
Puerto Rico. I went to Puerto Rico. just to help
Tony Hinchcliffe
raise
really
it
likes
up.
that place.
Yeah, Nevada. Yeah.
Cool.
Nevada.
Okay, never mind. Well, if he's not a Floridian,
Florida's already red. Nevada needed my vote.
if he's not a Floridian, why would he know what Matt Gaetz is up to?
Because I know Matt Gaetz, dude.
Apparently, you don't.
Yeah.
That was literally the conversation we
went
just
to
had.
school
Where were you 2
together.
seconds
we
ago?
traveled the world together. And I was
Okay.
always, and we competed, and I always won.
What's his wife's name?
I don't know.
Ginger.
Ew, that's racist.
Matt Gaetz.
You can't just say slurs on YouTube. Are we on YouTube?
Matt, prove
He
Lauren
called his
wrong.
wife a slur. What?
Prove Lauren wrong right now. Matt Gaetz, Vish Burra, Joel Valdez, get this to Matt. Have him retweet the show and Toby right now. Prove Lauren wrong.
What? That you
me
guys are
knowing Matt?
friends with Matt?
Well, I haven't talked to him in years, but yeah, we would literally we went on road trips. We would drive for 9 hours. I know the guy. He was a nice guy. We had a lot of famous people in my high school, by the way.
Yeah.
Me, other guys. Alan Richardson, he was awesome.
He's a big Kamala supporter now.
Yeah, I think he probably
He
is.
is,
Something
yeah.
happened.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
He wants to move up the ladder in
After I
Hollywood.
left here, all of a sudden stuff he changed. I don't know.
Yep. Anyway, Brian B. Bass, thank you so much for being a caller. Thank you so much for being a part of this independent media broadcast. We appreciate you being a member. Make sure to, of course, show that sign we mailed to you to everyone you can. And we, of course, greatly appreciate you. And thank you so much for calling. Anything else you want to say before getting out of here?
Just follow me at Brian B. Bass on Twitter, and if I end up doing that as I described, putting that in the yard, it'll be on my Twitter, and I'll sure to mention you on it if I do.
Awesome.
And hope you have a great night. You know, drink plenty of caffeine. It might be a long one, and God bless.
Yeah,
That's
it's
Brian B. Bass.
Yes.
We love you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
B. Bass.
Appreciate you. And of course, that's not going to be our only caller. You could still be a caller by signing up to lukeandfilter.com, going into the Telegram channel, and letting me know that you want to call in. And we will be going to you probably in about an hour from now or an hour and a half from now, as just in a few minutes from now, we are going to be joining with Alex Jones on Infowars.com. Before that, let's read off some of the super chats here, as we are also waiting for are. I think Martha will be coming in, and so will Kristen Megan be coming in.
I heard Martha Bueno's going to be here.
Martha Bueno, Kristen Megan will be joining us in about 5 minutes.
She's brilliant.
I think you guys have an event you guys are going to, so you guys will be swapping out. Then I'm going to use the restroom. Steph, read the super chats, and you guys carry the conversation.
All right. Well, we have Crash Bandit saying, I feel like I'm on that plane when the pilot said we were in for a hard landing. Put our heads between our legs and kiss your ass goodbye. I am just waiting for the memes. We have Das Guillotine. Das Guillotine. Das Guillotine saying this guy looks like a... I don't know if I'm... You guys, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say these things or not.
Is it a slur? Is it ginger?
This guy looks like a gay Indiana Jones.
Wow.
He's talking about the hat.
Well, Roger Stone complimented the hat, so I'm bulletproof, baby. You and Clint Russell cannot come for my hat.
Viper Reed says milk.
What? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Lauren, we cut to you for that moment.
We have
Speaking
Quantum
of which, here's Lauren. You have milk, and then it's Lauren doing this.
We got Quantum Cool saying
Where's your
Western
taser,
New
Luke? Can I
York.
borrow that for a second?
What did I just miss?
Give me your taser. I need that.
Do not.
Do it.
Is that a good one? Is that a strong one?
Do it.
Oh my God.
You got to press all the way up. All the way up. Higher.
Luke, you're
higher.
a maniac.
Higher.
You're a maniac.
Yeah, there you go.
It's beautiful. She likes it. Atlas
It was
likes
Toby's
it.
fault.
Atlas likes it.
Toby did it.
Nuh-uh.
We have El Mexicano. No, we have Quantum Cool saying Western New York has been moving red. Trump flags in the inner city of Rochester, New York. Yeah. We have El Mexicano saying, I feel like the establishment is losing on multiple fronts. The media, the world stage, BRICS, and failing wars, energy, shitty policies. One of the biggest reasons I think Trump can win is because they are incompetent at almost everything they do. We all share this. We feel you. El Mexicano. Anybody want to talk about that? The establishment losing on multiple fronts?
I want to talk about how he absolutely looks like a gay Indiana Jones
Yeah, right.
bear.
Yeah, right.
I agree with that.
Straighter
super
Indiana
chatter.
Jones. Even more straight Indiana Jones.
He looks way straighter, honestly.
You're just jealous. No one's ever called you any kind of Indiana Jones.
we gotta shout out to...
I'd rather not be any Indiana Jones than gay Indiana Jones. I mean,
Gay is bad. I agree. Gay is bad.
Well,
You're right,
we
Luke.
gotta give a shout out to everyone who's coming and chatting on mysuperchat.com. We got a lot of really special things. We need that special button soon because we got some of that. We got Just Cause I'm Free saying, I think the only way to rebuke what the leftists have been pushing and have them stop is for Trump to take New York. Thoughts? I think we read that one though. But yeah, thank you for that $100 super chat. We also have Michael of Thompson saying Amendment 3 is a complete scam. The company behind it, their CEO's husband is in prison for bribery and corruption, setting up the most restrictive licensing in the U.S. Trump already legalized it. Yep,
if you weren't a threat to everything that they're trying to...
Well, exactly. We have Sam Seepel saying you guys got some old steak for Toby again.
What?
Old steak? You mean jerky?
Yeah, can I have some?
Yeah, actually, we have a lot of that.
Do you guys know the Steph's
It's
an
not
amazing
jerky,
cook?
it's biltong. Oh my God, there's a...
You're the greatest
There's
cook.
a wonton soup if you'd like.
Oh my God. Do you guys know this?
Yep.
She's amazing.
Yep. Go check out landofbiltong.com, promo code WRC, promo code WRC10. Ignore the audio through your headsets and then keep going, Steph.
I have another one here for you guys by John Francis saying Kamala plus Trudeau equals ? Or Trump plus Poilievre equals ? I love and respect all of you. Take care and keep kicking ass. XOXO Canada is watching. Thank you, John Francis. Yeah, we got that same super chat, $100 super chat 3 times apparently. So thank you very much, Just Cause I'm
Wow.
free. Yeah.
I have a super chat. I'd like to super chat that Lauren is using my book as a coaster. I can't believe it.
Dun, dun, dun.
Unbelievable.
As soon as I'm gonna read it.
She's
at the
holding a
best time.
taser and using his book called "Don't Tase Me, Bro" as a coaster.
Yeah, we're deporting her after
That's
this
dangerous.
election. We're deporting Lauren.
I will be using this on Toby later when there's
you
not video evidence
No, you
to
won't.
sue me.
No.
No, you won't.
I
Use
think
the
we
bigger
need,
one. That's
I
not going
think
to do
we need
anything.
more boobies.
Steph, are we done with the super chats?
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna get Martha Bueno in here, and Kristen, Megan, Toby, and Lauren. You want to give your outros because I think you guys are going somewhere else, correct? And Steph, do the buttons, please.
Sure.
Toby, where
Excellent.
can people find out more information about you?
At Toby Turner or Tobuscus.
Tobuscus. Always great to have you. Feel free to use the guest room anytime. Always a pleasure to, of course, have you over.
Beautiful.
And have your humor with us as well. Lauren!
I just want
Hayden.
to thank Luke for giving me this unsurprised car guest, or my surprising car guest, and I'm so elated to drive without knowledge. Thank you so much, Luke.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And you can find me at the De Laguna Show with Lauren Hayden. Mwah.
Awesome. Andrew, you'll be here for a little bit to talk to Alex Jones.
I'm staying for Alex Jones.
And then, yeah, we are definitely ready and pumped up to go here. As of course, Martha Bueno also in the house here. So is Kristen Megan. Kristen, for the people who don't know who you are, who are you? Martha, stop running away like little Speedy Gonzalez everywhere. I know you're related to him, but gosh darn it, man, she is just hyped up on coffee, ready to go today. Kristen Megan, who are you? For the people who don't know who you are.
Well, today I identify as a libertarian, voted for Trump, but I am a military whistleblower, loudmouth liberty enforcer, and exposure scientist, and former contributor to InfoWars. So it's nice to be reunited with the team here soon.
Did you break the story on chemtrails?
I sure did.
I covered you for his channel like 8 years ago.
Yeah, that was pre-Invisalign. So
Yeah, me and Kristen have been friends in the Liberty space for quite a long
Yeah.
time, so it's great to see you. It's great to have you. It's great to have you here in studio with us, a part of this kind of historic, crazy broadcast that we are all going through, that Speedy Gonzalez's aunt is a part of as well.
Thanks, Luke. Wow, what an
Bring
intro.
up the microphone.
Super excited to be here. I just broke that Miami-Dade County has, since 1988, this is the first time that Miami-Dade County is going red. So Trump is winning in Miami. This is amazing. Anyways, yeah, follow me on X at Bueno for Miami.
Awesome. Well, great to have you guys here. The results are still kind of coming in here. And we could try
And Alex,
to
I meant to
see
say this
what,
earlier,
the great
and this
guys
is going to
over
be a
at
major
InfoWars
point,
are
and
saying right
Harrison
now,
can
and then we'll
follow up with this because he saw something
transfer over to Andrew
earlier that I
soon.
didn't see when I was on air. The strategy that Trump needs to have tonight that I hope he learns from 2020, if he's leading these states all night like he did in 2020, if he's leading Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, or any combination of them that's enough to give him 270 electoral college votes, he needs to come out and declare victory. He needs to just come out and say, I've won, we're declaring victory. He should have done that in 2020. It might have stopped them from doing the vote steroids, the vote Viagra, 3:30 in the morning in those 5 states. Apparently anticipating the media.
It looks like they're having some audio issues there, so of course we will officially be crossing over to them in a little bit here, as of course the news is breaking in. What are you guys seeing there? What are you guys expecting? What are you guys predicting here, since you guys are the fresh kind of relief team here? Take it away, ladies.
Yeah, I'm getting good reports from Michigan. We talked about this before the show, but you got to remember Michigan is like so diverse. So the Amish and the largest melting pot of freedom on the other side of the state. You have the misfit libertarians, you have the anarchists, voluntarists, you have the Muslims, the Jews, you have a whole diverse group on the other side of Michigan, and they've all flipped to vote for Trump for multiple reasons, for the wars, for the non-sexualization of children. And my understanding is the Muslims and the Amish are not being included in these polls. And I have people sending me videos of looking at the Amish like carriages, if that's what they call it, actually driving or riding to the polls. So I think, you know, we're going to see hopefully some good ethics, and hopefully we the people, I think, are done with the establishment. And you know, this is the most unified ticket we've ever seen. And I think everyone keeps talking about the swing states, but you have to remember that the largest voter demographic is not left or right. It's the misfits, it's the independents, the libertarians. And when have you guys ever seen libertarians flip like this?
It's awesome. It's amazing. I mean, like, I've been seeing so many libertarians that haven't voted in ever, you know, anarchist, libertarian type, and they're like, I'm voting for Trump because of this dream team. So Yeah, we're seeing a red wave here in Miami-Dade County, and I hope it continues on across America.
Speaking of the libertarians, like it was just so obvious. If you're libertarian minded at all, you should be for Trump this election. And then, Ron Paul himself steps into the ring and says he's going to join this administration. So if you're looking for a sign, if you're a We Are Change watcher and you're not sure, like you weren't sure, I think that Ron Paul probably pushed it over the edge.
Hey,
like, yeah, I got to do
like
this
my
thing.
revolution tattoo?
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I know that Ron Paul has been making the media rounds today, and gosh, at what? He's almost 90. So it's great seeing his energy.
Didn't he just turn 90, or is it 89?
I think he just turned 89. Isn't his birthday in August? I would know. He's my grandpa. No.
He's all of our grandpas. He's who led us to freedom.
Yeah. Well, I just think that I've been watching all of my election integrity people I work with, and it seems like the issues that we're seeing are getting remedied. It's kind of ironic, the weird things like the space heater causing a fire is a little strange, but I think that versus what we saw, and people can agree or disagree with things that happened in 2020, the point is that whatever happened, we are more prepared to be ready. That was the advantage of the early voting, actually, because look at all the court cases that were ruled upon even before Election Day.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point, Kristen.
Yeah, so it was like the other side's advantage kind of became their disadvantage. That's what I think.
Martha, you sent me something. Send it to the group chat. And what did you send me? Do you want to describe what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, so I just got this in from Forecast Tracker, and it shows that Kamala's predicted market has just crashed to less than 37%. So, it's looking good.
And these are the private betting markets.
These are the private betting markets, yeah. So it's, those seem to be pretty accurate just because people's money is behind, is actually behind
Even
it.
more predictive than the betting markets, though, the stock market. And if you're paying attention, the stock market's been doing a little boom lately. And do you think that they'd be doing a boom for Kamala?
All right, just really quick. Hold on.
Oh, go ahead.
The way they're representing it is, the center of the state has the disease. It's spreading out. This actually gives me an anxiety attack. I mean, I am actually... And not much gets that. I started like having butterflies a minute ago. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Sorry.
You're fine.
Go ahead, Candace.
I mean, does it secede then? Like, is there going to be... I am shocked right now.
Well, I've been against secession so far, even though we're the Lone Star State and the Constitution can't do it. But damn right we're going to have secession if the commies seize the state.
Right, you have to. And then also... At
Alex
some
is talking
point,
about Texas
if it keeps
potentially
happening,
going
you have
blue.
to take care of your own border.
As early voting is still coming in probably from the city center areas.
Well, let's go
And
to...
it just turned red.
Oh, it just flipped back red?
Californians.
I used my
hold on,
mind power.
Oh, my
to
God. I'm
change
about to have a heart attack.
Keep going, then.
Okay,
Keep
let's get a quick take from Owen and from Harrison Smith. But I know Owen's a great, show me state, Missouri. That's basically North Texas. They're great folks, too. But, Harrison's a longtime Texan. His family goes back, too. And seeing how screwed up the state is and how we're being conquered, and you can see the writing on the wall of not tonight down the road if we don't wake up and take the country back. Did you start having an anxiety attack like I did, Harrison, when you saw that?
Yeah, so it's important to note here when the early votes are still coming in, there's still a lot of kind of weird results you will get here. But a lot of the cities usually do report earlier than a lot of the other kind of counties in specific states. So if a major city center pulls in all the results, obviously the city centers are filled with a lot of liberals, and there has been a lot of significant talk about Texas going blue. Will it go blue this election? Well, I don't know. It doesn't look like it so far. I haven't seen those kind of larger rumblings, but again, 2024 has been a very unpredictable year, and it wouldn't surprise me if there's going to be some kind of major upset in some kind of major state that will surprise people with the way that it, of course, unfolds.
Yeah, the globalist trump card this election was not obviously the mail-in votes. It was the illegals, the flood of illegals that they let in and they want to vote. But again, like Luke was saying, it's the city centers reporting their tallies early. West Texas is very, very Republican. So even with illegals or fraud in Houston or fraud in Austin, I think we can rely on Texas being red, at least this election. It is an issue that Trump's going to have to deport tens of millions of illegals or have them self-deport if we want Texas to stay red for the future.
As we're waiting for Alex's team here, one thing, living in Michigan, I thought that was strange is, again, being careful about how we talk about this, but this past, election, our whole House, Senate, and Supreme Court went left. And then within the past year, they passed bills that made it almost impossible to question anything, whether there's evidence of actual wrongdoing. So there's a lot of us that work in election integrity that were like, it's the writing on the wall. Like, why are you passing laws that make it harder for us to do recounts or not certify something because of not speculation, but proof? So not to be, a doom and gloom, but this is why it's important that people just get out in droves. My brother actually went this morning. He said it was almost all men that were in line. So, they say the men are the one that need to get activated and engaged and off their butts. We have to defeat the white liberal women.
Well, hopefully they showed up.
We saw lines. If you were watching Twitter, there was lines of people voting in states like Ohio, Pennsylvania, all men lines. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Like
lines
cis men or like
I don't use propaganda words that the commies invent.
Well, did they look like men is the question.
No, men.
Oh, okay. Then that's what we were asking.
Not soy boys,
All
not
right,
betas,
that's the question
not,
there.
two gender, whatever.
Let's go. Free Ross. Come on. Let's.
All right, hold on.
Able there and get their take on the situation. Luke, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Alex. Thank you so much. It's an honor and pleasure to join you tonight. We just had the great Roger Stone call in from Mar-a-Lago. We're reporting everything that's breaking down right now. Lots of concerning news, specifically also breaking now in Georgia, Arizona, where there are bomb threats that are shutting down polling locations, allegedly, according to the official government sources, because of, quote, the Russians. And we've seen CBS, CNBC News try to conflate Joe Rogan's endorsement of Donald Trump, which was historic, with the Russians yesterday. We saw this weeks ago. They seeded this kind of larger kind of little kind of thing in the minds of American people that specifically the Russians. Hold on, I think we got General Flynn here on the line as well. Hold on, I think there's some issues going on with your tech guys. Can you guys still hear me? Is everything still coming in clear? But now we're hearing General Flynn for some reason. Alex? Are we there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We've got so many connections and so many studios and so much going on. I don't think we have Flynn on the line. He was on earlier today. Boy, that was amazing what he had to say. It's quite the experiment here, isn't it?
Yeah. We're definitely experimenting with everything unfolding right now. We'll make it work. We got the champagne bottles. We got the whiskey bottles here in case we lose. We got cigars here. We have a crazy jam-packed studio here with us. By the way, we have Andrew, don't tase me, bro. We have Kristen Megan, the chemtrail whistleblower. We have Martha Bueno. We have, of course, Stephanie Marie here. We have so many different people all around us coming in and out. So this is definitely a crazy, absolute wild night, but it definitely does look like the numbers are looking very favorable for Donald Trump. But now we're hearing a lot of specific rumblings about Russia, and that to me is a little bit concerning, especially with the latest developments that Russia just did internationally. As today, it's also being reported that the Russians are helping the Iranians launch satellites, and that the Russians have given the Iranians advanced fighter jets that, of course, they will be using with their larger war that's unfolding right now in the Middle East.
Luke, we're going to join you again in a moment. General Flynn just tried to get on with us. We're going to bring him up and come back to you here in a few minutes. Luke, we'll talk to you soon. God bless.
Okay, absolutely.
Yeah, get Flynn on. I want to get his take on the situation and updates from the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency on with us earlier today. That interview alone is now approaching 8 million views. So people want to hear from General Flynn. Candace Horbach, wow, what an exciting time to be alive.
Again, that Texas, I'm still recovering from that.
Right, we'll be calling in back to
they were just saying North
Alex
Carolina
in a little bit. I'm going
is
to turn this off because the audio could be heard here. We're trying to make this work as best as we can, as you could see. There's a lot of technical difficulties. In the middle of the broadcast, we were just kind of brought in with Michael Flynn, which, by the way, we should probably text and try to get on here after being on. It was the Russians that hacked us. Of course, the Ruskies, once again, are involved in everything here, as we're trying to do our best here, and we still have a lot of different broadcasts to be a part of, as of course we're still waiting to talk to TheQuartering, to Sargon of Akkad. I'm going to message them and let them know the exact time frame of what's going on here, as we got a lot of other people who also want to call in and be a part of the broadcast as well. So you guys keep looking at your phone, seeing the updates here, and be ready to report everything you guys are seeing, as of course the news is kind of coming in fast, coming in quick, especially with all the latest numbers that we're getting from the vote tallies that are still coming in here, highlighting this current picture with 95 delegates for Donald Trump officially and 35, according to, of course, the Daily Mail for Kamala Harris. Those numbers expected to change as this is currently the voting map of the United States and the larger delegates that will be associated with them.
I don't mind having General Flynn as an opening act. Let me tell you, General Flynn's the man. I told him when he was here that I thought he should have been vice president first time around. And if that had been the case, Trump would have had someone that has his back when it came down to the 2020 election fiasco instead of a Judas, Mike Pence, that stuck a knife in his back. So Flynn obviously is going to have great analysis. And him being an opening act for us on InfoWars, what an honor.
But I think everything happens for a reason. And if he would have been that candidate, if he would have been the vice president, we wouldn't be where we are right now. And all of this freedom, all of these people coming together and coalescing and changing America, hopefully for the better, is happening for a reason. It's meant to be, I think.
I was talking to a friend of mine earlier today, and she was saying that it's amazing. If the liberals had just let it happen that Trump won in 2020, his term would be over right now. But instead, they did everything that they did. They cried and whined and cheated and did what they did. And now Trump's coming back stronger with a coalition that includes millions of former Democrats that Robert Kennedy is bringing over, Tulsi's bringing over, Joe Rogan, Elon
and Ron
Musk.
Paul.
And
I mean, you've got the grandfather of libertarianism right here. He's the GOAT. And Trump has him on his team now? What?
Yeah, it couldn't be any better, to be quite honest. Andrew, would you mind Robbie stepping in here? He hasn't been on yet. We got Robbie Mann here who's going to be taking your seat, and then we're going to be, of course, going back to InfoWars at another time as well here. So Robbie Mann, feel free to come in here. Toby, can you get Robbie? Tell him to come on in and be a part of this broadcast here. He hasn't been on the show yet. As of course, we got breaking news right now that Kamala Harris has won and secured Maryland, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, as well as Washington, D.C. No surprise there at all. And Donald Trump also has just secured Missouri, so no surprise there as well.
Oh, sorry. I just
Go
want
ahead.
to tell you that I know that we're seeing, I just looked on X and people are panicking because it's showing Kamala, Michigan turning blue, but official results aren't even fully released until 9 p.m. because there are 3 counties in Michigan that are in Central Standard. And Jocelyn Benson, our corrupt Secretary of State, evident by her 9 lost court cases. I just want to put that out there. We'll not start rolling these out until about 9. So don't freak out yet about Michigan.
Well, so far, 3% of the vote in Michigan is counted, and 65.3% of that is going to Kamala Harris in the making of this live stream. Robbie Mann, also in the house here. Robbie, who are you? What are you seeing? What's going on, brother?
Yo, man, I am pumped up. We're manifesting a Trump victory. We got the Dream Team. We got the Avengers. We got Vivek. We got Tulsi, we got RFK. We're going to make America healthy again. If you're still out there, West Coast, let's get you out there voting. Get your liberal friends. Let's get them together to vote for this amazing opportunity. This is too good to be true. We're going to manifest victory. Don't let the negativity get to you. I had a little anxiety today, but we're manifesting. We were in the car ride over here, and we're manifesting Trump victory. We have a cool Trump video on my Twitter if you want to check it out. It's the Robbie Mann. Let's go. I'm looking forward to a great show.
I'm getting news in that with 80% of the ballots counted, Florida for Amendment 3, y'all know this is something that's important to me. I'm sorry if it's not important to the rest, is losing. The marijuana ballot amendment seems to be not crossed.
You wanted
to lose. I know. No monopolies here, people. Let's go.
Yeah.
We want free markets.
Martha
we already have a free market.
Mrs. Manifester, so she holds the key to the universe. Whatever she thinks of is what comes to reality.
People are also saying Amendment 4 failed as well.
Oh, so the abortion amendment also failed. I think that this is a good
Florida,
thing for Florida.
I'm not surprised. We're really conservative. I feel like people are more conservative here. They're going to vote for that.
We're a lot more conservative than we were a few years ago, and I think this kind of turnout in Florida is something that really makes me happy about moving here, personally.
Well, like I said, too, there's a lot of people that are pro-choice that think a lot of these amendments are just way too vague or just way too extreme. So even, oh gosh.
Fox just called it. No on 3 wins. Woohoo!
Nice.
I am happy right now.
Let's celebrate
here.
No.
Yep, let's celebrate. Start popping that shit. Okay, we'll wait for Trump to win in a landslide, but You know, the night's looking good, Robbie. See, all this manifesting
Yeah,
really,
I mean, look,
really paid off. Free Ross, let's go.
The predictive markets are definitely looking good right now. I don't want to put all my faith in that. I want to make sure everyone's still voting. I want to make sure we just keep the fight, never let back. I think we have a lot of people in place that Trump didn't have last time from the fraudulent stuff that happened last time. I think people are prepared right now. So let's go. Let's win this. Let's get this.
Yeah, but stay in line because of a lot of the issues that were going on. I think in Pennsylvania and Georgia, they've extended, at least in Pennsylvania, the voting hours. So, I mean, hey, you can call into work tomorrow. I mean, you can lose some sleep for some restoration of the republic. So stay in line, everybody.
That's kind of I mean, I know this is probably not popular, but I think it's kind of messed up. That people are forced to be staying. I just understood what the whole stay in line is. Like you're literally meaning this is
stay in line.
This is like camping out, basically.
For that new iPhone.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Black Friday.
Yeah, exactly. If you're willing to do it for Black Friday,
I know you might as well.
Phone,
hey, listen,
because people go crazy on Black Friday.
Yeah,
I don't know, but I'm
for the Republic. Stay in line to save the Republic. Do not walk away. Stay in line.
We have the Queen of Michigan here. Are you going to be updating us?
Yeah, I keep checking for updates, but again, we are not getting official data dump until 9 p.m. We had the early voting. 9-day early voting. So
I love when people are sending me messages like, "Congratulations, you won!"
I know you keep taking gasps of breath, and I don't know if I need to bust out my Zima and Jolly Rancher.
You guys, I feel like we need a meditation / breath work session with you guys. I feel like the energy in this room.
No, I'm
Everyone's,
actually feeling
sweating.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good because I think people that do what we do, we are used to seeing lack of accountability. It's like the election 2 years ago. People predicted a red wave, but the problem is everyone thinks, even someone in my family who's not in a swing state's like, I'm not voting because I'm not a swing state. I'm like, but your local elections matter.
They do.
Your
They
millages,
matter the most.
Your school boards, people. I think now, and thankfully, thanks to Elon, with X being a more absolute free speech platform, with people on the right engaging over on the TikTok to educate the youth, I get more people are going to be activated to get out. And I do care who you vote for, but it's your constitutional right to vote for who you want. But just vote, because it's disgusting when you see the voter turnout so low.
Statistically speaking, more people voting generally means more people voting for authoritarianism. So I'm always on the fence with this because it's vote, but also know what you're voting for and who you're voting for. And I'm just not a big fan of government. And so a lot of people take this and you see it in this election, especially. You see people feeling like one of these people might be the second coming of Christ.
No, I feel you. I used to feel like I'm not going to vote for my master, but when I started to realize, I jokingly called myself a currentist, I use the current system afforded to me to grant more individual liberty. And the thing is that it's not always about the people in charge. It's about voting down increases in taxes and millages. It's about voting for people that
we have that actually on the ballot here in Florida to increase the tax deduction for your homes.
They don't research them.
They don't. They don't, which is why I put out a video. I did all the research on the 6 amendments and I put it out because I think people need to be able to find this information. And honestly, it's boring. I get that a lot of people don't research this stuff, and it's so confusing. On the 6th Amendment in Florida, it was vote yes if you want to repeal this. So it's so confusing. Most people don't get it.
I get lots of texts from other states. They're like, do I vote yes or no on this? I'm like, well, because they don't understand.
Right.
Because it's I know at least in my state, when you are getting something, on the ballot to gather the signatures, they're very picky about the wording, and you think that would be good, but it's too purposely. I feel like if it's something coming from the left, it's really confusing. And actually, sadly, that's why 2 years ago, Prop 3 passed in Michigan, which allows abortion all the way up to birth.
Oh, wow. Though that was on the ballot here in Florida. That was Amendment 4, and it failed. And here we have from Governor Ron DeSantis, our freedom governor here in Florida. I can't believe I actually just said that. He said, quote, Amendment 3 has failed. Amendment 4 has failed, with polls now closed in Florida. So Governor DeSantis is calling both 3 and 4 failures.
Well, I don't have a number, but a lot of people from Michigan moved down here to Florida. So I think you should just thank my people.
I want to, a lot of New Yorkers also
It's the
moved
New
down here.
Yorkers that make Florida great. And
no, please do not New York my Florida, people.
All you frickin' Miami Spanish loud music playing complainers could thank us now for turning this state a lot more redder than it is.
Excuse me.
These New Yorkers right here that moved to this state and made it better deserve all the
Okay,
praise
you
right
get-
now.
you get
You're
a-
you're welcome, Martha.
You
You're
get
welcome.
a pass, but the majority of New Yorkers did not leave their New York. What made New York behind?
No, I think they did. I think they did. I think a lot of people were like, I hate New York. I hate the politics here. I hate the government here. I hate the taxes here. And they moved here and they're voting against what they had to live through in New York.
Good,
And
I
that's
hope
why
so.
Florida, because otherwise Florida would have been a lot more blue. But we're talking about 1 million plus more Republican turnout in Florida, which is huge.
Yeah, but I think their lifespan is a little more shortened by the 9 wokey pokies. But I wanted to bring up a point. Which
9 wokey pokies?
You know, the thing. You know, they got. They're
I'm
super
sorry.
boosted.
Whoops.
But I wanted to bring up a point that you said
love
when
that.
there's a large turnout, you think it's usually more negative. But what the team that I work with, what we gathered is there are so many Christians who do not vote. And if you think about it, across the country, we've had more churches get political. And although they may be worried about losing their tax status, the point is that a lot of people think that this is a prophecy, or it resonates with their message on Sundays. And more pastors, like we've got the Black Road Regiment, there's pastors that are telling their congregation, I don't know if you saw this famous video, I don't know what church it came out of, but they're like, you cannot be at this church if you are going to vote for Kamala Harris, because it is anti-Christian, it is anti-everything that we preach here under this roof. And whether or not people agree with that, I do think it's important that the churches step up and at least speak out to the nefarious acts that go against the religion, from what they're doing to children to, being libertarian, I don't really care who you marry as long as it's not your sister, but
Your child.
They do have beliefs.
Or a child.
I'm
Right,
surprised to
right.
hear a church would ostracize a group
Absolutely.
of people.
Yes, because
you think that everyone is welcome in the church.
They are, because there are trans and gay people in these churches. But the problem is a lot of people view this as not right or left. This is right versus wrong. This is good versus evil. And I honestly think that's why you get a lot of the hard-headed libertarians who used to call you a statist. I know I've been attacked by some of them. And I'm like, listen, you are going to live free on your land, and you think that this administration is not going to come and kick over your barrels of rainwater? They're going to find you. The IRS is going to hunt you down. No, I'm serious. You can think you can live off on your own, and I'm not saying I'm very pro freedom, but I'm also a realist, and I understand that how I want to live will never be mainstream. So if I'm going to live in this society and uphold the oath that I've taken 3 times, I want to make sure that the people that are going to rule over me, at least at a minimum, are going to uphold their oath.
Absolutely.
We saw, and most Americans are not like the normies, right? Like, obviously, people who watch this show are not the normies, so I'm not talking about you guys. But the normies are not aware of things like Ruby Ridge or what happened in Waco, Texas. And I remember watching Waco, Texas as like a much younger girl
oh my
at
gosh,
the time.
I went down there while it was happening. We happened to be vacationing, and my mom drove by it, and I was like, "What's happening?"
Yeah, but the way the media sold it to us,
Mm-hmm.
it's like, oh, well, they needed to be. 78 women and children were burned alive in Waco. Come on. Like, the government will come after you if you don't live the way they want you to. And that's just a fact. And I'm sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news.
And that's why less government is the best government, as of course that's what's on the ballot here. As I think it's fair to say, Kamala Harris will love government in your life, and Donald Trump is promising to, of course, get rid of a lot of it, as well as the taxes, as well as the regulations, as well as a lot of the stupid rules that, of course,
Department of
restrict us.
Education.
Yeah, for
Free
being able.
Ross.
Yeah, but more importantly, getting Ron Paul in there, getting Elon Musk in there to fire a bunch of people, that is huge. As of course, we also got some other breaking news from CNN host Chris Wallace that is arguing right now on CNN that it would be a miracle if Kamala wins, given the current exit polls. Now, this is CNN. They are routinely wrong, so take that with a grain of salt, just like you will. But the Daily Wire has their official counter here, highlighting 105 delegates for Donald Trump so far, 31 for Kamala Harris, as the votes are still coming in.
Let's
Robbie?
get the landslide. Listen, guys, you're watching this. Yesterday on the show, we were having a conversation, and I said, we were talking about Joe Rogan having not endorsed Trump at the time. 15 minutes later, after our beautiful conversation, Trump was endorsed by Joe Rogan. So you guys can manifest Trump winning. So I want you guys to think about the victory, think about all the positive thoughts, and let's get this over the mountaintop.
By
I really
a landslide.
believe
Yes,
we can
let's-
do this. And I wanted to go back to one more point about Mrs. Florida. Check out her OnlyFans, by the way. She's the only
The OnlyFans isn't up anymore. Please stop sending people there.
Now, when Luke was saying all these New Yorkers moved here, and we talked in the car, I'm saying I think Florida should have more electoral votes because
They
of the
should,
population.
and the census was done actually incorrectly, so they are entitled to more votes. And there's a situation that could unfold right now where the race could go down from 268 to 270 in favor of Kamala Harris, and there could be legal challenges that could overturn that because Florida is entitled to 2 more representative votes that it was denied because the federal government even admits itself they got the census wrong, they got the data wrong,
Exactly.
and this is something that could potentially happen today that would unfold a larger kind of constitutional crisis.
Imagine that. Imagine if Florida gets 2 more
You guys
votes.
deserve it. I mean, everyone
and it
moved
went
here
red.
during the pandemic. Everyone moved here.
But why would it be a constitutional crisis? Those words exactly? I'm just curious. What do you mean by
When
that?
something's never been done before, when
Oh,
you're
it's
when you're
never
navigating
been-
a
it's
new
never-
situation, yeah.
The Supreme Court and Congress will essentially be the larger kind of institutions that will be upholding any kind of those larger legal challenges that will be kind of moving forward. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens congressionally. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the Senate as well. But so far, the numbers are looking very good for Donald Trump. The predicted markets are looking good for Donald Trump. And so far, things are looking particularly good for him. We're going to try to go to more callers, as of course we have a lot of people that have signed up to lookunfiltered.com. If you haven't signed up, what are you waiting for? It's quick, it's easy, it's simple. All you have to do is go to lookunfiltered.com. The link is in the description. Click right here, put in your information, and then of course you get access to a lot of really cool behind the scenes content that we have available to you, including 12 plus years of videos that are only available to members. We have master classes. We, of course, have a lot of things regarding survival and a lot of really cool, awesome perks like seed oil cards and crap lists of things that you should be avoiding at the supermarket. And, of course, you get the ability to call into our live show. First-time callers also get free products from wearechange.shop. We're going to go to another caller called Alex right now, who's going to be calling in from Georgia. It will be interesting to see what's happening in that particular state that CNN is overwhelmingly saying that Donald Trump is currently in the lead in. So will that lead continue? We will see, as of course the numbers are still all just coming in here. But as we wait for Alex, I think everyone is a little excited, a little anxious, and the night hopefully will be determined very soon, as a lot of these votes are still being counted here in the United States. So
I wanna
anything could
see
happen.
Trump being announced while we're on air. That's the dream right now. We're manifesting it. Trump has won the 2024 election, and we are bringing it in. I'm believing in all the people in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan. We have Mrs. Michigan. We have Mrs. Florida. We got Pennsylvania.
I know how we can manifest it. We all got to do the.
We got Atlas is here. Atlas is our mascot. Atlas wants Trump to win as well.
Yes, she does.
Yeah, she's
she
got a
told
little
me.
anxiety. She walks around and she just doesn't know what to do. I think she can sense our angst. But actually, I'm. You know, I was worried. I have little PTSD. I'm afraid to ever fall asleep on election night. But I'm actually feeling better. And again, that's because I keep kind of just removing all the noise and just remembering. People are more prepared for things that happened last time. We have people that are now eligible to vote that had their lives and mental health ruined and scholarships lost through all the BS through the scamdemic in school. Those kids now, my daughter's watching. She's one of them, straight A student, derailed. She's better now, but yeah, these kids are now voters.
They are, and my daughter as well. And yeah, with the young kids, I hope got out there and voted. Atlas, please don't eat the pizza.
We have a call from Georgia coming in right now. I can hear it.
Yes, we're waiting for Alex to pick up the phone. He's a member of lookunfiltered.com, and he, of course, will be joining us momentarily and speaking to us with what is unfolding and going on. We also have the live feed from the Associated Press pulled up here as well, and it's going to be interesting to see what is going to be happening here in the United States, as of course it could still be anyone's game, but so far very favorable for Donald Trump.
And as you can see from the crypto markets right now, it's responding to Trump winning. The markets are going very bullish right now for Bitcoin and other altcoins.
Robbie looking for every every opportunity to say.
I
this
don't know
is
if
gonna
that's a
be
fair
good.
correlation. I don't know if that's like a
Well, it
a
is
fair kind of,
because
Go
Trump is a
ahead,
pro
expl-
crypto.
explain-
Trump is a
explain
pro
your
crypto
situation
president,
here.
and Kamala is not. And most people that back crypto back Trump. So I think if Kamala was leading, we'd be seeing the market. It's my personal opinion. Many other experts would say that we would be seeing red in the crypto market, and we're seeing a very bullish market right now that because they're predicting a Trump presidency.
That's a sound.
Alex, pick up. We're calling you. We're gonna call Alex one more time. Give him another chance to, of course, call in here.
The amendments for Florida, it seems that they all failed except for Amendment 2. So constitutional right to hunt and fish is a thing. And I believe...
What do you mean is a thing?
As in, it's now going to be on our Constitution that you can hunt and fish. The government can't stop you from hunting
You
and
don't
fishing.
need a piece of paper to gather
You
natural
do still
food?
need a piece of paper, but I don't know how this is going to work. Apparently, it's now a constitutional right. They can still offer licenses, but I don't know what
Maybe
happens.
just
if
not
you-
so restricted or micromanaged, maybe?
Hopefully. I mean, and it keeps it open forever.
Probably
And
can't
then
get fined.
Amendment 5, the one to increase the $25,000 homestead exemption, is also winning with 66.3%.
53 seconds ago, sorry to interrupt you, Trump is in the lead in Virginia right now.
Good. I'm also watching a lot of these House and Senate seats there's 2 in Michigan that I'm watching. I'm watching some in Wisconsin. It's kind of crazy to see the probability of some of these seats flipping, and we can get, a double majority.
Let's win Virginia, man. That would be amazing. That was a huge,
Yeah.
more lean towards Kamala, and we are currently leading, not by much, but it's just early still, guys. So let's get this going.
Yeah, 1 minute ago, former President Donald Trump has won and secured Arkansas.
Ooh. Was he looking to? Was that like a?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a surprise, but
Yeah, I was gonna
it
say.
was called.
Do you guys think there's
No.
going to be when you think about March Madness, the Cinderella team, do you think there's going to be a state that necessarily isn't going to flip it, but just nobody was paying attention? I wonder
New
which-
Hampshire.
New
New Hampshire or Virginia.
Or
I was
Jersey,
hoping.
maybe?
I was hoping Jersey. I think it is still possible.
There was
Yeah,
a
let's
big
win this thing.
libertarian turnout in New Hampshire. I
Yeah.
saw a lot of libertarians literally open carrying to the ballot box. One of them was wearing a "Libertarians for Donald Trump" T-shirt that I think was very similar to what you
Yeah, I
had
was
on
wearing one
earlier,
earlier,
Kristen.
yep.
And they were like, "Hey, the firearm on your hip is okay, but electioneering here is not." And of course, the Free Stater was filming everything and then uploading it to the internet. And another guy showed up in full Crusader gear with a huge sword to the voting box there, and then he was sent back because he didn't have his identification.
Oh,
got his
hilarious.
identification, and
Oh.
then continued to, of course, vote. As overwhelmingly, there's a lot of libertarians, a lot of people are part of the Free State Project that are voting for Donald J. Trump and not Chase Oliver, the Libertarian presidential candidate.
You know, can we just give a lot of credit to these people? Because for those that are watching that maybe just come from the Republican base, but, within the Libertarian group, people really, there's the infighting. You don't know infighting unless you're a Libertarian.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, I'm
You'd
not
be
gonna-
surprised.
I'm not gonna
Republicans
name
also
drop,
have
but,
infighting.
Luke and I have mutual friends that have literally come at me, and I have thick skin, but I'm like, listen,
Mm-hmm.
if you don't have to like Orange Man, but for the love of God, just free Ross. Can that just be the one reason you vote? Because I kind of feel like you're a jerk.
Yeah, you can't put your self-importance, fart smelling aside
Yeah.
to free Ross. Are you kidding me?
So kudos to those of you who...
You figured it out. You're the genius. You've always been right, smartass. And I'm the enemy because I want Ron Paul in there firing government bureaucrats. I'm the enemy because I want less taxes. Are you?
We're
you
the
kidding me?
enemy because we don't want the public school system the way it is. We're the enemy because we're actually going to move freedom a little bit forward as opposed to where we've been this whole time. And listen, I also voted Libertarian the last 20 years. I get it. It's a protest vote. It's a no, I don't like the system and I'm going to vote against it. But we finally have a seat at the table. We're finally pushing freedom forward. This is our opportunity and we're dropping the ball because oh my God, you can't not be perfect libertarian. It's
I don't want to be a
can't.
statist and I'm not going to vote for my master. Cool story, but now you are going to be micromanaged and you don't like government, just wait.
Yeah.
So Thomas Massey says that he won his election
did.
in
Good.
Kentucky. So we kept one of our freedom people. I love it.
There is
Tonight's just like all the we're winning every election so far. This is fantastic.
I think
mean,
Ron Paul has been huge for the libertarian movement. A lot of libertarians were never Trumpers. I think the Ron Paul coming over recently has been huge for garnering some of the vote.
We talked about this on yesterday's show, but we've got Lily. And then my friend Nick Somberg in Michigan. Those are Ron Paul people. I think they both have a really good chance. So they're little Thomas Masseys.
Now that you said Lily, oh my God, did everybody here listen to the Joe Rogan with Elon Musk podcast? Because
Yes.
Elon Musk almost said word for word, Lily Tang Williams, for those that don't know, she was at a debate between Spike Cohen and David Hogg, the young man who's very much on the left, who was part of, he was at the school or whatever, here in Parkland. And they did a debate on guns, and Lily Tang Williams stood up and was like, can you guarantee that the government is never going to be tyrannical? And David was like, no, I can't. She's like, then you cannot have like our guns. And then Elon Musk literally says the same
love
thing.
that lady.
I know, she's amazing. There's like a meme out there of her with like the guns and like, oh, you can't take our guns. And then Elon says the exact, almost word for word what Lily Tang. I think
love it.
Elon's listening to libertarian stuff.
I think so. I think he is
Our
a
podcast-
libertarian.
He was literally talking about this frickin' hat that he has, and 15 minutes in, the Make Orwell Fiction Again hat that, of course, we sell on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. He was literally talking about it. So
He gave you free promo, Luke. Free
we
promo.
We appreciate that, Elon.
Yes.
I think the Kamala's one of her biggest downfalls is going to be not going on Joe Rogan. I think you brought up a good point. Joe Rogan is the biggest podcaster in the world. Elon, JD Vance, Trump all went on there. It's been huge for the momentum. I think a lot of voters. I just sent Luca a tweet of a voter in Arizona that is literally voting for Trump because she didn't feel like you can trust Kamala because she's just not doing like interviews where they're not scripted.
Yeah, Lily Tang had a great moment. Toby, do you want to say anything? Do you want to kiss?
No,
do you want to kiss Robbie? It's not that type of show.
I wanted to say Elon said gain of function. What was it? Oh, you tweeted this.
Yeah,
gain of function is death maximization.
Yes, we reported on that. I think earlier.
Toby's a big
today
manifester.
as
He's
well.
manifesting a Trump victory, aren't you, Toby?
Luke, I'm sending you now a Kamala call that she was on, but then it went to her phone.
Yes, we already played that.
You already went. All right.
We have
Never
this,
mind
we
then.
have this video of Lily Tang Williams.
I love
This
it.
girl
that,
always hypes me up.
that
This
we're
lady.
looking to see how she is doing in her kind of congressional race as well. But this is one of the moments of her campaign that also is going around very virally. Hold on one second. It looks like we are having issues with Alex. Alex, do not call in. Stop calling in. Again, we're trying to figure this out. We called Alex. Alex didn't pick up. He's calling us now, which is disrupting the broadcast. Do not call in. I got to figure out how to just turn this off. Give me a second here. You guys
want
keep,
Hung
you guys
Cow?
keep talking.
Hung Cow. I want Hung Cow in Virginia to win. You like him?
I'm not familiar with.
No, neither am I.
No.
I'm trying to look up
At
Lily
first,
Tang.
I thought you were talking about food you were ordering.
I can't seem to find her results. So I really want to know how Lily's doing.
Yeah, I feel like
She got some fame. I don't know who was the one that actually posted that got her kind of like really popular.
About the gun video. Luke, I'm sending you then the gun video.
No, it wasn't even the gun video. It's actually the one here that we're gonna show you guys.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, but her gun one is so much better.
Was it Elon? Was it Joe Rogan?
No, it was Elon that literally said. But I just sent to Luke on Twitter the Lily Tang part where she said about the guns.
They're
'Cause
both
that's
really good.
Regardless
Yeah,
of
they are.
anything, she's got a really cool name, and I would vote for her just because of her name alone. I like Lily Tang.
I just love her
Lily's
demeanor.
pretty, yeah.
She's like a 0 F's given, but
Yeah.
she's like
She's a passionate Chinese lady,
she
and
does
she
not
knows what
have
she's
tolerance
thinking.
for BS at
Right.
all, and I love that.
Here's the clip.
Hardworking people. I take a very different approach. I believe that the middle class deserves a tax cut, and I believe that we will do a lot for this country by ensuring that we don't continue this disastrous tax policy.
Ms. Williams.
You are wealthy. You are worth $20 million to $30 million. How do you know about regular people suffering? Do you go shopping, go to Walmart, buy food. I talk to those people. And you pretend to be ranger in Nashua a few months ago, moved back to run for this open seat with millions of dollars from Washington, D.C. insiders. And the millions of dollars. I don't have money to run a TV ad. And you pretend you are poor, complain rent is so high. You couldn't save that apartment for other people to rent in Nashua. Just go back to your $2 million home in Portsmouth. Please don't say that, because you do not understand regular people's concern. People cry in my arms on this issue.
I just want to see her curse, but
I
of
feel
course
like
she
she was
didn't.
gonna.
Yeah, I think she was holding it back as.
Do we have any updated election results with
So
her?
currently, there's 24% reporting from her district, highlighting how she is currently behind. So she
Aw.
is she has
No,
42% of the votes, 40,419 votes for her, and her competition has 58% of the votes, 55,708 votes going for Maggie Goodlander, her opponent right now, according to the Associated Press. We'll ask our producer to keep an eye on that particular election race, as of course I would love to see her in Congress. Definitely kind of represent a larger kind of firebrand that we would love to have in there, that would absolutely be a kind of larger representative of the kind of libertarian, freedom-oriented individuals that we need more of.
New Hampshire, looking at the results, and they only have, what is this? 21%. Yeah, it's
20.
very, very early in.
Yeah.
But Chase Oliver is at a 0.2% with 413 votes, just barely beating Jill Stein with 293 votes. So in the Free State, where we have a large collection of libertarians, the libertarian candidate is not doing great.
That's good for Trump.
It's excellent for Trump. It means that libertarians that are actually going out to vote, there's a lot of anarchists too, are apparently voting for Trump, although Trump is a little behind Kamala at this moment. He's 45.2% to her 54.2. However, again, it's only 21% in, but, you know, it's a little concerning. Come on, New Hampshire.
Yeah, the AP is reporting 28% of the vote in New Hampshire, and the lead is there for Kamala Harris with 54.2% of her in the lead there. Georgia, things are looking good for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania, favoring Kamala Harris. Same with Michigan as well.
What's
So-
the percentage reporting in Pennsylvania? Will that graph show you?
So 12% of the vote counted in
Okay.
Pennsylvania.
And
right
Trump
now.
had that tweet earlier you talked about he heard he said law enforcement on the ground. I'm hearing that there's fraud. I don't know if we have any updates on that.
We do not. If you could open up Truth Social, just see what Donald Trump is talking about. You guys could keep an eye on that and then screenshot it or send me the link. And of course, we will be playing everything out as we see it kind of unfold here, as we have our own kind of map here that we are kind of outlining, specifically highlighting that, Pennsylvania and Michigan go blue. It doesn't really look that good for Donald Trump, as of course, this is the current map. It looks like South Carolina might particularly go red, along with Georgia. We're still waiting for exact results to come in from North Carolina. North Carolina right now, it looks favorable more towards Donald Trump. And with that, if things continue to go the way that they are, it would highlight a potential Kamala Harris lead. Being up by 27 delegates, that would still be kind of tossed up there. But it would highlight Kamala Harris having 260 votes with Donald Trump having 251. As, of course, you need 270 to win. The first to 270 will become the next president of the United States. So that's currently what's unfolding right now. And again, lots of other crazy stuff happening here, as well as the United States announced that they will be testing their hypersonic nuclear missiles tonight as well, just hours after election polls are going to be closing. As a lot of people are kind of asking themselves, why is the U.S. military launching empty nuclear weapons right after the polls close here? As of course, they're going to be testing their hypersonic nuclear missiles. And a lot of people are saying this is maybe kind of a warning to the world that we shouldn't be messed with during a time of uncertainty, as there could be some other countries out there that could be seeing the United States in a weak situation, that they could try to potentially take advantage of that situation. The United States could be, of course, saber rattling here, which I think is the larger case of what is going on. What do you guys think of this kind of crazy news of this hypersonic nuclear missile that is going to be traveling throughout the Pacific Ocean in just a few hours from now.
That's wild. Like, why tonight? Of all nights that you could like send out a missile, why tonight?
It's a big psyop.
Yeah, we're all busy watching. I mean, who would have looked at that news other than you, Luke? Yeah, we're all busy watching election results, and nobody's paying attention to. Oh yeah, our government's just sending a nuclear missile. No big deal.
Coming out of California,
Yeah, not concerning at all. I'm looking for California's results, and they haven't quite started updating yet. So, but I mean, I feel like that one we know where that's going.
When does it start though?
I don't know. I'm on NPR's site. They don't have they have 0% reporting right now.
Why?
So one of my election integrity geopolitical point of contacts just says, remember that Pennsylvania did a lot of early voting and absentee, and their polls are open late. And then we're going to see an early and absentee drop, and then day of votings they think is going to favor Trump.
Well, I hope so, because right now in Pennsylvania, according to the Pennsylvania elections website directly from the government, says that Kamala is at 70.46%, but it doesn't say how many reporting to Donald Trump's 28.68% vote. So, but they only have 523,000 votes counted. So it's very small at this point. Senator, it's going blue to Robert at this point. I just want to say it's like very early in apparently, but everything is looking very blue. So the blue team has an advantage at this point in Pennsylvania.
I really am wondering though, like once 9 o'clock was when most of the polls will close in these swing states. So I'm really curious when we start seeing the percentage of the votes increasing coming in, what we're going to see, because I'm dead serious. Like, I can't think of another time in my adult life where I've been waiting for results so important to my life.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we had Elon Musk giving away $1 million a day. I think it did make it. It's making it. I'm hopefully thinking it makes a huge difference. I still believe we can take Pennsylvania. Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. But, I mean, I don't know which counties that, Philadelphia is very blue. I don't know which counties are in yet, Martha,
Yeah, no, it's very, very early in. However, we'll just keep reporting.
There is a place that does dump it by county, and I don't know if it was
here
Google.
on their website. You can actually go by county here. You can filter by county if you want to. Yeah, I'm looking at the overall election results, and well, look, so here Westmoreland County has Kamala only at 56%, with Trump at 43%. So it is still very early in.
But just remember though that the day of votes are not dumped till 9. So a lot of what we're seeing is just the earlier absentee.
Right. And it's almost 9 o'clock.
Republicans usually always favor day of. Mm-hmm. So we just have to kind of put that into context, not to give hopium, but what we're seeing in the states where the polls are still open is we're seeing the votes that already occurred.
Let's focus on Virginia. I think we can win Virginia. I mean, I think that was one that,
How many electoral votes is Virginia? Do we know? I'll look it up.
Yeah, right now he is still leading. So that is good for
13 electoral votes from Virginia. 44% of the vote counted. Donald Trump currently in a very narrow lead with 49.5% of the votes going to him, 48.8% going towards Kamala Harris.
Yeah, so we got to keep that going, and we got to win Virginia, because I think that's one they did not expect Trump to win, and I think we can win that. We are winning. We are going to win Virginia.
So my oldest daughter, she actually lives here in Florida, and she's been up in Michigan for about a month, break in between semesters. And she's driving, and she just stopped to get gas. She's like, I'm so sick about this. And she just actually went to that last Trump rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan last night. And, not just because it's my oldest kid, but I love how someone at her age cares. And, the younger crowd, it's often they don't really care until something directly affects them. But what you're seeing now is people that, she's 21. So you see people who used to have their parents bankroll everything, and now they're adulting on their own because their parents have had to deal with the inflation and, overusing credit cards like they'd never had to before. So it's like trickling down to this new demographic that's like, oh my gosh, I guess I need to pay attention to who is in office. So it's very nice to see the younger crowd be engaged. I think what we see on social media and what we see on all the podcasts or libs of TikTok is covering the unhinged younger crowd, or these kids on the Jubilee podcast. But there's still a huge group of them that maybe aren't using those same platforms, that are their parents. The children, teens, college kids should never just follow what their parents are doing. You know, I've always told my kids, don't follow what I believe. It'd be great if you did, but you got to be able to answer to it, not just because the TV said it and not just because mom said it. And they're just figuring out on their own. And I just think,
not on their own. Unfortunately, they're figuring it out most of the times when they are on their own from their parents, and they're now in university, and all of their beloved teachers are mostly.
But there's a lot of people who are not being indoctrinated. I would say it's the sophomores in college, the kids from the scamdemic, they're getting it. I keep calling them kids because I'm old, but you know,
the young generation, our kids' age,
you get it. Like they're like, my daughter always says, when am I ever going to be able to rent an apartment? Unless I'm living with like 5 other girls with bunk beds, because rent is now more expensive than a mortgage.
And they're not looking to have children. They're not like our generation. We not all of us, of course, but a lot of us had children.
We're such hot older moms.
I know. But yeah, absolutely. The younger generation is concerned about not being able to afford a house, not being able to afford a mortgage, not being able to just live the type of life that the American dream has always been. And so yeah, I agree with you. I also think that my younger kids, I have 2 more that are coming up now, like a lot of people are so concerned about, like, oh, they're seeing all these things in school, and these kids are pretty they're rock solid. They're like, yeah, why do I care if somebody's trans or doing whatever? Like, they're kind of based, these kids. I think they've been through some stuff.
Well, and it is not just hearsay. There literally are schools with litter boxes. There are furries. No, this is very real.
Yes, it is true.
And
No,
there's
I know.
furries. So these kids are like, what is happening? And it doesn't matter how much you want to protect your kids from content on, like, even YouTube Kids or whatever. I mean, my 9-year-old was like echoing these ads of Donald Trump was going to ruin your daughter's reproductive health. And she was like mimicking these ads. And I was like, it's funny, honey, but you need to understand what you're saying.
Right.
So we've had to have like conversations that normally I wouldn't be having with a 9-year-old, but she needs to know not to echo things that she hears, even though I don't just put on mainstream media at home. I listen
Imagine
to
a
podcasts.
9-year-old worrying about abortion rights.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so wild.
We got Gary's number guy who came in here. Say hi to
We're going to go over the numbers. We're going to figure out what's going on. Kamala, please concede the election right now. I want you to get up. You've been a horrible vice president. I want you to concede the election right now. Well, make America healthy again. Jump on board. You'll have good karma. I want you to concede right now, Kamala.
I don't think that's going to happen, but nice try.
Robbie, are you okay switching out with Gary for a
Yes.
little bit here? As of course we got Gary, who of course is a previous guest of ours, who's going to be sitting in and joining us for this conversation. Gary, for the people who might not know you, I want you to give a full introduction. There's a lot of lore around everything and all the crazy stuff that you've been a part of, all the stuff that you've been doing. We enjoyed you tremendously the last time you were on the show. It was a lot of fun. We haven't seen you in quite a while. I know you've been all over the place. How are you? For the people who don't know you, who are you and how would you introduce yourself?
I'm the best in the world at what I do. And what I do is numerology and astrology. But I'm also really into politics. And it was about...
If you can't, just bring the mic up just a little bit higher, if you don't mind.
Look at that ring.
I know. I was looking at that too. That is a
championship
ring.
And anyways, when it comes down to it, at this point, this is either the next beginning of America or the end of America.
Yeah.
Because if Kamala Harris gets in power, that is the absolute end of it.
Yep.
Communism, socialism, everything's going to spread like a cancer.
Yep. We just got breaking news that Harris is projected to win Virginia, New Hampshire, and Illinois.
Shocking.
As of course, she's also polling very favorably in places like Michigan and Pennsylvania. So those numbers are pretty significant right now. Still very early to tell, but it's been a whirlwind of a lot of news coming in, a lot of craziness developing
can I
right now.
get your opinion on a text I got from someone that's following this? They're saying early and absentee were so far a Republican jump from 2020 that even if we are a little behind, we will catch up 2-1 on the day of. Virginia, he should win, regardless of what you just said. That's what it says here. And Arizona had 218,000 early vote and absentee ballot leads, which is unheard of. we should be leading in the 2-1 today.
It's going to be very difficult to steal the election twice.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Donald Trump has never lost an election. I want to make this clear. He is 2-0 in elections. He's about to be 3-0. First guy since FDR to pull that off.
Oh, I have a question for you because it's the
Your
year.
camera.
It's the year of the dragon, and I want to know how is this going to impact Donald Trump?
Well, he's born in the year of the dog, and that's his enemy sign. And he got 34 felony counts this year. He got shot at. So it's not a good year for
But
for
winning
dogs.
something.
But let me just make this clear. The last time we were in this position in the year 2000, which was a dragon year, George W. Bush, who is a dog, born in the same year as Donald Trump, 1946, actually won the election. So I do believe the only way Donald Trump can lose this election is by cheating in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Harrisburg. That's where they're going to pull it off. Here's what the good news. The governor of Pennsylvania declined to be the vice president. He could have been the vice president. He declined. So I think that maybe he probably felt that
Knew
this wasn't the
something.
right time. And why would, someone like that give up a position like that? So to me, I think Harris is going to lose. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's sad. But in America, we have to always put in the cheating.
Well,
we
are
always
those-
have to put that in.
Are the reports still accurate that Biden is not going to be at her watch party? I think it's probably out
Those are the
He's-
reports that came in earlier
He's
today.
probably asleep.
but,
He's been in bed since 4 o'clock this
with
afternoon.
his ice cream.
Listen, can we even stop pretending that Joe Biden was ever president of the United States?
Right.
That was Barack Obama's third term. Let's
Yeah.
stop playing
Absolutely.
games.
I agree.
Did he have pearl earrings too that he was listening?
Well, I'm going to tell you this: when it came to Joe Biden, he was forced out. He didn't do this
Clearly.
willingly. He didn't do this because of the goodness of his heart. He was forced out.
He tweeted the week before that letter came out. He's like, I'm staying in this till the very end. I'm going to be here till the very end. And then the next week, it's like Twitter post with a picture of a letter. I'm leaving. Like, come on, guys. Clearly.
That's what happens when Barack Obama runs the Justice Department and he has your kid Hunter Biden by the balls. That's exactly what happens.
I actually wondered if both Bidens actually low key voted for Trump, because Trump even talked about potentially pardoning him of anything that happens because it's just a bad look, just like the Hillary thing. But that could be leverage. But I'm actually wondering if Hunter will vote for Trump. But I do have a question, because I was listening earlier to some data, and this whole, remember when, in air quotes, my personal opinion, Biden broke the record of the most votes, even over Barack Obama, right? So what type of records would Kamala Harris, who has no large cult following like Trump and the Clintons and the Bushes and Obama had? I mean, what sort of numbers would they even need?
I'll tell you right now, and no offense, ladies, but it's you guys. It's that abortion issue and the women.
Well, we're not crazy.
I'm just talking about your gender.
No,
I'm not talking about you
100%
specifically.
agree with
I
you.
am, I'm trying to be clean for the Rumble and everything like that. But when it comes down to it, you have a lot of single mothers who voted for Joe Biden in office. I mean, even if he cheated or didn't cheat, it was the single mothers who made it possible for him to win. And we have the same thing this time. In 2022, the Republicans were supposed to take the Senate and the House, and the red wave that never happened. Why did that never happen? It was because the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, and that galvanized women to the polls. So even though Donald Trump was smart and he said, yo, this is a state issue.
Yep.
We got nothing to do with it, the federal government. That message hasn't gone down to the
It's what's
ladies.
going on now. It's Kamala is literally campaigning on this issue, despite the fact that she can't do anything for abortion rights. Abortion rights are now state issues. So if you really care about abortion rights, here in Florida, we have Amendment 4, which was just defeated. So that's where women needed to focus if that's really what they wanted. It's a state's issue. And Kamala has been going on this issue as if she has anything to do with this.
But off the bat, that's what all the women are saying. I'm for women's rights, so I'm voting Kamala.
Women's rights to murder your unborn.
Not be responsible for being raw dog.
The uncomfortable conversation.
That's literally what this election is
No,
about.
you're not kidding.
Yeah.
Because
No.
here's what it comes down to: a majority of the women, obviously not at this table, but a majority of the women in this country, they basically don't care about the economy.
Right.
Trump told
They don't care about
people-
going to war. They're not going to war. So
Trump,
what?
Trump told people, we're not going to tax your tips. Do you know how many single mothers are waitresses? So obviously they don't care about the economy. They don't care about America staying a superpower. All due respect, the only thing they care about is keeping their legs open and getting abortions.
Which is wild.
All due respect.
Because, you could literally get a morning after pill. What?
Well, I think what it comes down to, and I think there's a lot of evangelical Christians that get really pissed off at the RNC for changing, their view on abortion. It doesn't matter if you're pro-life or pro-choice. I personally believe you cannot legislate morality. So why, if it's a states' rights issue and we're going to continue to lose elections to these insane people that want to abort babies up to birth, how about we get it off the ballot and just on your local level, get the churches involved, provide education and resources. So think about it. If it's the hill you're going to die on, do you not care about the million other things? You can still be pro-life and go, listen, I don't have to put this on my ballot, but I can go and donate, or I can help and I can educate.
Absolutely.
There's things you can do that you don't need the government to do. So, but if people do not come to the middle on this issue and just realize you can still hold your own personal beliefs and deeply held religious beliefs and say, hey, but if I am only going to vote on this one issue, I am going to lose everything.
It's wild to me.
Politics is the art of the compromise.
Absolutely. But it's wild to me that women care so much about this abortion issue, but don't care about war. What about, the fact that we're sending our children, is now we're on the we're not on the having baby side. We have adult male sons, at least I do, and we're sending our children off to war. So what about the mothers in the group? Like, why aren't we voting to save those children, the ones that we already made and have raised?
Well, a lot of those mothers don't have babies. Like, they're not mothers. A lot of women have chosen not to have families, not to have husbands. A lot of them, sadly, are on SSRIs, and I think there's been a full-fledged, larger kind of propaganda effort to divide the genders, and the women overwhelmingly went to the side of the kind of larger corporatists and propagandists that have swayed them through emotional manipulation. Women are more susceptible towards emotions, men more towards logic, and I think this is why we're seeing such a bifurcation amongst the genders with this election. And that's what's going to be decided here. Will the males come out or will the women come out
There's
here?
an exception for that, though.
Yeah.
All the males who are raised by single mothers kind of lean to the
but
male left.
don't forget about the men who have the rent-turning jobs that don't want their overtime taxed. Because let me tell you who makes a crap ton of money in overtime: utility workers, which are primarily male. Manufacturing. Those people are usually, blue collar.
Blue collar guys are going to win in
look
this
at the
one.
auto workers for Trump. They always usually vote Democrat. And, they're now, at least out of Michigan, there's a guy that always comes to Trump's rallies saying 65 to 70% of the people that work in the auto industry, regardless of what the union says, don't want all their jobs Michigan is Stellantis. They're trying to move out of the country, and that's all their jobs.
Well,
their
the
dad worked there.
tariffs are going to help the car industry, and that's one of the big clips that was out there about Trump said a bloodbath, and everybody freaked out because they thought he meant we're actually going to go after each other, and he meant it about the car industry. And of course, we are manufacturing cars outside of the United States. There will be a bloodbath if you add the tax, the tariffs on them. It's going to be better to buy a car within the United States. It will bring back the manufacturing to the United States. And I'm not a fan of tariffs, but it will, help out
when it comes to China, that's our number one weapon unless we want to go to war.
Right, but that's why China also is opening up manufacturing right in El Salvador so that they can then just get it across the border.
They're trying
really,
to be slick with it.
They are being slick. So I mean, China's a few steps ahead. They're playing chess, not checkers.
Well,
so.
and they're taking over. It's made national news. We have. Goodness gracious, I think it's Macomb County, Michigan. There is a battery plant that is from China that they're trying to build, and it's been a court case. But here's the thing. The corporation, oh my gosh, I cannot even think of the name of the company right now, but in their own bylaw said that they must follow the CCP. And guess what? Gretchen Whitmer gave them tax-free incentives. The representative in that district did an NDA. So, I mean, China is putting in 2 different battery plants in Michigan. They're trying. It's in litigation, and it's happening. And isn't there another state where they're trying to install this stuff? There's already an existing Chinese corporation in Michigan. So if you have Democratic leaders, they're taking backdoor incentives to give up our land, give them tax incentives, but our own natural companies that are grassroots that are being created in our state are taxed out the wahoo to where they're going to out of the country or to a different state.
So you're calling Democrats traitors?
I mean, basically.
Yeah, okay. I'm with it.
I mean, so are a lot of rhinos.
Well, we call them
you
the
can't spell
Chi-Coms.
Democrat without demon.
Exactly.
But I mean, it's funny because I don't know if you guys know this, but
they are the demon party. They
Party
are
of pedophiles, part of homosexuals,
the
party
P.
of
Diddy
all
party.
that.
the degenerate party, the party that, of course, wants to take the lives of little babies. If you look at everything that they're doing, I mean, it adds up to a larger spiritual battle that we're involved in right now, that this race is going to determine the future of.
Well, what's crazy is, I don't know if you guys knew this, but Bobby Kennedy and I are both plaintiffs in a lawsuit against Merrick Garland. We're suing because of the whole TikTok ban. And, it's about China. So China is our enemy 1 minute. Then we're borrowing money from them 1 minute. And then we're allowing them to put soil in the ground and build corporations. It's like China is our enemy when it suits a narrative. And do you it makes no sense. And I don't know why the average person doesn't go.
Because the media talks about Russia all day. That's why.
Yeah. And they're talking about them today in a very significant way, with Russia being blamed for
I flat out hope Russia wins the war. I flat out hope that.
So
and I'm going to tell you why. Because when the Soviet Union broke up, it went to a whole bunch of different countries, whole bunch of little pieces. What happens if Russia breaks up? Same thing. It's going to break up into a whole bunch of little countries. And guess who gets more powerful? China. China's weakness is they can't produce enough food. They can't produce enough oil. Guess what? They can't produce enough water. All they have to do is go north of the border and take it all. And that's going to happen if Russia wins the war.
Exactly. And that's what a lot of American, State Department officials are calling for. They're saying, we got to oust Putin. We got to destroy the leadership. No. What's going to happen there, there's going to be a huge vacuum of power like there was in Iraq. There's going to be massive sectarian violence. There's going to be massive states fighting each other's for resources, for nuclear weapons as well. There's going to be 2,000 plus nuclear weapons let loose onto the world. And so far, this is the plan by the American State Department. That's a ridiculous plan that's going to destabilize the region and create massive human suffering and pain. By the way, we just got more breaking news that, of course, is coming in right now, showing how Donald Trump has won and secured Kansas, Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Louisiana, Wyoming, and Texas.
No surprise.
No surprise there, but it has been officially declared as, of course, the New York Times also, according to their meter, is now projecting Donald Trump to win this election with
percentage?
279 delegate votes to Kamala Harris's 259.
And again, let's call it the Democrat lies. They said Texas was in play.
Let's
call it. They said this for the past 3 elections. Texas is in play, and it's all lies every single time. That's why you can't believe anything these people tell you. Absolutely nothing. Go to the betting markets. Hell with the polls. Go to the betting markets, because when people put their hard-earned money on something, that's real polling right there. And they had Trump winning.
Yep. Other breaking news: Kamala Harris has won and secured New York and Colorado. No surprise there, obviously.
Oh, wow.
But it officially has been declared as of right now, just a couple of moments ago, by the AP. So,
well, as we've been sitting here talking about potential fraud, I mean, I'm going to handle this delicately, but we all know that's always an issue, that people have, a fear. Did you guys know that there was a 2020 amendment to the Electoral College documentation, which gives them an actual path directly to the Supreme Court in the event of actual evidence of fraud? Because in a lot of states like Michigan and Pennsylvania, whether it was stuff with ballots and things coming in at 3 a.m. or, changes that were not actually done through the legislature, things like that have now a clear path to SCOTUS. I have the document on my phone. My brother always sends it to me, but I don't know if you've seen this. Feel free to out Zoom, but you get a 3-judge panel. So we do have more recourse now. So that happened 2 years ago.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I hadn't even heard about that. And I work with a lot of
the 3-judge panel. There's 9 people in the Supreme Court. So who would the 3 judges be? I'm assuming the head.
So if you hit here, if you hand it back to me, I'll give you the other context. So just read that real quick, and that's context to the image.
So I just got Bitcoin is up, markets are up, and that seems to indicate a Trump victory. Or the market is is in play.
I have to say I'm probably losing weight because it's so hot in here, but I'm gonna hold this thing on because Ron Paul was right, and everyone talks about Trump survived and he turned his head, and people think that was a God thing that he survived, and it reminds me of, remember Ron Paul's stroke on air. Maybe
I know.
Maybe he was for people who are religious or not or superstitious. Like maybe he was destined to be here for this moment. Like
absolutely.
I'm trying to pull the Robbie and manifest thing. So Ron Paul was right. Alex Jones was right. Martha's right.
We're winning, and you know what? Bitcoin's up.
Yeah,
you know?
Bitcoin's going up dramatically right now.
What
showing,
about Doge?
I don't know anything about
I don't-
Doge.
yeah,
We're manifesting the victory. Let's go. Trump is going to win.
Stephanie, if you want to take a break, Martha could maybe take your position if
buttons?
you don't mind. And then if one of the guys wants to, of course, jump in, they could take your position here.
Boys,
if that's
you wanna
okay.
take my
And then,
spot?
Steph, I think we still have, I think, some super chats. Can you just read off the super chats as this transition happens?
Sure. All right, we have Bad Joke 69 saying you can't be a true New Yorker until you move to Florida.
Damn right. And this is why the state is as amazing as it is. The New Yorkers that made it that much more amazing. Keep going.
All right, well that's all that I have over here.
That's it.
That's
No,
all
we
that I
had
have
we
for
had a
you.
couple more here. I think you got to go up in order to, of course, read them. But anyway,
I've read those.
I don't think. Oh, okay. Anyway, Martha, switch over with Stephanie. Toby is going to be, of course, coming in here, and
This election should be called by 3 a.m.
Yes, with
Well,
the way
I'm
that
staying
things are
up.
going,
I'm staying up.
with the way that things are going, we're probably going to have to wait until we get all the actual kind of results here as the numbers.
We'll know if the cheating's going on at about 3, 4 a.m. I remember 4 years ago very well. Donald Trump's winning everywhere. All of a sudden, he's losing. I'm like, what the hell? It's like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. How's this happening?
Yeah.
So I remember this well. I remember I was like one of the first people on Twitter said that this is a steal.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen any pizza boxes going up in Detroit, and haven't seen any coolers get wheeled in that are supposedly media equipment. But like I said, you know, whether or not people believe, I do. That's my personal opinion. But I think now people were prepared. Back in 2020, I don't think anyone could actually fathom the things that we saw. So there has been a lot of changes, and I don't think that they were widely advertised. So people may think maybe we're not prepared, but I also think, like I said, 2 years ago, people thought there'd be a big red wave, and people usually only come out at this type of election. But don't forget, your off-cycle elections are so important. Every election, I don't care if it's for your dog catcher, get out and exercise your vote. Even if you're someone who doesn't vote, I don't know why you're not. Don't think it doesn't matter, because it does. And it doesn't take a lot to just stand in line for an hour or two to determine the price of your home, your interest rate in your home, you know, the price of your crypto, getting this central bank digital currency out. We are turning into, and we were a nanny state. Now we're under full tyranny. And that is not just conjecture. That is, we are facing tyranny on a level that if we were the country we should be, we would invade ourselves as a humanitarian effort.
Yeah, to save, quote, democracy.
Yes.
To save democracy, we have to destroy democracy, and that's essentially what a lot of Democrats
Thomas
have
Jefferson
been doing.
said, we got to shake the tree of liberty with the blood of patriots and tyrants every now and again.
Can you turn my volume down? Martha, how did you do this?
It was fine for me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Too loud. Thank you.
Feel free to just take off the headphones too, Toby.
No.
I might be going deaf, though.
conversation.
So
You might be
there's
going
that.
deaf.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Okay.
So, other than that, it looks like MSNBC just admitted that Latino men are actually showing up for Donald Trump. Here's the clip
Yes.
that is now being circulated by a lot of people online.
Maria Teresa, we have some broad national polling exit polling about Harris's strength among Latino men, and they seem to be breaking for Donald Trump, which is a very big difference from 2020 when they broke for Joe Biden by, I believe, 23 points. They may be breaking for Trump by as many as 10 points. Again, this is early.
That's a big shift. Again, showing men specifically moving towards
Well,
Donald
that's who
Trump.
we
No
need.
surprise.
Not just men,
Yeah.
but minorities. That's amazing.
Yeah, will the men show up is the larger question here that I think a lot of people are going to find out soon. This is, again, I think anyone's race. I mean, we're not going to have any mail-in ballots, right? So I think that's not going to come at like 3 a.m. like it did last time because of the larger kind of health scare that everyone was kind of enthralled in.
Scamdemic.
You do see a larger kind of early voting presence that we haven't really seen before, as estimates have come out showing that half the country has voted before November 5th, with overwhelmingly more women voting than males. So not a good
Well,
sign.
hey, Luke, Charlie Kirk 1 minute ago just said, according to an NBC exit poll, Trump is winning 18 to 29-year-olds in Michigan by 5%, followed up by the New York Times has flipped Michigan 0.1.
Yeah, extremely close race
Yeah,
in
but it's-
Michigan and also
So they're saying
Virginia
there's a
as well.
chance.
And the Muslim population is breaking for Trump as
Absolutely,
well.
yeah.
I want
That's
to
a
make
big-
that
that's a big
abundantly clear.
situation.
A lot of Muslim influencers in the past 2 weeks have broke for Trump.
And I absolutely don't mean this in any sort of like racist way, but that culture, the women tend to follow what their husbands desire them to do.
Allah Akbar.
So if the husbands are voting, the women are going to be motivated to do the same for the same individual. And, you know,
As they should.
well, I actually had a friend on X say he voted Trump today, and his wife voted for Harris. And I said,
That's a problem.
I am not kidding. I am dead serious. If I found out my husband voted for evil, I would divorce. I would file for divorce tomorrow. And I'm not kidding, because I cannot say this. I am dead serious. This is not a left versus right paradigm. This is why you're seeing the anarchists, voluntarists, the minarchists, all the ists, and the libertarians, and the independents, and the walkaway Democrats, the gays against groomers, the gays for Trumps, the very same people that are supposed to be hated by the right are saying, screw you, mainstream media, and they're getting behind this. We've never seen this. And that is a huge telling of, hey, we are at a crossroads here. And if you're going to vote for someone who thinks children should transition to another gender when they can't even buy a gun or drink alcohol and their frontal lobe brain development is not able to make that decision, that seems minor, but that is huge. We are moving away from the foundation. I'm all about moving along with the times, but I think we can all agree that a 6-year-old should not be allowed to take cross hormones. And damn it, at 25 years old, if you're a woman and you want to have a hysterectomy because you know you don't want children, they're now letting 25-year-olds transition. So it's hypocritical, it's cult-like, it's weird. I couldn't, if you can't tell, I'm serious. I would divorce my husband.
I believe you. I believe you.
Yeah, I believe it.
And I take the damn dog.
And I wish a whole bunch of men had your attitude, because there's too many men in the United States of America who are going out there saying rah, 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 Trump, making tweets for Trump, but then their wife, their mother, and their daughter cancel out their vote. This is not how it's supposed to work.
Absolutely
This is not how it's supposed to work. And until these men in this country actually, get a pair, it's going to be very difficult to actually move on.
Yeah.
I have, Chloe Cole.
No.
She is maybe the most famous detransitioner in the world. And she was a fan of mine growing up. And so she reaches out to me, and so she had a double mastectomy because she thought she was a guy as a child, and they allowed it, and it's broke my heart. And that's when I was like, whoa, I had no really idea what was going on. And she's great. Watch her talk, and she's very sweet, and she's just a bright kid, and she's growing older as an adult now, and she's like, well, I'll never have my breasts.
Well, you can't come back from that, especially if you're taking it during puberty.
Yeah, it's so sad, but she's awesome, and she's really killing it. She's doing very well, and she's inspiring a lot of people and showing them, because when you're a kid, you don't really know what's going on. You trust the authority, you trust the adults and the teachers and all these people that are putting these ideas in your head, and they're very, very dangerous, very harmful, and I don't know.
Good for her. I do see on TikTok there's a large detransition movement on there. And
They're not getting banned.
They're not getting banned anymore.
Actually, and they're sharing their stories, and it takes me out of this judgmental zone. I have a friend I'm 42. I have a friend who's my age that transitioned a couple years ago, and he's now a she, and you know what? They were adult and they made their own choice and struggle with gender dysphoria, and they're right wing.
It's different if you're an adult. Yeah, if you're a child,
do you
absolutely not.
Leave the kids alone. Leave them
and
alone.
the hormone blockers, they'll permanently make you, infertile. And
it's wild.
Maybe not always, but I think maybe always. I don't know.
What's wild is
common.
in Florida, 15 years ago, I wanted to tie my tubes. I didn't want any more children, and I needed to have my husband's permission in order to do it. I think the law has recently changed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But it's wild that, as a child, you can go and get these.
Right. You don't need any permission. Yeah, you do that decision.
You need your husband's permission?
I needed my husband's
This is a based-ass state, man.
No.
It was wild because at 30, I had my 4th child. So I knew I was done.
After 4, I think it's okay to tap out. You done
right. I knew I was
your
good.
job for the right race. It's
when
okay
your
to
kids
tap out.
can have kids, then I think you're good.
We'll
so.
allow it, Martha. It's okay. As of course, we're looking at the delegate map right now. If things continue to go like they are, even if Kamala wins Michigan and Pennsylvania, if Wisconsin and Georgia and Virginia and North Carolina go for President Trump, Donald Trump will secure the victory here with 284 delegates, without even Nevada and Arizona being accounted for these larger numbers. So these are the key states right now that we should all be looking at. Wisconsin, Virginia, and Georgia. That's essentially all Donald Trump needs to become the next president of the United States. So far, the AP is reporting that those three key swing states are favoring Donald Trump by a very slim margin. So it could still go either way. But looking at the official numbers here, it is looking very good for Donald Trump.
Only thing that people need to worry about if it comes down to Pennsylvania. That's when people need to worry because that Democratic machine is very strong in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but the ground game
That's
there.
the only thing. That's the only thing they have to worry. If Pennsylvania's out the picture, I think I see a clear path to victory.
I have a question about Pennsylvania because, Pressler, he was very heavy on making sure they had the registration. And there was a law, I think it was, I forget what county it was, but they had a backlog of like 4,000 registrations. I wonder if that ever got situated.
In the Democratic state, highly doubtful.
With a Democratic governor.
So
no,
I
highly doubt that
if
as
I
well.
can
So the
just-
governors are going to matter here as well.
I want to read this short text I just got because I love this. It says, here's the hope. We survived 4 years of invasion, cover revolution, inflation busting country destroyer, pandemic, tyranny, further in debt bankruptcy to proxy wars, and over 200 billion laundered. And we still stand and did not get violent and use constitutional retribution in the form of our God-given right to vote. The news used to tell us who's our president. We are the news now. We the people will tell you who we choose moving forward. Peace out, biatches.
Yeah, and it's really these podcasts. It's really the independent
Yes.
media that has been the major
Shout out
kind
to Chris
of
and Rumble.
Yeah,
Shout out to Chris and Rumble. He's the one who put the pressure on YouTube, and YouTube has actually moved a little bit more to the center. And it's because of Rumble and
Hey,
platforms
and
like that.
Elon Musk, please, guys. I mean, the man did buy the platform for $44 billion to free the Tweety Bird.
He
And
also,
Martha
he
and
also
I already-
voted for Biden last time.
Martha and I had already decided we would have Elon Musk's children just to keep the population up and live on his compound for baby mamas. So.
He's got quite a few already.
I don't think he would mind a little bit more. I don't think he would mind.
we
So
get
open
free
invitation.
Starlink,
there,
Teslas.
I mean, I'm sure my husband would love that, but I think it would be great. More intelligent women having babies with Elon Musk is always a good thing.
The Earth needs to be repopulated with
sure
smart
about
people,
that one.
but the population numbers are drastically going down in Western nations, and it is very dramatic, and it is an issue that Elon is talking about. I've been talking about it for a very long time. Bill Gates likes to tell you that there's too many people in this world. The exact opposite of that is
That's why
the
he
problem.
invested. That's why he invested in the vaccine.
He invested in more than
There you
just
go.
that. He's literally doing scientific projects where he is seeding the clouds and trying to, of course, change the weather artificially. I think Steph had a question that she wanted to ask. Steph, just grab Martha's mic and ask the question because I know you wanted to ask Gary some questions. Steph, go ahead. Steph?
Come on, Steph.
Hey guys, actually over here behind the scenes, we want Gary to talk about the numbers.
Okay.
Yes,
You have
Gary,
a
please
more
talk about the
specific
numbers.
question?
Does that. Let's manifest. I think Virginia is a very key state. I've been reading right now that Virginia, we are in the lead right
Andrew,
now.
you want to come in there and also give
I
him-
want to make sure you guys are manifesting
Matt?
a Virginia victory, and I want to hear about the numbers from Gary.
Okay. Well,
Wait, hold on. Andrew's going to come in there. No? Okay.
Come on, Andrew.
Gary,
Everybody
go.
can take over my mic while we're at it. Come on.
We're like the real world Miami over here. So, yeah, I want to hear more about the numbers. I want to hear your straight, just your unbiased. What are you seeing? You're the numbers guy. Come on.
I mean, I have my personal opinions, and then I can go straight by the numbers. But I mean, if people have listened to me for the past 6 months, they probably think I'm a Donald Trump surrogate. The fact of the matter is, I don't think he's a saint by any stretch of the imagination. The difference is he's not going to take my guns. He's not going to stuff transgenderism down my kids' throats. He's not going to raise my taxes. So when it comes down to that, we have no choice because the other side is absolutely insane. That's what it comes down to. And people want to live in the idealist society. Oh, none of these people are good. Well, that's not how the game works. You pick one person or the other. That's how it's supposed to work. As for the numbers, Donald Trump is the law and order president. He's born 6/14/1946. That is a 4 life path, and 4 is the number of law and order. So that's why when Donald Trump was in office, whenever it was a 4-day in numerology, he used to always tweet law and order. He knew about this stuff. I had my students working in the White House. So when it comes down to it, Donald Trump is actually born on the same day as the United States military was founded. And that is why he is such a strong military president, because the numbers and numerology is right there. When it comes down to it, I'm going to tell you this. The United States of America needs someone with Donald Trump's numbers, because if you look at America, it is a 5 life path nation, and 5 is the number of freedom. And you see more freedom in America than any other country in the world. But it's also founded on the 4th, and 4 is the number of law and order. That's why we have more laws and more people in prison than Russia and China combined. So it's a unique balance of the law and order structure, because when you actually come into the United States for America from other countries, you start seeing police everywhere. And that's not just how other countries work. Maybe it does how the UK works, but not how most countries work. But when it comes down to it, Donald Trump is the law and order president because he has the same exact numbers as the United States of America. Donald Trump's born on the 14th. 1 and 4 is 5. He's a 4 life path. United States of America was founded on the 4th, and it's a 5 life path nation. So he is the perfect fit for this country and to steer it in the right direction. Plus, if you look at people, he's born in 1946. Some of these names I'm going to mention, you guys ain't going to like too much. I wasn't big fans either, but Bill Clinton is born in 1946. George W. Bush is born in 1946. We have had more dog presidents, people born in dog years, become president of the United States in this century than any other sign by far. So, yes, Donald Trump has the advantage.
I feel like I need to bark or something.
I was doing it yesterday. It's good for you.
DMX.
Breaking news. Matt Gaetz wins Florida.
There we go.
Shocking.
That's my good friend. That's my close friend.
How is he really good friends with AOC?
I don't know. I haven't actually talked to him in a long time.
They made a deal.
Oh,
I
really?
was just going to suggest you call him live on air and congratulate him.
I would absolutely call him right now if you want to call him, but he's not going to answer. I don't even know if it's the same number.
You should.
I can imagine everyone in the world's calling him right now to congratulate him.
He's not going to.
Could you imagine if you're Donald Trump and all of a sudden you have the president of China and the president of Russia and the president of UK all call you at the same time?
Oh.
Who do you actually tell to hold?
I don't have his number.
Who do you tell to hold?
I don't have his number.
That's what I want to see.
I only have his sister's number.
I have a lot of friends.
That sounded dirty for some reason.
I have a lot of friends in different countries, and a lot of my friends from New Zealand and Australia have been messaging me saying, like, what is going on? Because they get their own version of the news, but they are watching. Like, it's crazy how other countries really look to what's going on here and how it affects them.
Leads.
I know,
America
but it's
leads.
you're seeing it for real now. We hear that, but now we're seeing it. Like, I've never noticed any other country care this much. It's like no one has seen. We've hit rock bottom.
Well, I mean, whoever the U.S. president is, that's going to affect the Ukrainian war. Like, for instance, if Harris gets in, that war is going to keep going for another 4 years. If Donald Trump gets in, he's going to make a deal with Putin. He's going to give Ukraine about 40% Ukraine over to Russia. The other part's going to go to NATO. The deal is going to be with Putin is you have to put pressure on Iran to end the war in Gaza. And that's going to happen. I believe in the first 100 days, if not sooner, both the wars or the money laundering operation in Ukraine and the war in Gaza will come to an end. We will have peace under Donald Trump. Under these Democrats, that's when people try to press us. Because when Biden made that pullout in Afghanistan, Putin saw him like, oh, whoa, this guy's weak. Time to test his ass.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're gonna you're gonna have a woman in positions of power. Harris wins. You know they're gonna test her.
And she's not good under pressure. You saw what happened during the Brett Barr Fox News interview. She was freaking out. She was very uncomfortable. She was getting loud. She was getting very aggressive. That's not a leader you want in a position of power, dealing with a lot of these other powerful men and these despots, these larger kind of leaders of these nations that rule with an iron fist. They're gonna walk all over her. But also, symbolically, there is a larger gesture of the Democrats helping out the Chinese government and their larger interests and their larger puppets. You look at how the Biden administration literally sent agents from the State Department down to Brazil to help out Lula, the current president of that country, that specifically turned the country away from Western influence towards Chinese influence. You gotta ask yourself the question: why is the United States, why is the Biden administration making sure that the Chinese favored candidate is going to be ruling Brazil, an extremely important nation in South of America that, of course, is a larger kind of trendsetter for all of Latin America? That's a question that I think is worth asking, as, of course, Donald Trump's talking about tariffs. He's talking about being tough on China. And if you look at his presidency, if you look at the larger moves he made, specifically with focusing on American jobs, on American factories, it was a direct attack against China. So that's also at the race that is going to be determined today, the future of China, and will the United States kind of acquiesce towards it, or will it, of course, move away and not allow it to, of course, increase in power like they have been doing so far?
Let's not forget, Lula was in prison a couple years before he became president. So again, Democrats like taking people out of jail and putting them in positions of power. Or always remember that when they talk shit about Trump.
Absolutely.
I'd like to just, Luke, you made an excellent point about Kamala's decision-making capabilities. And I just want to remind everyone that she went on SNL instead of going on the Joe Rogan podcast. This is her decision-making skills. She was like, a skit on SNL or sitting for 3 hours with the most popular man in podcasting and being able to speak to the American people and tell them her ideas and whatnot. I mean, it's probably because she can't speak for 3 hours, but realistically, is this the person that America wants, with the decision-making powers? Instead of doing something that would have favored, like most of America would have tuned in, listened to her and been like, oh, well, I like her ideas or whatever, or not. But she went on SNL. I mean, who watches SNL and then goes out to vote? Like, what? And it was a skit, and she, did Donald Trump's skit. I mean, it's ridiculous that this is the woman that is representing all women. I'm offended. I'm offended
You should be offended by the way she got in political position. We all know about Willie Brown. We all know what she did. She broke up a happy marriage with Mayor Willie Brown in 2001. Then she started doing other sorts of sexual activities to get to the Attorney General's office, all the way to the Senate, all the way to the White House. Listen, we have to stop this. I'm not sure how clean we can be, but this woman from being in office.
Say no to the
Rumor
hoe.
has it Toby slept with Kamala.
God.
No. Why would you even say
P.
that?
Diddy definitely did.
But what I wanted to say, this
I
guy's
smell
great.
baby oil.
This guy's good. Yeah, it smells like baby oil. He's good.
I was waiting for those videos of Diddy and her to come out. Man, that's going to be worth a lot of money.
That's going to come out when Trump
Something's gonna
wins
come out.
because it's not coming out under Kamala. And to your point, Kamala didn't just do those things to get to the top. She's also never held a position that was merit-based. She's never held a position that was in the free market. She's never had to go out and apply for a job. She's been appointed to pretty much every job she's ever taken. And so, yes, I'm offended as a woman because, you have to work at least as hard as a man, if not harder, to get to some positions, unless you take the easy route, and it's offensive.
The hoe got to go.
She a little bit more than that. If you actually want to think about her first job was being the side piece of Montel Williams. Remember him, talk show host in the 90s?
Yeah.
That was her first
He's
job.
actually now a warrior for cannabis. I believe he has some health
I think he's
conditions.
got
He's
MS.
still supporting her, so
Listen, he
I'm not
doesn't have
buying your
good
weed.
judgment, okay? He does not have good judgment, but we don't want to hold that against him. He is a warrior for cannabis, so there's, give and take somewhere.
We also got breaking news
and Kamala used to lock people up for cannabis. She locked up more black men than any person in American history.
And withheld evidence.
sentences.
Yeah.
And she locked people up for truancy, for their kids not showing up to school.
Oh my gosh, did y'all watch that video that Roger Stone was promoting when he was here? It's so good, about that mother who her daughter had sickle cell anemia and missed school because she was in she was in the hospital. And it's like the super tragic case because the state went after her, after the mother, and the mother lost her job. She was living in her car to be able to support her daughter. She, everything horrible, her life was already difficult. And because of Kamala Harris, her life went into just tragic. And I mean, you have to watch that video. It is so good.
Whores fuck shit up.
That's one way of saying it. As of course, we got breaking news that Trump is projected to win North Carolina.
Hell
that's
yeah.
pretty
Hell
major.
yeah.
And we also got the news that Ted Cruz won his re-election in Texas.
Oh, you
as
mean
well
the
in
Democrats
Senate.
lied again? They said that would be a competitive
Yeah,
race.
they
They
really-
lied
I was
again.
actually
What do
worried
you
about that.
know? Democrats lie. See a
The
pattern
fear
here?
porn is dissolving. My brain boner is erecting at the moment.
God, I'm gonna steal that from you so hard. You have no idea. You keep saying that, and I'm
Nice
like,
pun.
She's gonna
I
steal
told
that so
you.
hard. She's gonna steal that so hard.
so hard.
I'm an HR nightmare. Don't report me.
It's why you work for yourself.
Has her own business.
Mhm.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can't
but,
be
but
reported.
the numbers are coming in. Trump already has 88 million views.
That's
a million votes.
88 million votes.
88 million.
He has
Okay,
more votes
numbers
already
guy.
than he
Wait.
did before.
So he's beat Biden's numbers.
We have breaking news.
He's already the most voted for man in history right now.
We have breaking news
so
of
good.
Harry Sisson.
Who's that? Oh, that guy.
Just
Oh, yeah.
transitioned? Or-
He's CNN projection. He is still a fag.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I'm seeing on my screen as well that North Carolina, Virginia are looking a little more towards red than blue. It looks like Trump's numbers keep going up and Kamala's aren't moving. So Trump is 178 supposedly, and
I
Harris is
saw
99.
this in 2020, though. This is why we can't get too complacent yet. It's not over. They can still steal it, but it's looking good.
It is looking fantastic. Let's go, free Ross. All right, I'm excited. I'm excited here. Let's go.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line here, and I think looking at the future, I'm kind of met with a little bit of skepticism, but some optimism. As of course, the potential of what could happen here is vast. It's amazing. It's incredible. The kind of dream team that has been built, the transition team that already has been set up, even before the victory here. We're talking about some major players here that are going to be playing a major role in our lives. The stuff that RFK Jr. is talking about, getting rid of fluoride from
Hell
the drinking water,
yeah.
unleashing all the regulations when it comes to, of course, alternative medication and health, that stuff right there is something that will unleash the full potential of the American public. We're talking about getting rid of the thing that reduces IQ from the drinking water. The potential that is at stake here is huge, as it's fair to say. The Democrats win, they're probably going to be adding extra fluoride to the drinking water. But this is what RFK Jr. had to say. FDA's war on public health is about to end. This includes its aggressive suppression of psychedelics, peptides, stem cells, raw milk, hyperbaric therapies, chelation compounds, hydroxy, vitamins, clean food, sunshine, exercise, nutraceuticals, and anything else that advances human health and can't be patented by pharma. If you work for the FDA and are a part of the corrupt system, I have two messages for you. One, preserve your records, and two, pack your bags. An amazing message that truly would make the biggest difference in America as soon as we have the state not interfering in our lives. The potential is limitless.
Well, I would be working with that team. I'll just let you know. So
Nice.
I would be working as an ad hoc professional with a lot of these issues because I am a scientist. This is my realm. And also, we can make vaccine manufacturers liable again. We hopefully can end the advertisement, the investment of pharmaceuticals on TV because it's just us in New Zealand. So, again, when we think about these quiet sleeper demographics that are going to cross over today, that already did. I mean, these are the people that. I mean, there's Democrats who were supporting Bobby, and then they can bite their tongue. But the health side, there's hippie Democrats that, don't drink fluoridated water. They don't vaccinate their kids. They don't even use natural things as sunscreen. There's a whole different group
Is
of
anyone
people.
here vaccinated?
With this latest thing. I actually was never vaccinated until I went into the military, and then I had a stroke from one, and then I never vaccinated again.
We got a whole bunch of base people here because none of us over here believe the government propaganda.
I'm not
That was the
shedding.
biggest psyop in world history, and you all passed the test.
Yeah, I remember, being at home, being a little concerned at the beginning, and I pulled my kids out of school. My mom lives with me, but I kept saying that, I'm not going to get the vaccine, and people were really upset about that. It's like, I don't know. I feel like I came out the winner on that one.
I had Mark Cuban email me in the morning one day, and he told me I'm a bad father because I didn't vaccinate my kid.
I think that makes you a great father.
Yeah,
Actually, I did not vaccinate my kids for that either, and I think that I protected them. My eldest was old enough to go get it himself, and college was telling him that he needed to go get it if he wanted to be in school, and I was like, absolutely not, and he actually listened to me. So.
Shout out to Mark Cuban, who wanted to be a Camilla surrogate, and she basically shut him down. You clown.
He was begging Trump basically publicly. Did you see that? Cuban was begging Trump, like, "Oh, I'll join your administration."
No,
What?
Really?
Yeah, Cuban was begging Trump basically.
When was this?
Oh,
yeah.
Send me the clip, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'll email it. But like, what the hell? is
We're on
this?
YouTube, right? We're not on Rumble.
We're on YouTube.
Okay.
Some advanced breaking news. This is not official, but one of the most accurate pollsters, political strategists of our day and age, he's projecting Pennsylvania for Trump now, based on the early voting, based on everything that we have in right now. He's saying Pennsylvania for Trump. He called North Carolina like an hour before everybody said it, and North Carolina is now officially for Trump, and he's now calling Pennsylvania for Trump.
Is it that Mitchell guy from Rasmussen?
I don't know who that is. It's Ali Alexander. He's calling right now. Pennsylvania.
Well, in the
for
making
Trump.
of this video specifically, there's 32% of the vote counted in Pennsylvania, with Kamala Harris in the lead, leading by 51.8%. So Kamala Harris currently is winning Pennsylvania, and she is also winning Michigan with 14% of the vote. She has 52.5% of the votes there in that particular state as well. Wisconsin also with 23% of the vote going towards Kamala Harris with a very slim margin, with 50.6% of the vote going to her as well. So,
But only 23% of the votes counted so far. So
Exactly.
Still early in the game.
Still very early.
So is it true there's 80,000 Amish people in Pennsylvania?
I don't know
Yeah,
the exact numbers.
I believe that.
Because I saw, and someone in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I saw an X post earlier that talked about how Pressler and his team were actually like transporting these Amish people. Like, I don't know if they do automobiles, but they were helping them get to the polls. So, I mean, it's so awesome seeing the Trump flags on their little buggies. I love it.
Cute. What were they doing?
Yoder for Trump.
Were they on little bicycle rickshaws, like bicycling
yeah.
them to the polls?
Man, the Amish are badass. Did you guys see that they came down from Pennsylvania to North Carolina and built like those temporary small sheds? There were housing units for the people that were, had nowhere to go from the hurricane damage.
Wow.
That's fucking awesome, man. They
You
did
mean
that
they
in a
can do
day.
that without electricity and our government with all the money and
don't
taxes that they
forget-
take from us, and they couldn't do anything?
The
for
money
us?
was going to the illegals.
And they are exempt from all the building permits and all that. So remember, they're exempt. So they're kind of like,
Oh, they got a racket
Yeah.
like the Indians, huh?
I want to party with Amish, man.
They opened a casino too.
I don't know.
They
I
also
heard
got
they
that
like their
raw
booze.
milk, I'm down with that.
I went to Massey's office about a year and a half ago, and he's got all these hats, and it says "Make raw milk legal again." And he has all these like cereal boxes that are Frosted Flakes that are like custom made, and he's a huge champion for raw milk. And
I'm not down with the Frosted Flakes just because Kellogg's, that,
Well, I know,
the whole
that's-
circumcision thing with Dr. Kellogg's. Blah.
well, that's right. I think Kellogg's is relocating. They're in Battle Creek, Michigan, and actually, there was a huge protest there recently about getting the food dyes out, and I think that I don't know where they're relocating, but did you guys see that huge protest outside of their plant in Kalamazoo, Michigan?
No.
Or Battle Creek, excuse me.
I was better at looking at other states when I was living in Ohio. Now that I'm living in Florida, I'm just.
But it happened
kinda
like overnight.
focused.
It was like the second Bobby Kennedy started talking about like the food dyes and the fillers and binders. It's like this whole like group of moms were activated to just get out there and peaceful and administratively stand up. And Zen Honeycutt and a bunch of other people in the food health freedom world showed up and just said, here's the studies that show, I don't know how old anyone that has kids, but like my youngest daughter's 9, and like she goes to a private school, and a lot of the kids avoid red dye. And at first I was like, oh, crunchy moms, but I'm like, oh my God, I removed red dye from my kids' diet. I'm like, huh, I don't want to throw across the room now. No, I don't hit my kids. I'm just saying.
How is the Senate race going right now? Can we get an update on that? Because it's not just the presidential race; they got to work with
Oh
the
yeah,
Senate.
I've been watching
How's
those
the
two.
Senate race going right now?
I'm going to pull up those numbers specifically, but I got the New York Times up right now, and they're highlighting how the Electoral College is estimated to, of course, allow Donald Trump to become the next president of the United States with an estimated 286 delegates. So those are the numbers so far. Looking at the Senate race, it looks
gained.
like Cruz is winning. It looks like Ohio is also favorable towards the
Pennsylvania
Republicans.
gray now. Look at that.
Shout out to Bernie Moreno in Ohio.
Yeah, Moreno is +3 right now in Ohio. In Wisconsin and Michigan, it looks like the Democrats are ahead. Specifically in Wisconsin, Baldwin is up by 1.3 points. In Michigan, Storkton is up by 10 points. So Michigan looks like it is definitely going.
We flipped
more
West
favorable.
Virginia today. If we take Ohio, we flip that. That's enough for control of the Senate. So if Donald Trump wins as we expect him to, he's going to have a favorable Senate. And this is all looking good because guess what, man? In the first 100 days of the Trump administration, 100,000 new ICE agents. We coming for you.
Let's go.
We're coming
they
for
gained
you.
one Senate seat, but so you just talked about Ohio. So that's another thing. All the people that were disenfranchised by this Biden administration, like I was heavily involved with East Palestine, Ohio, and JD Vance is from Ohio. So there's a lot of people. I know that town. It's very red, but there also are like blue collar.
I'm from Cleveland. Yeah,
okay,
I'm
so,
well aware.
But there's people who are like, screw this. Like you didn't do anything for us. So think about all the people, even with the hurricane, $750. Look at Maui. I know we're not talking about states that have like
The issue that happened in Palestine, Ohio, that chemical spill, Biden didn't give a damn. He didn't give them anything. People remember all those people who were dumped in Springfield, Ohio, all that chaos they were doing.
It's
People
really
remember.
bad, by the way. Yeah.
And I want to make this clear. If Sherrod Brown falls, which he's expected to, that you can almost kiss the Clintons goodbye because that's the remorse, loyal soldier in the Senate. You notice Barack Obama wasn't stumping for Sherrod Brown because, but Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton were because that's their people, that's their loyal. If Sherrod Brown loses, bye Clintons, you have no influence anymore.
Wow, that's huge.
Don't talk dirty to me. No. Did you guys see that clip? I don't just sit and watch The View. It was like on an X clip where Liz Cheney was on there and Whoopi was just lifting her up and she was like, "Oh, I would love to see you as our AG." And I wanted to vomit. And she just looked she pretended to be so humbled, like, "Oh my God, thank you for thinking of me." And I just thought to myself, I think that's what scares me the most is the lawfare. And I mean, Elon Musk is not clowning around when he says, like, "I'm done if we lose." Like, they will come after him. And it's so funny that they care about illegals when they're trying to come after him, accusing him of, like, overstaying his visa or improperly being on it. It's like...
Wrong skin color.
The selective outrage is the Democratic playbook.
That reminds me, when Trump wins, he's got to prosecute these people. I'm curious, Gary, the numbers guy, do you have any insight into what a Trump administration will look like? Will he go hard against the deep state? Will he go hard against the criminals?
I believe that his first administration, he didn't know exactly what he was doing. And Jared Kushner was running a shadow foreign policy and stuff like that. I believe under this administration, he will know where he made his mistakes. He's not going to have the neocons in there anymore. I believe that a lot of he's going to be tougher on Israel. I think that's something that he wants peace. He wants peace.
Yep.
I believe he's going to do everything he can to make peace. But it's like Teddy Roosevelt said, talk softly but carry a big stick.
That's right.
And that big stick is the United States military.
That's right.
Here, we need to isolate China. Forget Russia.
China.
Russia is the 15th biggest economy in the world. They don't have the might to be a superpower. They really don't.
No.
The only people we have to worry about is the Chinese.
That's right.
And if Harris wins, it's a white flag. Bye-bye, Taiwan. You're next. If Harris wins, Taiwan is next.
Yeah, and this is important to understand here from a geopolitical perspective, because if America is able to beat out China, there's no longer a insidious threat. If America is able to thrive, it's able to actually release its energy resources, it's able to actually start some manufacturing, it's able to actually care about its own people and its own interests, then and only then, once America moves way ahead of China in the world stage, especially with the U.S. petrodollar, especially with its influence, especially with with everything it's doing around the world, only then we move away from the Thucydides trap and the likelihood of a larger war unfolding here. But if we keep downgrading our interest, our country, our energy resources, our priorities, we come closer to being on the same level of China. China could overtake us. And historically, whenever there's a number one and number two power at play here that are vowing for all of the influence of the world, there always predominantly usually is a war. Not always, but
70% of the time.
historically, majority of the time, there is a larger war unfolding here. And to me, if Kamala Harris becomes the next president of the United States, absolutely, she will be not caring about the interests of America. We will move closer to China. Therefore, we will move closer towards a full all-out war with China that is literally creating genetic DNA super soldiers. I've been talking about this for a few years right now. The Daily Mail has an article about this for some reason on their front page that reads, China's army of super soldiers, how Beijing is ruthlessly amassing the world's biggest DNA database, much of which harvested from millions in the West. So if you remember, when they were giving out tests about 3 years ago and swabbing people in the nose, a lot of that data, a lot of that DNA went directly to the Chinese government, as of course they were collecting those swabs, building a DNA harvest that of course now they are utilizing for their own purposes. So yeah, there's a real serious situation unfolding here, and I think it's fair to say Kamala Harris becomes president, we are that much closer towards World War III. Yeah.
I think that we're looking good. I'm telling you, everything I'm looking at, the methodology of the people saying that Trump is going to win Pennsylvania, Black Americans did not turn out for Kamala in the numbers that she needed to win Pennsylvania. Even in Wisconsin, it's looking grim for Kamala right now. So everything I'm seeing, obviously we got to wait for 3 a.m., 4 a.m. to find out. But the signs right now, it's not looking good for Kamala.
Shout out to the black men.
Let's go, black men.
I just texted Scott Pressler and asked him for some key information about Pennsylvania. His phone's probably getting blown up, but if he responds, you know.
NPR just went up another 11 points for Trump, so it's at 188 versus 99 for Harris. So NPR is it keeps adding for Trump.
Reminds me of 2016 when they said first it was 97% for Hillary, and the Young Turks throughout the night, they're like reading off the numbers, and it keeps going towards Trump, and they keep panicking like, oh my God, it's like they're shifting their prediction all the way to Trump.
That one lady on the Young Turks, she's kind of shifted to the right.
Anna Kasparian, yeah.
Hasn't she shifted to the right?
Yeah, yeah.
She used to be a brain dead liberal, and now I see pushing back against that guy, whatever his name is. Yuri something.
She is the most like middle of the road person right now. Like she says some things that are right wing and some things that are left wing. Like I would put her at the political, like the real political center right now is her, because she's trending towards Trump, and she was way left 8 years ago, and she's saying some pro-Trump things. So that's the center right now.
Did she say she's voting for Trump?
I don't think she went that far, but she was saying things that trend pro-Trump, and if that center left or even just anyone on the left with some integrity is moving towards Trump, this really will be a landslide for Trump.
Well, I keep looking at the data on X about Pennsylvania. Of course, the exit polls favored Trump by 1 or 2 points. What I'm trying to figure out is I'm trying to look up all the pollsters. Of course, they're not posting, they're doing podcasts, but a lot of people on X are saying that, again, in other states, I just keep seeing rhetoric that the young men are showing up, the college-aged men are showing up for Trump.
I saw lines all day, videos of people at Pennsylvania polling, and it's just straight men in the line. No women, just men. All in line. And men, not soy boys, men.
Love it. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Men are showing up for this election.
Luke, whatever happened with Alex and his connection?
I am messaging him right now, as it looks like TheQuartering is also having some issues with his live stream as well. But I just messaged both of them now.
Was it from a space heater?
We are still waiting to find out, where we're going to be going up. But we still got Sargon of Akkad that we are, of course, going to be talking to. It looks like it's going to be a long night, but anything anything could happen. I mean, this race could be decided soon. And again, a lot of people are expecting, potentially not knowing for a very long time, that might not be the situation. We might know tonight who the next president of the United States is, as the numbers are very favorable for Donald Trump right now. The betting markets are looking very good right now for Donald Trump. The Bitcoin markets looking very good for Donald Trump right now. The voting numbers looking very good. Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, all looking very good for Donald Trump, as well as Wisconsin.
The point I wanted to make right before we were going to cut to Alex Jones, the stock market is looking good for Trump. The numbers of the stock market, we're getting a little boom right now. They're not booming because they think Kamala's going to win. Kamala wouldn't do anything for the stock market. It's because Trump would cut regulation. He'd be very favorable towards companies like even Apple. Like, their stock would be on the rise with a Trump win. That's why the markets are pricing in a Trump win right now. So everybody that has insider knowledge, people that have real intel, they're putting their money on Trump. So I think everything is looking real good for Trump right now. And hopefully we have the results by the end of the night. I can't imagine going through what we did in 2020 all over again.
Well, I hope so. But Luke, can you, when you get a moment, show us the percentage reporting for the swing states of Michigan and Pennsylvania? I'm just curious on the reporting numbers.
Yeah, we're going to do that right now. Looking at Pennsylvania, it is specifically 40% of the vote counted, 50% to Kamala, 49.1% for Donald Trump. What was the other state? Michigan?
Michigan, the
Michigan, 16% of the vote counted, 51.4% for Kamala Harris.
Okay.
So it is getting very close.
What
in,
about
in
Nevada?
Pennsylvania? Nevada's still not reporting.
Oh,
The
okay.
polls are still open in Nevada.
Same pollster said that Nevada is looking really good for Trump, by the way. So Nevada and Pennsylvania.
Do you think it's a sign that I keep hearing YMCA in my head? Where I just
Yes.
want to go,
Yes.
Amen. Everyone do it. Let's manifest
The Trump dance? He added a golf swing at the end of that dance.
I just don't like the one that makes the hand gesture that looks like he's doing something completely other.
Like with his microphone bit where he was talking about the microphones being too short for him.
I don't know that one. Can you
Yeah, I missed
demonstrate?
it.
I don't know.
I don't
Well,
either.
If it's my path to the presidency, absolutely.
By the way, if you don't mind, Luke, I pulled up. I saw Alex's live with Viva Frei. I don't mind getting bumped for General Flynn, American legend, but Viva Frei is a Canadian. You tell Alex Jones right now, how dare he bump us for some curly-haired Canadian?
Say, listen
Never.
up, A. Go eat your
How
ketchup flavored
dare-
potato
I'm-
chips.
I'm texting him right now. How
Yeah.
dare you go to a dirty
Yes.
Canuck?
That's right.
Oh, Harry Dirty Canuck.
That's
Sorry,
right.
Harry Dirty Canuck over us.
That's right.
So sent. So.
You tell him, Luke. You tell Alex.
I'm sorry, Luke. I had all this Canadian ahead of you. I'm really sorry, Luke. My mistake.
Hey, I feel like I need some. Remember Tangy Tangerine?
Yeah, Tangy Tangerine was what's up.
Hell
That's
yeah.
OG right here.
You know what's funny? Talking about Alex. So I found him in like 2007, and I remember I was still in the Air Force, and I used to be able to sit at my computer and write reports and like go to InfoWars website, and I could listen at work. Now I can't even post an InfoWars article on Facebook. Times have changed. And it's just funny because I would just blast it through the stereo while he's talking about, had Gerald Celente on and talking about military relationships and the military industrial complex. And I'm just sitting there in my uniform, like, turning it up.
I like to give Mark Zuckerberg some credit. IG is much more based now than it used to be. Okay, so while Facebook is still kind of the deep state with Meta, when it comes to IG, I've said some very heinous things about Kamala Harris, and no one's banning me, and I'm getting millions of views.
I think
it's very based now. So shout out to Zuck. He's getting it now. He really is.
Coincidence that he's working out and he's like no longer looks
Do you
like
think
a soy
he voted
boy.
for Trump?
I think Zuck
100% he voted for Trump.
Zuck and Bezos, I think, are reading the room, and they're seeing, oh, Trump's going to win. Like, they have internal data that's better than any pollster. They have all this social media data. They can see, oh my God, like Trump's going to landslide. And they're like, we better be more favorable towards Trump real quick so that they don't get their asses handed to them with regulation. Because Amazon deleted Parler. Facebook deleted Donald Trump's page. These people deserve to have their asses handed to them with regulation. And instead they're like, hey, I'm right wing now, guys. I'm Zook. I'm wearing a gold chain. I'm kind of right wing. Bezos is like following right wingers on Twitter, and he's I'm working out, guys. Like they want to be one of us because they don't want us to hand them their asses, and they should not get a pass. They gotta put their money where their mouth is. Elon Musk had to put up $100 million to support Trump, and he just wants to keep his government contracts. Great. Zuckerberg and Bezos, if you don't want us to hand you your asses, you better do something real for the right, because you were trying to suppress us for a decade. If you don't want your asses handed to you, put up or shut up. We're going to regulate you.
Yeah, give us back our pages. Give us back the reach we had. Give us back our ability to actually talk to the people that wanted to listen to us. And until we do that, I'm still skeptical.
Let's push back for a second. JD Vance is connected to Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is the only guy in the world who tells Elon Musk and a whole bunch of other guys what to do. So let's get this straight. Once Trump wins, they have a direct pipeline to Silicon Valley through JD Vance. It's going to change, and it's going to change very quickly. And soon, it's going to be the other side who's going to be complaining about getting censored. Because it's going back. The pendulum swings. It always swings. So I hope you guys can take it as well as you dish it out.
Well, but that's the difference between the right and the left, and that is that we don't censor because we know that they will fail on their own accord. We don't need to censor stupid ideas. Stupid ideas will go by the wayside when people listen to them and they don't agree. And
a lot of stupid people in the world. And remember, we got that fluoride in the water now. Men and women don't breastfeed their babies. That's another 9.
Chest feed, you mean?
Whatever you want to call it. But again, that's another 9 points off the IQ. People wondering why people are so stupid right now. Fluoride in the water, no breastfeeding. You're talking about 18 points off the average IQ level. So yes, there's a lot of stupid people. So maybe a little bit of censorship.
Yeah, but that's fine. Let's let those stupid ideas out in the open, because that's what changes people's minds. When you hear a smart idea and you hear a dumb one, you're like, wait a minute, this person, like, you got to let it play out.
A high IQ person does that. I think you really underestimate how many stupid people we have in this world. Listen, we live in a time where there's more enlightened and educated people than any time in world history. But guess what? We also live in a time where there's more unevolved, uneducated people in world history. All you got to say is racist, and all of a sudden that's all they remember. So again, I want people to understand, a little bit of censorship really isn't a bad thing.
No, I refuse to call that, because you know what? You need to have these ideas exposed.
Do you want to censor pedophiles?
Okay, well,
there you go. There you go. So you are agreeing that censorship is real.
I don't want to censor them. I want to do other things to them because I don't think...
Well, there's a difference between opinion ideologies and criminal ideologies for groups that can't consent.
Some people don't think that's criminal.
But can we just take a moment?
I say let the law handle it. Like, if you're doing illegal stuff, the law will handle it. You don't need companies to discern what you can and cannot listen to. I think we should have the best ideas battle out the worst ideas. And I think the only reason why we have such an extreme divide and conquer agenda is because we never really had an honest conversation in America, because we couldn't, because of all the censorship that's been happening. And this is why we have men and women at odds with each other, fighting and hating each other. I got a call from Jeremy now, so I'm going to take it. So we're going to coordinate.
Go
Cancer
right ahead.
needs to be eradicated. Cancer needs to be eradicated.
Well, I just want to point out, it feels really good. I'm being serious, by the way, to be around actual, like, intellectual men.
Hey.
I mean, look at you. You're over here looking Jurassic Park. I love it.
Thank you.
I love it. And it's just great because, we are a demographic of people that pay attention. But remember, like, even 20 years ago, the encyclopedia is being sold door to door. Now we have the world at our fingertips. And I agree with Martha, like, I'm not a flat earther, but I feel like people should be able to. My friend Eddie Bravo is a massive flat earther, so don't get mad at me if you're watching.
I'll bring Zerka on, and he'll debate all day with him.
But my point is, people should be able to talk about anything that they want. If they believe that they're
absolutely
a time traveler, talk about what you want to talk about, as long as you are not engaging in criminal activity that puts another person at risk. And I'm not talking about the jibby jabs either, because I am harmed by it from active duty. I told you I mean, oh my gosh. Do you guys know this? The best thing ever is I became a community notes member and I had to write enough notes to get full writing status. My own whistleblowing story gets community noted, and I'm like, screw you. I am the person that's in this video, and I have whistleblower protection. So go hump a cactus, because it's
Hump a
crazy.
cactus,
Go
huh?
hump a cactus. Well, if
Is
I
that
had,
Arizona saying?
no, if I had my laptop out here on my podcast, I, instead of saying go F yourself, I respectfully say go hump a giant wasabi lace cactus. So I have
Nice.
like all these cactus and.
It sounds like something Carrie Lake would say.
No, I
That's
just,
why I-
you know, I have to be
Shout out to her.
PG-13, but yeah, I get really spicy. So, but I forgot what I was even saying. Oh
we
my
were
God.
we were arguing that you don't need to
Oh, yeah.
censor people because dumb ideas will lose. And what going back to what you were saying,
It
I mean,
self-corrects.
yeah, it does. I mean, look at like the racism debate in this country, because we really have been told that people hate each other based on the color of their skin, when that's not at all. You go out into the real world and you talk to people. And how many people really truly believe that? And we haven't been able to have this conversation.
Well, I think hate is a strong word, and I dislike people equally. I don't care what color you are, what religion, class, of money,
Same.
whatever.
I hate them based
It's
on their
how you carry
ideas, not-
yourself.
Right.
You know, it's how you carry yourself. And I have found myself, especially during the Ron Paul Revolution days, I was friends with people that are like 50 years older than me. You know, it's just, we shared ideologies for freedom. So I don't care what religion you are. I don't even care if we disagree on major issues, but do you believe in individual liberty? Because that's super hot.
Just to be clear, when I was saying regulate Facebook and Amazon, I'm not talking about censoring people. I'm talking about using antitrust to kick their ass in
Absolutely.
and break up their companies if that's what we want to do, because they were busting, literally deleting Parler. It was the #1 right-wing social media, and Amazon deleted it. So if we want to use antitrust law to bust up their monopolies, we should consider that and see what their counteroffer is publicly. Let's talk to them about it. And then besides that, Facebook has broken the law in a number of ways. The way that they've gone after people, it's a civil rights violation. That's one thing. The Section 230 thing that everybody likes to talk about, we can repeal that and go after them that way too. That's civil. And then everything that they're doing, deleting pages, destroying people's freedom of speech, it's actually a public utility. The telephone company cannot delete your telephone if they don't like what you're saying on the phone.
That's a great point.
Twitter and Facebook and even Amazon, these things are so gigantic, they are public utilities. It doesn't matter if they're privately owned. So there's a number of ways we can regulate these people. It's already laws on the books that they should have already been regulated, except people like Jim Jordan, the Republican, takes money from Google. So we have Republicans that are not actually busting these big tech people because they're taking money from them. But if Trump wins, and it looks like he's going to win, we need to crack down on everything that they've been doing to us. They want to prosecute us, lock us up, use big tech against us. All that stuff, we got to flip it on their heads.
Hell yeah, 1776 will rise again.
I think we have to look at Jeff Bezos and Zuckerberg as they're going in the right direction. So I'm not sure cracking down at them at this point would be the right thing. But you know who you do crack down? Google.
Sure.
Google is the
Absolutely.
#1 person who is supporting Mrs. Harris and all this other crap that's in the Democratic administration. And to say that they used to have a motto, "Don't be evil," and they turned
They removed it.
exactly what they didn't want to be. They are an evil company. They are the evil empire, and they need to be dealt with. It needs to be broke up like the Baby Bells were in the 80s.
Yeah, their executives were crying when Donald Trump won in 2016.
Oh, they're going to be crying a lot more now.
They played a major role in the 2020 election as well. So there's a lot of really interesting things happening. It looks like Lauren Boebert has won in Colorado.
Awesome.
It looks like Bitcoin is
My
also
friend.
Yeah,
Woo!
Lauren Boebert's
73.
awesome.
Buy before it rises more. I'm going to
Yeah, I had multiple conversations with her, especially surrounding some very important issues. She's definitely on top of a lot of important things, specifically when it comes to Trump's attempted assassination and the congressional committee that, of course, she's a part of in order to get answers around that. We got good positive news for Bitcoin. That is up to $73.3 thousand per
good number,
Bitcoin.
Gary?
As, of
That's a
course,
great number.
people are sharing this video right now showing long traders, crypto guys, and short sellers. Internet as the Bitcoin Bitcoin crypto community is already celebrating. Are they celebrating prematurely? I don't know. I don't think so. Since, of course, look at the numbers here at the New York Times. It just increased more favorability for Donald Trump that now is projected to have 295 representatives in the Electoral College. That is a big number. That number is going up, and the chances of him winning are going up in the making of this
A lot of
particular
people
video.
won't understand this, but thank you, Barack Obama. A lot of people ain't gonna understand that, but thank you, Barack Obama.
Thank you, Larry Sinclair.
Larry Sinclair, our first.
Touche.
Larry Sinclair, his signature, his Hancock is right behind you, Gary. He was our first guest, right behind you. I picked him up at the airport with that sign, and he was the first guest on this podcast episode for a very specific reason. We flew him in when he did his podcast interview with Tucker Carlson. We did a live reaction to it. I've known him for about 18 plus years now, and truly an individual that has, I think, made a big, major impact when it came to what we're dealing with right now. Plus, the memes are pretty hilarious as well.
Is it known if Obama is a pitcher or a catcher?
Actually, pitcher. I lived in Chicago, and I can't even tell you how many older black veterans would come in and randomly be in the atrium talking about how they knew Obama was a homosexual in the club, and these were gay older black men. And I would just be walking through doing audits of the hospital. I'm like, what the hell is happening in this lobby? If you go I have a lot of gay friends, and in Chicago, they will tell you, and they're older gay friends, it is very well known in the Chicago community. He is gay, which is fine, but Michelle, we don't know. The point is, be your authentic self. Why are you trying to closet who you are?
Why is it a problem? Why does he hide it?
Do you remember when Joan Rivers?
Best clip
remember
ever.
when Joan Rivers said all that's a transgender,
and then she
got
died
clipped
shortly.
within a week. Got clipped within a week.
Yep.
Because the American
why does
public
it
was not
matter?
ready for that back then.
Okay, what I don't understand is, like, considering how the left is right now, why wouldn't Obama just come out and be like, so what? I'm gay and proud.
Gosh,
like,
he
why?
would have his own day. He'd be celebrated.
He'd be the head of the parade. Like, I don't understand why this is a secret.
Democrats
why they
need the African American vote. And being gay is not popular in the African American community. And having the most famous Democrat icon black man ever announce that he's gay would absolutely collapse Democrat support in the black community even more than it's already collapsing.
Yeah, but they have a down low community in the black community.
It's not the majority of the black men.
No, but I'm telling you. I don't know. Actually, say it. I lived in Georgia for quite a while. I learned a lot about the down low culture.
Absolutely. If you go to the Abbey in like West Hollywood, there's like specific clubs where gay black men go to hang out.
You're talking about very gay cities, though, like Atlanta and Hollywood.
The gay black capital of America.
Yeah, Does anyone want to come out on the show right now?
Never that, girl.
Married.
Never that.
Married.
Well, so is Obama.
No.
Hasn't stopped Barack. So.
Ooh, Luke, coming out firing. Are you looking at the predicted markets?
No. What are you seeing there?
Well, Kamala's tanking.
Yeah.
Tanking.
Oh my gosh! Stop it! I'm not. I need someone. Google how you reverse a brain boner.
It looks like Trump took the lead.
Is it 3 hours?
Trump took the lead in Pennsylvania. 50.
What did I tell you? Let's go! I want to see liberal tears.
What did I tell you?
I want to see liberal tears.
Did I tell you?
216 all over again, baby.
Yeah, it's not called yet. 51% of the vote. Donald Trump is leading with 50.6% of the votes coming.
Because they're doing so badly, Donna Brazil just announced that they're not going to announce the Philadelphia vote until later. So that's their last hope for Pennsylvania is to manufacture votes in Philadelphia in the urban communities. But black men did not turn out for Kamala, so they got to make a lot of ballots. They got to make ballots for a month if they want to cheat in
You knew
Pennsylvania.
that was going to happen because Barack Obama was talking down to him.
Yeah.
You knew that was going to happen.
On video, he's telling the brother's not turning out for Kamala. Come on, guys.
I don't know
Not
why.
Luke, I just
I
sent
think
you
we got
a-
Jeremy from the Quartering online with us. Jeremy, can you hear us?
Jeremy
Of
and
course,
Hannah.
we have our studio here. Hannah's also, I think, potentially on the line there. We're going to be.
I
Doing
gave
our
her
best.
I put her on break.
Boo!
I'm
We want to
wondering.
talk to Hannah.
Yeah.
We want to hear from Hannah.
Brimcast.
Yes. Let's go.
I don't know.
filibuster piss bucket.
Is my camera frozen?
Yes, your camera is frozen right now. It looks like it's being refreshed here.
I tried the virtual. At least I'm here with audio, I think.
Yes, you're here with audio. We hear you're live on air on all the different platforms that we are live on currently right now.
Jeremy, we
And
need
then,
to draft a set of Invasion right now. On air. Election night.
Sup, Jeremy?
The what?
Invasion. The greatest Magic the Gathering set ever, Jeremy. We have to draft live on election night, obviously.
Invasion was actually a great set, and that was back. I think those were foil packs too.
That's right.
Like they were like fancy packs. You guys don't hear them. I got an idea. Let me get you guys in here.
Who's
no,
your
you
crew?
should hear them.
Who are we talking to, Jeremy?
Is Melanie back?
She is not. I'm hoping that no audio from them. No sound from them.
Wait, you got a whole
let me-
sausage fest tonight? You took off Melanie, no Brimcast? What are you doing to us, Jeremy?
Well, I think you have to those
Having
type
a Barack
of things.
Obama party.
I think
Yeah,
Jeremy's
you
trying to
have-
figure out his audio and video. Jeremy, you figure it out and then let us know if you're good to go. If not, we'll try to reconnect at another time here as well. But it looks like we might be having other people joining us as well here.
How about that?
So hold on.
Does my chat hear?
I hear you guys.
Do you hear them?
We only hear you, Jeremy. We only have ears for you.
Yeah. I thought I would change it. Oh yes, there it works. They can hear you now.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. All right, so they can see you. My video is frozen, but that's okay. Let me see if I can.
So, Jeremy, we got a jam-packed house here with a lot of really great individuals. We have, of course, Andrew, don't tase me, bro. We have government whistleblower Kristen Megan. We got Gary's the numbers guy. We have Martha Bueno also in studio here. We're calling everything like we're seeing it. I don't know if you saw and heard the breaking news right now, but Pennsylvania now is favored for Donald Trump with 52% of the vote coming in right now.
Like it.
Yeah, I don't. It's stuff's flipping and flopping around like crazy. With right now, Trump is up by about 100,000 votes there. We'll see. Wisconsin, my state, it's like neck and neck. Virginia, his fun little lead is evaporating a little bit, but it's been fun to make them nervous. But it seems like purposely, place like Georgia, they're slow rolling this. They got 80% of the vote, and then suddenly, no more. Suddenly they're just like, oh, we're gonna stop counting because Trump's up 200,000. North Carolina, Trump's up almost 300,000. I think he's got that secured. Virginia would be hilarious if he won it, but if he gets Georgia, North Carolina, all he needs is Pennsylvania. So I don't care about Virginia. If he gets Pennsylvania, it's over.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely, 100%. Especially if he gets Wisconsin, North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia. I mean, that's it. Game over. I don't know if you're seeing the New York Times numbers, but the New York Times are specifically reporting that he is set to have 296 delegates, a part of the Electoral College, in favor voting for him specifically. Those are big numbers, and those are the official numbers from the New York Times.
Yeah, well, I remember I live in Wisconsin. The birthplace of the 3 a.m. dump.
Yeah.
So I'm not, I want it to be too big to rig, which means I don't want any question about it. So, I want him to win PA. Now Virginia just flipped back to Harris, and she'll probably hold it, but barely. But that's a good sign if he fought that hard in Virginia, if he could get Wisconsin or Michigan, he's only down 20,000 votes in Michigan. He's actually leading in Minnesota, but with almost no, votes. there's a lot, Arizona, New Mexico. I mean, they're all in play, but it's hard to care. Like, just give me Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, and we're good. He now leads by 103,000, by the way, in Pennsylvania.
It's not over in Virginia. The western part of the state is coming in last, so he still has a chance there. Pennsylvania, the black vote has collapsed for Kamala, so Donald Brazil is basically announcing their battle plan of ginning up votes late at night. So Pennsylvania, they're desperately trying to manufacture a steal. Georgia, yes, them halting the vote count is worrying. Kemp and Raffensperger basically announced that they were going to roll with Trump. So hopefully they don't betray him again.
They just updated to 87% of the vote, and Trump maintains a 150,000. If I'm doing that math right.
Yeah, I think he's taking Georgia.
Well, Jeremy, Kristen Megan here. I was texting with Scott Pressler earlier, and he just basically said he's going to update his X as much as possible. And he's saying, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, but he said, look for 40% of Allegheny County, 20 to 25% of the whole vote of Philadelphia. And he was saying that, and gosh, Pennsylvania has some interesting county names. Lackawanna County, if I'm saying that.
That's right, yeah.
Yep, the vote is increased. And I wanted your opinion on what you've seen. We know that Scott has had an amazing ground game, but what has been going on, do you think, with the Amish community? Because I've seen so many pictures on social media of the Amish buggies just going in and voting, and I've just never seen an Amish turnout like this. I want your thoughts on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll say this much. I don't know how to feel about the Amish vote because I've seen the same picture shared around a bunch. So I don't know what kind of numbers they are showing up in. If they are showing up in the 100,000 range, I mean, that wins probably the election, but it at least wins Pennsylvania for Trump. People underestimate the raw milk controversy that was being tried by Robert Barnes there. Which is a big deal to the Amish. So they don't like to vote, but they will vote. I think it was something like almost 200,000 Amish registered, and they're not voting Kamala Harris. So we could see Trump run away with it in Pennsylvania, kind of like what we're seeing in North Carolina and Georgia. They held it and they held it and held it, and then he just squeaked it out at the end. So it'll be close. I'm looking at Wisconsin where he leads 30,000. Similar stuff here. Wisconsin was jacked to vote for Trump. So I'm hoping to see more positive results coming from.
Jeremy, I'm looking at the Bitcoin numbers as I think it has been officially declared that Bitcoin has hit an all-time high, surpassing its previous record of $73,700. The Bitcoin community is, of course, a very excited community that will be unleashed onto the American public if Donald Trump becomes the next president of the United States, as, of course, he is promising to allow people to freely transact with each other without the government taxing and regulating you. So this is major news happening as well. And I think we're looking at these kind of financial predicted markets and all this other stuff as well. It is highlighting overwhelmingly, hey, we might be drinking that champagne after all here. We got, of course, alcoholic and non-alcoholic champagne here for all people involved here, for whoever,
What are you
however
having,
they want to
Lou?
participate.
Is it okay to spark one up since I don't drink?
You know what?
Please?
It's election night. Why not? We have cigars, so we're going to be lighting up cigars. I know Martha has maybe some other things she
No,
wants
I
to
did
spark
not.
up.
Maybe a little stronger.
I did not. Do you have some Zima and some Jolly Ranchers over there?
So I don't know. What are you going to be celebrating with Jeremy?
I got to be honest with you. I'm not even allowing myself to think like that. When they call Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Wisconsin, I might enjoy a delicious lady drink like a carbless or a martini.
Oh my God.
But I can't even allow my mind to think about that right now, not to be a doomer, but I've been working all night with Hannah Claire and we've been covering a lot of this, and I'm watching it. I remember the pain of 2020 and that being at the bar, shooting darts on election night, seeing Trump up by 150,000 in Wisconsin, thinking he's going to run away with it. And then everything happened. So right now I'm watching, everything as close as possible. And Trump's lead is eroding in Georgia. It's down to only 170,000 votes now. So, nothing is. I will not even allow myself to think about celebrating until Georgia is called and North Carolina are charged for and Pennsylvania are called for Trump, which is he's now up 130,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
I got my Phillies ring on, so he has to win.
Let's
he has to
go.
win. He has to
I
win.
understand being a realist. I understand not wanting to, take in the hopium, but we can really zoom out of this and just take the polls out of the equation. We've been talking earlier on the show about the large demographics that, we have to think about these kids that were screwed over by the scamdemic. We're seeing young youth male college voters going out to cancel out the young college women votes that all they want to do is murder babies up to birth. We have seen I'm from Michigan, so we've seen the Muslim vote, the Jewish vote. We've seen the wrench turners from the auto workers flip because they're seeing all of the repercussions of what a Harris administration would be. So I would like to hear your thoughts on what you're seeing in Michigan, because it's a small percentage that's being reported, but I live there. I live in the Grand Rapids area, and I just want to hear an outsider's point of view because I have my own biased internal view because I work in election integrity in my state, but the floor is yours.
Yeah, well, I think it's exactly the same as Wisconsin. I mean, you have hard working class Americans who have been really feeling the burn of inflation and are seeing things like, most people in Wisconsin and Michigan work overtime, and that's how they get ahead in life. So the idea of no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, I think that is resonating bigly with Wisconsin and Michigan. And it's my opinion that Trump will win at least one of them, ideally both of them. I don't think he wins Minnesota just because of all the Somalians, but Trump's only down 9,000 votes in Michigan, and the longer he hangs around, the better chances he has. So, yeah, I mean, I think that working class people have had enough of getting pummeled by all this nonsense, and so they're showing up to vote. The men are showing up to vote. I think you're going to see that tomorrow. I've seen a lot of people who I texted today say, I brought my friends, I brought my family, I brought new people who had never voted before, and if that's true in Wisconsin, that's true in Michigan. And I suspect that Trump will perform very well in Michigan. I don't know if he's going to win, but we're going to see, up to the date. Now, people are saying decision desk called GA. I don't know if that's true. I have not seen that. My chat's been trolling me all night with this, they called this state, they called that state. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm seeing it on Twitter too. People are saying that Donald Trump has secured Georgia. I'm not seeing that in the kind of official AP numbers. The AP numbers are still highlighting a very close race. 88% of the vote counted in Georgia, and Donald Trump in a lead of 51.3% currently. But there are people online saying Georgia's called for.
Well, here's what's really happening is if you look at these states, okay, if you look at Virginia and similar states, look at the number of votes for third parties. Chase Oliver in Virginia and Jill Stein have 30,000 votes combined. If you look at Virginia, which is a better example, a state that Trump has no right to win, you've got 40,000 votes cast for Jill Stein, Chase Oliver, and Cornel West. These are not Trump voters. These are people who can't bring themselves to vote for Kamala Harris. So I suspect you're going to see a similar trend in Michigan and Wisconsin, and hopefully he picks up at least one of them. I don't think he wins Virginia, but you never know. Like I said, all eyes on, PA, North Carolina, where he's up 275,000 votes. He's got North Carolina. And Georgia, he should hold on to. If he wins Pennsylvania, that's it. And the rest is that's a wrap. So that's where I'm at. I'm hoping that we see that be the case, but never forget 2020.
Jeremy,
absolutely. But I don't think there's going to be any kind of major mail-in ballot scandal like there was in 2020. They don't have an excuse for that. Early voting, I think, really did set the larger kind of
breaking news. Unconfirmed. Justin Kamala Harris campaign is reportedly working on a concession speech.
No way.
Not official. Not official.
Listen,
Who said that?
Some fucking dude on
Oh,
yeah, nobody. She's not
Oh,
conceding.
Come on now.
Yeah.
But we got the
No.
official numbers here from the Decision Desk HQ highlighting Donald Trump 51.2% in the lead right now with all the reporting happening in Georgia with 88% of the votes already casted.
Yeah.
Andrew, don't tase me, bro. You had something you wanted to say.
Jeremy, listen, I don't want to celebrate early either, but you sound like a kick dog, man. Don't be so down that you think, they're just going to do it again. They're going to do it again. You have to look at the secondary indicators. Bitcoin is up because it's not going to be regulated like it was under Gary Gensler. Trump is going to fire Gary Gensler. The stock market is up because the money people know. It's going Trump's way. This is 2016 energy. This is not 2020. And the margins we're looking at, he's up over 100,000 in Georgia. There's not that much left. Over 100,000 in Pennsylvania. And yeah, Donna Brazile is announcing, we're going to gin up votes in Philadelphia. But it's razor thin margins for them. They're not going to make it, Jeremy. We're going to win Pennsylvania. We're going to win Georgia. This thing is looking pretty cooked for Trump. Thank God.
Well, I hope maybe we'll check in a little bit later. I'll check in with you guys a little bit later, maybe from a different webcam. We'll see we'll check in a few hours and see how we're doing.
What a great day to be an American.
I think
What a great day to be an American.
I have to share something kind of crazy with you guys. So,
But just really quick, Jeremy, I think you want to head out. We got other.
I'm gonna
people that-
dip. Yeah. Good
we got
luck
other
to you
people
guys.
that are gonna call in. That's Jeremy from TheQuartering. Check him out. He's also live with a lot of other great people like Hannah. Jeremy from TheQuartering. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks
for
me.
being able to be a part of our show as well. We're going to be live here. We got a jam-packed house. We're going to be switching some of the seats over. Andrew and Martha, if you can, switch over for Stephanie and whoever else wants to take Andrew's seat. Jeremy, thank you so much. Appreciate you. And then we're going to go to new callers as well. I think I need to create a new
Bring us
Zoom
Hannah
link.
Claire.
And we didn't get Hannah Claire, but I'm going to create a new Zoom link and set up a new meeting so other people could, of course, call in, as it looks like we might be getting Fresh and Fit who might be calling in and joining this broadcast here. So let's change things up here. Stephanie, if you wouldn't mind kind of coming in here, and I will now create a new link. And you guys take it away from here, as of course there's still a lot of different things for me to set up here specifically.
Okay, let's start looking at the Senate race. How is the Senate race looking right now? Because under the American system, a president's handicapped unless he controls the Congress.
Can someone pull up those numbers? Because I'm doing
looking up
text
the Google, the dirty Google. It's just still saying that the Dems lost a seat, we gained a seat. I don't even know in which state, but
West Virginia.
there was some massive Senate races in Michigan. I know this is controversial, but Mike Rogers, who was a former congressman, was trying to. Debbie Stabenow of Michigan was, in the Senate for a long time. She retired, and I just think her seat. I don't know if it's going to flip, but we do have a lot of House seats that are flipping in Michigan, and that's good news. But as far as the Senate races, it seems like a lot of the states that had flippable seats just are not reporting enough to have any sort of leaning either way. But something crazy I just saw. I'm in this Telegram chat about election integrity in my county. And so if people are familiar with Elon Musk, I'm so happy about this. Elon Musk has been absolutely calling out Jocelyn Benson, who is the Secretary of State of Michigan. And hear me out, she's going to run for governor in 2 years. And Jocelyn Benson has been sued 9 times, and she's lost every single case with zero accountability. But Jocelyn Benson's little minion, his name is Justin Roebuck, and he's in Ottawa County, Michigan, where I live. This guy actually said that the machines were having issues because of the humidity today. Are you freaking kidding me? So, I mean, I know people look at Michigan and think of like Macomb County and the Detroit counties. Yeah, I'm very handsy, man.
Well, I'm just manifesting. I think the manifesting thing's working. Keep
But,
going.
I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous because don't think I'm just saying this because I'm from there, but Ottawa County made national and international news over the past couple of years because we became a constitutional county. The DNC put in millions of dollars to push the crossover vote, so many of our constitutional commissioners and other candidates got voted out in the primary, but we had them as write-ins. So there's crazy stuff going on in Ottawa County, but for our frickin' clerk to say that humidity is going to affect the ballots, yet Florida was able to count all of their votes in 1 hour, which is way larger than the Mitten State. Why can we not get these results sooner? This is absolutely ridiculous. We've got heaters and outages and fire outages and missiles. Like, why is all this stuff happening on election day? It's very odd. The excuses are getting ridiculous. I mean, are these machines going to get COVID next? Like, what insane excuse are we going to see, and why we're seeing? Do you have breaking news on there?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm getting texted, but I mean, my breaking news was Mark Cuban. He's projected to be an aging lesbian with 97% of the vote in right now. He's not on Twitter. He's not around. We have the poly market.
I hear big on.
I'll email him. I'll email him right after Trump wins. I'll make sure to email him. If you want me to add a word for you, I will.
Tell him to get a neck lift. It'll make him look more handsome.
You just address him as Rachel Maddow. I don't call him Mark Cuban anymore. He's lost my respect. I used to love Shark Tank, but after he came out and was disrespecting Trump and just being this.
You know why that happened though, right? No. So Mark Cuban used to have a show called The Benefactor. He kind of copied it after The Apprentice, and he completely failed at it. So when that show got canceled, Donald Trump sent him a nasty ass letter saying, "Oh, I'm sorry you failed copying me, but better next time." And you know, billionaires are just like me and you, bro. They keep grudges. So that's what that's all about. It's not about politics. It's about grudges. That's all it is.
But ego and pride, I mean, I feel like he should shed that, dude, and do what's right for America, bro. Believe in God and do what's best for the people, you know, and he didn't do that. He came out, he misled his followers. He's saying Kamala Harris is a strong candidate. He's out of his mind.
He is an Obama fanboy. He has a man crush on Barack Obama. No, I'm being dead serious with you. I know this guy very well.
Is he friends with Larry Sinclair?
I was just going to say, do we know?
Listen, I'm not going to badmouth him to that point, okay? Because I still got to deal with the guy. But here's the point I want to say. When it comes down to Mark Cuban, he wants to run for president. He knows he cannot win as a Republican. The only way he can do it is a Democrat. So he has to get in Obama's good graces. That's all it is, man. He's not
I
stupid.
disagree with him. I think he should have jumped on board with MAGA, and then when Trump is leaving in 4 years,
and then what would happen when the Black Lives Matter stuff was going on, and all his players would have left him? You know, you got to be honest.
He's got to pander.
Should be joining here in a second for you guys.
Yep, it looks like we're going to be going to our next guest. Gary called in the Fresh and Fit
I can't
guys,
hear them.
And it looks like you guys could probably hear us now, as of course we are live on air right now with, of course, everyone here in studio with us. We got a jam-packed house. I don't know if you guys are currently live right now or not.
What's up, man? Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you, brother.
We can hear you. Can you hear
What's
us?
up, guys? Yeah, I can hear you guys nice and clear, man. Yeah, I'm live right now as well.
Awesome, perfect. Yeah, we got everyone here in studio. We got Gary's the numbers guy, Stephanie Marie, Kristen Megan, Robbie Man, and of course we've been live ever since 6 p.m. Eastern here, breaking down all the latest kind of developments, all the crazy news surrounding Russia that's been going around. As of course polling stations have been closed down in Georgia and Arizona. There's a huge recount also happening in Milwaukee with 40,000 votes being recounted. So a lot of different things are kind of unfolding right now that we're breaking down in real time, as there are some people already calling Georgia for Donald Trump. Now, of course, the official numbers haven't really come in yet, but a lot of people are saying Georgia's in the books for Donald Trump, which essentially means a pretty big move for Donald Trump, highlighting how he's on a clear pathway for victory.
Yeah, I foresee him taking Georgia pretty much. I think he just overtook the lead, if I'm not mistaken, from Pennsylvania not too long ago. So, you know, it's an exciting election. I hope he wins, and we can get rid of this fucking shitty-ass administration that's in place right now.
I'm not going to call anything till it's about 3 a.m. or till Harris officially concedes, because I've seen this sort of story before. I was this excited in 2020. I thought my boy's getting back in the White House, and then they stole it. So, you know, knowing this Democratic machine, Trump has to win, so to the point where Pennsylvania does not matter.
100%.
They cannot cheat this thing away from him if they take Pennsylvania. What do you think, Myron?
Yeah, if he gets Pennsylvania, I think it's a shoo-in pretty much. If you
I'd
get,
like to, I mean, we're doing good in Wisconsin. I'd like to take Virginia. I don't know if we have any update on that right now, but
Virginia is trending blue with 72% of the vote in, but it's a very tight race with Kamala Harris with 49.6% of the vote, and then Donald Trump with 48.7% of the vote here. So it's still 72% of the vote counted, and now, very lightly went blue.
Okay.
I'm going to tell
Still
you
early.
this, man. People were taking our country back.
Hell
We're
yeah.
literally taking our country back. Donald Trump is not perfect. He's not a saint. But all of this garbage from the past 4 years, wars in Russia, wars in Ukraine, which are basically money laundering operations, the war in Gaza, this is coming to an end under Donald Trump. And then we can focus on family and making money, which is what the United States of America is all about. Get that freaking bag and get the government off your fucking back.
Well, I'm right with you because when you were talking about, not wanting to go to sleep after what you saw in 2020, it's like a lot of people are treating this election like it's a Nightmare on Elm Street film. And Freddy Krueger, don't go asleep. You're going to end up suffocated inside of a waterbed. Like, I'm not going to bed. I'm pulling an all-nighter. And, Luke has lots of supplements here. I'm sure you've got some things to keep me awake.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we're all here. And I'm telling you what, like, I am not someone who overhype something, and I'm just seeing the things on social media. I'm remembering the new groups of people that are activated now. So I want to hear your opinion on what you think about this new demographic, from the Maha movement to the Amish movement to the Muslims, the Hispanics, the new, as a man of color yourself, like, you're realizing that the Democratic Party is the most racist party that we have in this country. So what do you think about this new demographic that has crossed over to Team Unity?
Well, the thing I think that's very interesting for people, because the Amish definitely did show out to vote for this one, which I found very interesting. It's so bad that the Amish even had to come in and get involved.
Oh yeah, baby.
Pennsylvania.
Those purebloods.
The Democrats always run. So this is how Democrats run. They run off a victim narrative. Hey, you're a minority. Hey, you're an immigrant. Hey, you're poor. Hey, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go after the white man, and we're going to go ahead and cover this disparity. You are a victim. We're going to fight for you. That's why, Kamala, turn the page, opportunity economy, Trump, Obama, what did he say? Hope, right? So they politic off of feelings, celebrities, smoke and mirrors, and that you're a victim and that there's a disparity, and we're going to go ahead and help close that gap of wealth and give you a fighting chance. That's how they always campaign. That's how they historically have done it. And, they do a good job. They brought in a bunch of celebrities to endorse them, everyone from Eminem and J-Lo and fucking all these celebs from the early 2000s up until ones that are relevant now with Taylor Swift and Beyonce. So they pretty much covered all the way back to fucking Bon Jovi and Bruce Springsteen. So they're covering damn near 50 years of entertainers that are endorsing Kamala Harris. But the thing is that you should never be listening to what celebrities endorse, because they live a different reality than the rest of us. They're able to live in their fairy tale world and say, yeah, I support Democrats, etc., LeBron James, etc. But
all the people in the P. Diddy list.
Exactly.
Exactly. And the thing, too, is this. I find this very interesting. As you guys know, I run my show. We bring girls on the show all the time, ask them, hey, who are you voting for? And a lot of times when they say that they're going to vote for Kamala Harris, I ask them why. And it's typically one of two reasons. Either A, reproductive rights, abortion, that's the number one voting topic for most women, or B, I just don't like Trump because he's a racist, he's a bigot, he's a sexist, insert some pejorative term here, right, for Trump. So a lot of the times, people that vote for Kamala don't even know why they're voting for Kamala. They just don't like Trump. Versus if I talk to a Trump supporter, 9 out of 10 times, they have a way better understanding of how the economy works. They understand how foreign relations works, because they're able to see through all the bullshit of mainstream media to come to that conclusion that Trump is actually a better candidate. So by definition, if someone's a Trump supporter, 9 out of 10 times, they're far more competent when it comes to economics and policy and how the world really works, because they have to sift through all the fucking garbage the mainstream media puts out to figure that out.
Those girls are most of those girls are not doing any research. They're getting their news from their friends and from their favorite artists, and they're watching mainstream media, and they're just kind of going along with things. They're not doing their research. They're not realizing the mainstream media kind of takes clips and has propaganda and is totally trying to brainwash lower IQ people. And I think that, it's good that you're waking them up, man.
They're too busy on OnlyFans to
No, it's
take care of
based
anything
on
like that.
Absolutely. You know, the left constantly talks about, we talked about anti-Semitic racism. Those used to be the key things to shut you down. Now it's misinformation and disinformation. And all you're hearing is disinformation sound bites. And sadly, it's the abortion issue. And it's, Donald Trump's going to do a national abortion ban where he's made it clear. Donald Trump wrote Project 2025. No, he didn't. So it doesn't matter that they're being fact checked. It's the sound bites that just continue to go viral. And it's the information bias, and they don't even look outside of it. They don't fact check their own resources.
It's the emotional manipulation. It's not about logic. It's not about what actually happened. It's that this guy is bad. This guy is the funny mustache guy from the 1930s. This guy will, of course, destroy your rights. When in reality, you look at his policies, his initiatives will free people. They will have less government in their lives. They will have less bureaucracy. They will have more freedom. They will have less taxes. That is something that, of course, the average kind of American is realizing is at play here, and they are overwhelmingly choosing to vote on logic rather than just emotion. And I think this is a larger kind of white pill. I think what we're seeing right now is kind of remnants of what we saw in 2016. I know a lot of people are scared because of what happened in 2020 and 2022. A lot of people are expecting shenanigans, but right now with the numbers the way that they are, things are looking really good for America, its future, and the larger potential that could be unleashed once we get rid of the fluoride, once we get rid of the taxes, once Ron Paul and Elon Musk get in there and fire 80% of the federal workforce. That right there, that's a dream story for Ron Paul, by the way. Imagine living your entire life fighting government, and now at the end of your life going in there and firing 80% of it. That is a beautiful love story if I ever saw one. That is a story that plays on my emotions and makes me feel something that I haven't usually felt myself.
Guys, it's 207 to 91 in the Electoral College. Listen, I don't drink. I haven't drank since John McCain died. I was expecting to save this for when Joe Biden went, but I might actually have a
throw in the
today.
50.
I'm telling you right now.
We got the champagne
I don't
here.
drink, man.
Yeah, we got it right here.
I'm like Muslim when it comes to that stuff. I might drink today. I'm in a good mood, man. This is gonna work out, man.
We literally got alcoholic and non-alcoholic champagne.
Yes.
We got the non-alcoholic for me and you, but screw it. With the way things are going,
Non-alcoholic, I'll do that.
Virginia's in play. Virginia's in play. We're only down by 53,000 votes. I think people are waking up. You saw what I think Myron tweeted about LeBron James. Shut up and dribble, and it's true. People are not going to listen to LeBron James posting these sensationalized propaganda videos where he takes clips out and gives all these false lies to people. People are waking up and seeing through the BS.
Myron, tomorrow, say we wake up and we have a President-elect Trump. What do you think changes right away?
So, okay, before I talk about what's going to change right away, I did want to bring attention to Project 2025 real quick. So, see, and this is what pissed me off, right? Because when Kamala took the stage and went ahead and debated Trump, the first thing she said was, Trump supports Project 2025, which he doesn't even support. He's disavowed it like 10 times. I actually like Project 2025. I think it's fucking based, but I could see why he obviously wanted to distance himself from it to not come off as a far-right presidential candidate. Fine. But people also need to understand that Project 2025 is valid because a lot of people don't know. Obviously, we know this, but for the audience that's watching, when Trump came into office, guys, in 2016, he had to go ahead and put a bunch of establishment shills from the GOP into his administration because he's not a politician. He was living in New York. He didn't have any contacts in D.C. So when he came in, he just kind of hired a bunch of people that were already there. And a lot of these...
And I remember that. And I was calling him out specifically when this was happening. And I got a huge negative feedback from all the Trump supporters back then being like, you're wrong. You're crazy. I'm like, no, look at the people that he's surrounding himself with. He was doing a big dinner with Henry Kissinger, celebrating Henry Kissinger. He was bringing in John Bolton, John Brennan, and all these horrible swamp monsters. And I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I got accused of having Trump derangement syndrome. But Donald Trump literally came out during this election cycle and said, yeah, I made a lot of mistakes here. Yeah, I hired some really bad monsters. Yeah, these people paid me to put these people in. I was calling it out. I was right all along. And all these Trump people were freaking out. But now looking back at it, now Trump is even officially declaring, yeah, I made a lot of mistakes, which is key and important moving forward.
And no one talks about that, how his first administration was sabotaged by having all these unloyal fucking snakes that sabotaged his moves. They impeded his ability to get anything done for the first 2 years or so. So a lot of because here's the thing, the Republicans didn't even want him to become president. Like, they were all against him. And then when he actually got the nomination, they're like, oh shit, we got to play ball with this fucking guy. So when he did go ahead and take office and he put all these people in place, a lot of them sabotaged things that he was trying to get done. So Project 2025 was a valid response to bring Trump loyalists in that wouldn't impede his ability to fucking govern. So, and it was made up by a bunch of people that were loyal to him, McCarthy and all these other guys that helped him on the first time around. So when people say all this shit about Project 2025, it was a valid response to the fuckery that went down on the first administration. Now, going back to Gary's question about what I think is going to happen once Trump comes in, I think one of the first things he's going to do is end this Russia-Ukraine war. It's amazing to me that the American, normie Americans really think that we're winning that conflict. Ukraine is getting decimated. And I got to go to alternative media, right, to get this. The mainstream media doesn't cover it appropriately. They go ahead and document all of Ukraine's small wins here and there. But the reality is that Russia's taking about 20% of Ukraine. They control almost the whole eastern side. They're losing the war. There's different reports say somewhere around 500,000 plus Ukrainians have been killed during this conflict. And we just need to end this. It's a money sink. It's a L. They can't win. And even with all the money that we give, the NATO support, etc., Ukraine simply can't win this war, and they need to concede. And Zelensky is too stupid to see that. So I think that's going to be one of the first things that Trump is going to do. He's going to get in, strike a deal with Putin, strike a deal with Zelensky. He's probably going to have to do something along the lines of, we let Russia keep the 20% of territory they've conquered. We're going to stop NATO expansion. We're going to get rid of the biological weapons that we have stored in Ukraine and probably remove some of the sanctions. I think we can hopefully make some peace here.
I would just disagree a little bit. Zelensky's not calling the shots. The State Department is literally going in there and saying, you're going to continue to do this. You're going to do this. You're going to follow these orders. You're going to advance. You're going to escalate here. You're going to, and Zelensky, I think he really doesn't have any other kind of way out unless Donald Trump becomes president of the United States. He already kind of, had conversations with Zelensky. We saw the body language kind of afterwards with how that kind of transpired here. But truly, the lives of Slavic men are being absolutely obliterated and destroyed in Europe right now. For what? What is the reason for all of this? This doesn't make any strategic sense at all. It is disrupting the world. There are larger problems at play here that if we stop financing the larger kind of murder of all these young men, karmically, energetically, I think things will also change very dramatically. As of course, Donald Trump said he wants to be a peacemaker. He said he wants to bring peace into this world. And I think if there's anyone who could do it, it's someone who has pissed off the military-industrial complex to the point where there was 2 serious attempts on his life. And if you look at all the presidents that were assassinated, they usually go up against the military-industrial complex or the big banks, and their lives are usually taken away. Donald Trump, very lucky to still be here. And I think the reason that they attacked him was specifically because he represents to be a larger peacemaker in that region.
I agree with you that Zelensky is basically a pawn. I agree with that. I mean, what I mean by that is that he's basically the figurehead, but yes, he's being controlled by the State Department. He doesn't give a shit. He has a $1 million plus house here in Miami. He's down here.
His son's chilling there.
He's chilling, Brand. So he doesn't give a shit. So no, I agree that obviously this is a war by proxy. We're testing a lot of our equipment, seeing our capabilities against Russia. It's a fantastic opportunity for America to kind of test where we stand from a military standpoint. But yeah, I agree that this is absolutely Zelensky's been put in place to appease American foreign policy in Eastern Europe.
And what's going to happen is if Trump wins and it's announced that Trump is the president within the next 24 hours, I expect Ukraine to escalate. I expect what's happening in Israel to escalate until Donald Trump gets in office, because they're going to know once he gets in, it's over. We got 2 months to take as much territory as we can. Israel and Russia's going to do the same thing. So, again, I expect Donald Trump to come in, and he's going to tell Netanyahu and he's going to tell Zelensky on the phone, you got 2 months. It's over.
Well, I have a question on a completely different topic as I'm monitoring X here. How in the hell does Trump supposedly win Georgia and Fannie Willis wins her reelection?
People, split tickets sometimes. It's possible.
But I'm wondering
good question.
Okay, so you can obviously recall people. You can investigate people to lose their license for ethics violations. I wonder what would happen if Trump wins this. What he can do, and it wouldn't be retaliation, because what she did was absolutely an ethics violation as an attorney. What she did for him was a witch hunt. There's evidence of her meeting with the Biden-Harris administration. So what do we know can be done if she's won this? If he wins, Ho got to go. I mean, this is ridiculous what she's done. She's been a pawn of the administration.
3 words. Lock her up. That's simple.
Yes.
Lock the bitch up, because that's what she tried to do to you.
Well, let me give you guys another perspective as well. I think it's important to note that recently, Young Thug beat the charges, the RICO charges that were levied against him with the RICO case out down there in Georgia, which Fani Willis actually pushed that case. Now, what's important is that the RICO charges that YSL and Young Thug face are very similar to the RICO charges that Trump and Rudy Giuliani and his whole team got. And clearly, the state of Georgia is more interested in getting a cameo from the news and being able to do a big press release versus actually prosecuting individuals and proving it within court. We had 3 different judges come into play in the Young Thug case. The state didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They're very incompetent. The prosecutors were incompetent, so they had to come to the table. I think Young Thug's case actually helps the Trump case, where they might be more open to kind of coming to a plea deal where there might not necessarily be time served, because he ended up getting 15 years just probation. So that YSL RICO exposed the state of Georgia for being extremely incompetent, and that they go ahead and file these indictments more for the clout and the press releases, which is the same exact situation with Alvin Bragg up in New York. These guys, want to make a name for themselves, these DAs a lot of the times, to be able to say, oh, we indicted a sitting president or a former president, and they want to be the first ones to do it. I mean, Alvin Bragg campaigned that he was going to go after Trump, and they went after him on a bullshit falsifying business records case, right? Which he's going to be sentenced to here after this election, which he's got to win, because if he doesn't, they're going to try to put him in jail. So I think YSL's RICO and Young Thug getting that light sentencing might actually help Trump in this case, and it shows that it's a paper tiger case.
I absolutely agree with you. So my side hobby is to watch these cases. I love watching LawTube, and I watched it, and I watched how they get a new judge. You're exactly right. I didn't even think about that angle, but it just shows the corruption of them suppressing information. What do they call that? Pro hoc vice, not pro hoc vice, but the side communications. Ex parte.
They had ex parte.
Ex parte,
yes,
sorry.
They had ex parte. So the reason what happened, it's funny. So they had for the audience that's wondering, basically the judge met with the prosecution in an ex parte meeting, which is, you're not supposed to do that. Whenever you meet, you're typically, especially in the middle of a trial, you're supposed to meet with both parties. And the judge had a secret meeting with the prosecution, and the defense wasn't privy to it. And then they got information later on that they had this ex parte meeting, and Young Thug's lawyer called him out on it, and the judge got pissed and said, you need to tell me how you found out about this ex parte meeting. And he refused to disclose it. So the fucking judge jailed Brian Steele, Young Thug's lawyer, and put him in jail with Young Thug for like a day or two. And that judge ended up having to recuse himself because of this. So it goes to show that they're completely dropped the fucking ball on this Young Thug RICO, which they were, hyping up for years.
And wasn't it the same attorney that came in to get him out of jail? Isn't it? I can't think of her name, but wasn't it the same female attorney that stood and deposed Nate, whatever his name is, that was sleeping with Fani Willis? Isn't that the same attorney?
It might be. I'm not sure of that particular thing, so I don't want to confirm it. But yeah, Fani ended up getting in trouble because she was having
like 20 attorneys that stood up for him to basically say, Judge, you screwed up. So
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, because it does peel back the layers, and I think it sets precedence and cause to investigate her. I think she needs to lose her license.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at the Trump RICO out of the state of Georgia, it's very similar to the YSL RICO. It's a bullshit thing where they're trying to sensationalize it and get a media blitz and be like, look, we went ahead and indicted Trump. So I don't think it has any teeth. I think the Young Thug case kind of proved that. So hopefully we can kind of get this thing dismissed and see what ends up happening, because Trump's been indicted in 4 different jurisdictions, 2 state, 2 federal. The 2 federal cases, Jack Smith is still aggressively pursuing him for the insurrection case up in D.C. Thankfully, the Florida case got dismissed with the classified documents, which I'm actually glad, because I think that was actually the strongest case against him, because the possession of documents in itself is the illegal issue. A lot of people say, oh, well, he could declassify them. Well, people don't know, because I used to investigate these kinds of cases when I was an agent. National defense information, guys, whether it's classified or not, NDI, anything that has to do with DOD stuff, always has to be handled in a certain way. So the classification really doesn't matter as much. And I think that's where the feds actually had their strongest case, because they found it at Mar-a-Lago unsecured. So the fact that the district judge dismissed it on the grounds that Jack Smith didn't really have the authority to prosecute, is a big W for the Trump admin.
So, Myron, if I could ask you specifically here, if, as a former kind of federal agent, If Donald Trump's going to be the next president of the United States, how does he come in there and how does he clean house? What do you recommend? What do you think he should look out for? Because last time he came in there, he really didn't clean shop. He really was surrounded by a lot of bad people. What can he do differently now, specifically with this larger kind of team of Avengers? How does he make sure that this job actually gets done?
That's a good question. And I'm glad that you were one of the few that called out, the fact that he had all these stupid neocons like Bolton, et cetera, and it was going to get fucked up. And they proved you right? You're vindicated. But to answer that question, so I know Vivek says all the time that we need to disband the FBI. That's never going to fucking happen. Let's be honest here. The FBI is the largest federal law enforcement agency. They have too many important missions to include terrorism, counterespionage, et cetera. It's never going to happen. And this is coming from a guy that worked with the FBI. I don't really like him. I was HSI. I have my issues with the FBI, but I'm pragmatic enough to understand that it's a legacy agency, ain't going nowhere. So what we need to do is adjust their missions and adjust the head structure. The problem is the brass at the FBI is all fucked up and bureaucratic. So we need to go ahead and replace some of those individuals and put people in that are going to actually focus on doing real investigations versus the lawfare that they were trying to do under the Biden administration. So that's where you need to start cleaning house. I think the other issue, too, is that we need to get Mayorkas the fuck out of here. Mayorkas is incompetent. He's a big part of the problem that we have with the southwest border and immigration, which I could talk at length about that. That's one of my wheelhouses. So I think from a law enforcement perspective, we need to replace these two individuals and really start making some changes in the law enforcement world and make it more about catching criminals versus lawfare.
They need to prosecute these guys, not just fire them. They need to be prosecuted for what they do.
Myron, I have a question for you being an ex-agent. I have liberal people come up to me all the time. They're like, the insurrection. And I was like, dude, if you watch the video, they're let in, they're peaceful. And you see these people outside. I keep telling them, those are federal agents. I was at Occupy Wall Street. I had federal agents come up to me because I called out an undercover cop, an undercover agent, and they're trying to rough me up. Like, who told you? And I want to know, someone with your experience, what's the percentage of people if you had to say that were agitators at the insurrection that were actual feds?
I have no doubt in my mind that there were either A, undercover agents there, or B, confidential informants, which, confidential informants, a lot of the times are put in situations where they can gather information, gather evidence, and act as agents of the government. They might not necessarily be sworn law enforcement personnel, but, the use of cooperating defendants and informants is very prevalent in law enforcement, right? I used to control a bunch of them when I was on a job myself, and I can go into detail with differences between the different types of informants. But I think the FBI spent a ridiculous amount of money and time and resources to go after these people. What a lot of people don't know is a lot of these insurrectionists, as they call them, actually got hit with misdemeanor charges. Obviously, we know about the most egregious ones that got hit with the serious felonies, but most of them actually got hit with misdemeanors, which, as a federal agent, we shouldn't be wasting time and resources and money going after people for a misdemeanor thing. But this was, to send a message to everyone like, oh, yeah, we're not going to accept this, right? So it was bullshit, man. In general,
five of my GG33 members went to prison that day for January 6th. They went to prison over it. Some of them are very famous names. I was there at Trump's last speech at January 6th. I knew it was a setup from the very, very beginning. I smelled it right away. I told all my people to get out of there because I knew exactly what was going on. I'm going to tell people this. They're going to try to pull something like this again in the near future. Do not fall for it. Never fall for it. Insurrections don't start with Trump flags.
No, I mean, I think it comes down to they allow these other riots to go on. They're not, there's people that are violent offenders who are spending less time in jail than people who just were trespassing that day. And it's just ridiculous when they say these insurrectionists. I mean, I'm sure there's some bad apples, but most of the people there were just patriots that wanted change. The doors were open. No one's telling them not to come in. And they were just walking in. I mean, they're like ushered in. And I mean, Pelosi turned down the National Guard from Trump.
There's people who are Democrats who said that was worse than 9/11.
Yeah,
these people are out their minds, and these people vote, and that's half the issue right there.
Well, we're talking about an issue that is so important because there's just so many different angles here on the benefits of this election, including, again, freeing Ross. But I am good friends with Stuart Rose, who was the president and founder of Oath Keepers. And right before he got kidnapped by the feds, I saw him in Texas. I was having dinner with him, and he told me, they're going to arrest me. And he told me what his whole plan was. He's like, therefore, if you see me testify, I want you to understand my story will never change. Just think of all the people that are going to be commuted or pardoned. if he gets into office, because I don't know what you guys think of the narrative, but Stuart Rhodes is as a nonviolent individual. He told me he was there in the event the Insurrectionist Act was invoked. He was there to keep peace. This is a man who's very libertarian. He has given security for Black Lives Matters, even things he doesn't agree with. And the man was so demonized in the media, and he's sitting there for 22 years. And he told me before he went in, I spoke with him regularly until I lost him over the past couple months. He said, I'm treating this right now as a deployment because Donald Trump is going to win this election. He said, I'm going to treat this like a deployment. And, you know, that's a strong, because he's a military veteran. And I'm glad you guys brought that up, because we have to think about all these people, old women, little grannies, little peaceful patriots that were just thrown in the slammer because they demonized them. So
let me go around the table. Do you think Donald Trump, and start with Myron, do you think Donald Trump should pardon all the January 6ers first week in office, first 100 days in office, or maybe he shouldn't? What's your opinion on that?
He needs to pardon all of them.
Right away?
Yeah, maybe not right away, because it'll cause a lot of media blitz. But I think if he could do it, behind the scenes after he gets, obviously after he gets inaugurated, it's been a bit of time. He could kind of do it on the side so it doesn't hit like the frontline news. Like, first thing Trump does when he gets in is pardon the January 6ers. But I do think that it's the right thing to do. A lot of these people, love Trump, support Trump, and were unjustly prosecuted for really exercising their First Amendment right. Like, some people didn't even enter the building and got fucking arrested. So I think that's the right thing to do, is to pardon those people.
Automatically release all the nonviolent criminals.
Agreed.
And I think the violent criminals have already done their time and more, and eventually release them. So that's my take on the matter.
I think some of the violent criminals were agents. And obviously nonviolent people who were just there to protest and who walked in when there's no one telling them not to come in. I mean, I think it's ridiculous that they're even in jail in the first place. I think they should be let go, and Trump should pardon them right away.
Well, I agree, but about the violent thing, I'm a non-aggression person. But at the same time, the people that did get sentenced based on violence, I think that their cases should be reviewed, because I followed it heavily and donated to these lawyers that were helping these people. A lot of the evidence was suppressed, and some of it was self-defense. And also, we have to go back. I'm a military veteran. I think to myself I don't know why it's so controversial that we have a right to overthrow a tyrannical government. And there was so much evidence that showed our government was being overtaken by fraud. That's my personal opinion, but the evidence is there. So my thing is, the violence happened mostly on the part of the government. So I do believe people who did commit violence, and there's no question about it, yes, they have already served their time, but there's also people who should have their cases reevaluated with their records expunged, because this can ruin their further employment and other VA benefit issues.
Let me say this. Pat Stedman, a GG33 member of mine, he was jailed for January 6th. Bake Alaska, another GG3 member. Yes, another GG3 member of mine was in jail. This is what I would do if I was President Trump. First thing I do, end the war. And then when you have some political capital, you pardon every single one of them, because those people are patriots. And then I'd invite them to the White House and give them a freaking medal.
Virginia, sorry to interrupt, but Virginia's looking good right now. I don't know if we have any updates. It's looking like we can take Virginia. Sorry, go ahead.
No, but can you imagine if Trump pardoned all these guys and had them over for like McDonald's?
Not sure.
Yeah,
McDonald's is a Democratic organization.
Only
so I'm not
if they
sure
have
about
the
that.
beef towel and the fries. You know what I'm saying? We'll get Kennedy to do that.
I'm living vicariously through everybody at Mar-a-Lago right now. I can feel the energy. Our guest Colby Covington was just on Instagram. He's with Dana White. Oh man, I wish I was there right now. Sounds like the party of the year.
Yeah, Elon Musk is at Mar-a-Lago, so is Tucker Carlson. They just did a live interview from there.
The only thing I'm interested in is what the weather is in Washington, D.C. is going to be on January 20th when Donald Trump gets reinaugurated. That's the only thing I'm interested
I wonder how much anti-anxiety medications Kamala Harris is on right now, as of course it looks like Donald Trump just stopped the second woman from becoming the president of the United States, as of course this is going to be, I think, the greatest political comeback in all of American history. This is a man that still has to go to sentencing. People don't understand. The man was found guilty. He's a convicted felon. He still could be in jail, for frick's sake. So this is one of the big... He was shot at twice, for frick's sake.
I'm celebrating a little early, but I remember in 2016 living in LA, And I was, wanted Trump to win, and everybody expected Hillary Clinton to win. And all these people, you saw these libtards on the streets, their faces, and I was like yelled out by car drivers, all Trump, and they were just all sad. I can't wait for that look tomorrow, and I don't want to celebrate yet. We haven't won yet, but I can't wait to see their faces.
So I have some breaking information from a friend of mine. His name's Pat Kolbick. He's a former termed out Michigan state senator. He works with Mike Lindell. This is a man of integrity, so know what I'm saying is absolutely valid and legal. He said there's evidence of remote access to voting machines in Irving Township, Michigan, and Beaver Creek confirmed. Remote connections used to update machine firmware during an election, which basically decertifies the checks that they're supposed to do. Incidents occurred in the same municipalities where clerks warned of remote access prior to the election in a lawsuit already, calling for an injunction upon their usage. The lawsuit reconsideration has been filed in light of new evidence indicating that what the clerks warned of would happen actually happened. And he's got the court documents here, as the teens say would be receipts. So this whole notion, if we go back to 2020, that they're not connected to the internet. I don't know if you guys followed the news where there was an issue with some machines in the early voting. Yeah, with the machines in Michigan, and Benson, our lovely SOS, she was saying there was some glitch that was nationwide, and Dominion even came out and said she's lying. Like, there's no glitch nationwide, and what she wanted to do was a remote update on the machines. But my understanding is there's some sort of certification that has to be done on the machines before the election, and if you do anything to the machine after the certification, anything that has been, all the ballots that have been put in are void. So.
Listen, you expect a dog to bark, you expect a cat to meow, and you expect a thief to steal. And that's exactly what the Democrats are. They're thieves, and this is what we expected. This is sad that everyone in this country who is on the right side of history knew this cheating would happen, and they're trying, but guess what? Ain't going to work this time.
We got 150,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania right now. Let's go.
Yeah, let's
we're going to go over the numbers. We're having some problems with Zoom, so just give me a second as I figure this out. You guys keep talking.
Yeah, so I'm just scrolling through and checking Orange Man's feed here. Has anyone hopped on a Truth Social?
I'm just looking at the pictures with Elon and Dana and Vivek and everything in Mar-a-Lago. I love it. The Kamala headquarters hasn't tweeted in 3 hours.
Yeah, they're done. They're cooked.
Back to the kitchen. News. It was all fake news anyway.
Yeah, we have a CNN article about their campaign just going quiet. Here's the clip.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here.
But if you guys can hear it in house,
sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters, and I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still remains the best option for her in this moment.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of options for her as things aren't looking too good for Kamala Harris.
Even Cardi B just tweeted, "You need a Hail Mary."
So
Cardi
I
tweeted,
just
"Need a Hail Mary." Hilarious.
I'm looking on X, and like literally 9 seconds ago, it's saying that Trump is leading in Arizona, Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. So these swing states, it seems like I don't know if you have the map up. I guess we should look at the percentages now in Pennsylvania and Michigan.
It's looking more and more like the Democrats and all those people who fixed that election in 2020, they're going to start answering for their crimes. Because if you think Trump gets in office and he's not investigating that through his Justice Department, you're sadly mistaken. It's about to be retribution. I'm so looking forward to this.
Trump is leading in Michigan right now, 51.6 to 46%.
What was that?
Trump is leading in Michigan right now.
All right. What'd you say, Myron?
No. Okay, that's a big update that he's leading in Michigan. No, what I was saying was, I think that Trump there's a high likelihood he'll pardon Hunter Biden. He talked about this, which I don't think isn't that bad of an idea.
I don't think any former president in the United States, including Barack Obama or Joe Biden, should go to prison. I think it's just a bad look for the country when a
Really
former
bad.
leader goes to prison. You see this kangaroo shit in Korea and also those type of countries. I don't want to see it here.
Yeah.
I'm really happy with all of the people coming out. The silent majority. If you remember that slogan in 2020, we have all these people coming out. People aren't really afraid to endorse Trump publicly this time. Last time you didn't have too many public endorsements.
It was different last time because I heard that Trump's a racist and all this stuff. You don't hear that anymore because the Democrats have conceded, oh, we can't fool these black men anymore. So they stopped with the racist nonsense. They really have. This time it was about elect a woman. Well, we see where that got him.
Myron, do you think LeBron's a boule? I don't know if you know what a boule.
What is a boule? Please explain it to us, Robbie.
Yeah. Well, no, it's a secret society for black individuals. I don't know. Myron, have you heard of this?
I've never heard of that term. Is it basically for black entertainers that are bought and paid for?
Yeah, like LeBron has a tattoo of a boule on his chest. You can Google it, the boule symbol. But when you said "shut up and dribble" to him, that was really funny, man. I really liked your tweet.
I appreciate that, man. Because, dude, I hate race politics, man. Like, that's what the Democrats always campaign on. They want to get the black vote. They want to make them feel like victims. They want to go in and say that the Republicans are responsible for the police brutality, whatever. When the reality is, black people just got to accept the fact that they could commit a majority of the fucking violent crime, bro. It is what it is. Like, people got to stop sitting there and trying to make excuses for the fuckery.
And why is that? Because I've always
You sound like a racist bigot there, Myron. How dare you talk about stats there? How dare you talk about data?
Numbers are racist,
You sound like a white supremacist there,
I believe it's the
Myron.
Democratic Party that actually is the reason behind a lot of that crime. Because if you look at the cycle of, I work massively in police accountability, and they view minorities as low-hanging fruit because they know there's a perpetuated cycle of, hey, I have to survive. Surviving means violating laws and doing things I'm not supposed to do. And then I've been in, and then I have weapons and I'm not supposed to. So it's like they create. It's no different than like going to your house and dropping off termites and then coming right around and be like, I'm an exterminator. Like the Democratic Party created the very problems that handicapped minorities. I mean, this could be a whole show. So
And
I'm
it
not gonna
created
elaborate.
fatherless homes, and fatherless
Absolutely.
homes are the major kind of indicator for larger kind of violence and arrest and criminality as well, which is something that we should have a serious discussion about, since, of course, now it looks like the males are coming out, are voting, and we'll definitely have an ability to actually be a part of some kind of larger conversation here. We got the electoral map pulled up here, and Trump is leading in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and holy
Wow.
frickin' cow.
Minnesota was
this
not
is huge. This is big. This is awesome.
If he wins Minnesota, it's game over.
I mean, Tim
That's
Walz is a cuck. I mean, I never thought he could take Minnesota, but Tim Walz ruined.
He's a little bit worse than a cuck.
Crazy that Kamala got her first vote ever. Couple
That's
days
Toby
ago.
Turner over here.
First, no one voted for her at all, and now there's millions of people to vote.
Oh, Martha has
She's
a
doing
hat.
great.
What's the hat?
We're calling it early. I'm a Trump girl, apparently.
Oh, she's a premature election ejaculationer.
Is she constantly like this? You
Always.
have the best one-liners.
Hey, man, I tell you what. I spent 9 years in the military, and I work in construction safety, so I learn a lot of bad things, but sometimes they're for my advantage. But I just want to explain, too, to people that Ron Paul was right. So I'm looking at these totals, Luke, and I'm looking at the Pennsylvania. I don't know. I know you're talking about the leads, but if people want numbers, the most recent update on the Google Live feed, especially Michigan, is 51.9%, but that's only with 31% reporting. But remember, the polls had it basically at a dead tie with a plus or minus correction. Pennsylvania, 75% reporting, 51.1%.
Which means the Democrats need to win about 57% of their remaining vote to actually take that state. It's going to be very difficult.
Well, Republicans generally do win the same day voting, but I voted early because I knew I'd be down here with you guys. And when I voted, I had a 2.5, almost 3 hour line. And because I recognize a lot of the right wingers in my state, in my county, it was a lot of our people that were voting early too. So this is great. I think I know anything can change, but I think we're on the right direction. And what I would like to hear, if we have people in the comments or we have any future call-ins, what I would like to know
Yeah, I haven't been able to check Collins. We lost Myron for a little bit. I'm going to give him back the new link. But again, people could call in. If you want to be a caller, all you have to do is sign up to lukeunfiltered.com, go into the Telegram chat, and
Lauren
we will
Boebert.
be going to callers
She
very
won?
soon.
She won.
Yep, we called Lauren Boebert
Well, what I wanna
a
know-
couple minutes ago.
Trump
I just
surrogate.
sent, I just sent a new link to people. But yeah, if people want to call in, this is the time to call in. This is the time to sign up. We have a huge surprise IRS bill that's screwing us over in the tune of $180,000. So savelukenow.com is also the website. So you guys signing up means a lot to us. Your support really does rely on us being able to be here. And there's a chance that we won't be able to be here because of the larger pressures we're facing from the IRS, which is not really fun to deal with, but that was just thrown in our laps within the last few days. So,
And Luke,
yeah.
I would like to ask my followers, coming from kind of a different demographic, some of them are mixed. I would like you guys to understand the seriousness. I've known Luke for a long time. He's the real deal. And Steph, if you can help us figure out, the link for people to join to at least support Luke and follow him on X at Luke Radowski and follow We Are Change on YouTube. Follow Luke because he's the real deal, and he's going to do a longer video to explain the mess he got into with the IRS. But I want you guys to join. I want you to support him. I don't throw my name behind anybody. I'm going to help him behind the scenes. I need you guys to help support him because we need this operation to keep going so that you guys can just sit here and follow the right podcast, the right streams that are going to speak truth to you. And I can tell you, Luke and I don't agree on everything. I actually hate him. No. But the point is that he allows people. He allows.
SaveLukeNow.com.
Yes.
This is what the Trump era is about. People keeping it real.
No, but honestly, it's okay because my point is we've got to keep these voices elevated. And listen, if somehow something flips and this Harris administration gets in, we already know what's going to happen with the IRS. They're going to target people like Luke even further. So please understand that we have got to get behind the voices that matter. That includes Luke. That includes Alex. So please SaveLukeNow.com. My followers, I have a robust following myself, which luckily is not the same demographic as Luke's. All you evangelicals from Michigan, please understand at just $8 a month, you can support Luke and the team. So I just want to say that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, last few days have been absolutely rough dealing with this surprise new bill that just kind of came out of nowhere. So I appreciate all the help and support.
I was once $1 million in the hole, man. Got out of it. You can do it, bro.
Did they offer you any money? Because Nicole Arbour came out, and a lot of these people you see supporting Kamala were offered a lot of money, and you saw people coming out saying, "No, I'm not going to sell my soul." And I didn't, like Nicole Arbour and others who didn't want to do it. Did
Are
they?
we on YouTube right now?
Yes.
I can't tell you.
You can speak in code.
Yeah, of course I was offered a lot of money.
To support Kamala?
No. To support. I don't know what you can say on YouTube.
First, you got to speak on the mic.
To support an agenda.
I don't know what I could.
Toby, just look that over.
We've literally been over this 10 times, Toby. We literally had two discussions, be like, okay,
certain
you
topics.
can't say this, or this.
Yeah, I can't. Okay. But I can say Pfizer though, right?
You can say
Pfizer
Rumpelstiltskin.
was one that I got a lot of offer, but I was like, no thanks. But if you guys know me, I was offered some stuff, and I was told stuff by literally the government. They told me about COVID before it even happened in 2019 in September, but months before it was even announced. And they were like, these are friends of mine that worked with the DOD that are now quit. They quit immediately, and they moved in, started a lab and a farm, and they're all scientists. And yeah, they were like, yeah, a virus is gonna come out, and then a vaccine is gonna come out. I can't say the word. So
Yeah, you can. You can speak in code, and I'm really good about that. How about you whisper it to me and I give you a word? But I mean, why would they come after you? You've got 2 followers.
This sheet right here.
I lost all my reach immediately.
To edit that.
This sheet right here about what you can't say. This is my regular language. I mean,
this is most of my speak.
We are
This is
up.
how I talk.
We are up 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. Let's go.
Wow.
Let's effing go, man. Listen, I'll tell you right now. This is the vid. This is Mustache Guy. This is Armband. This is the Rumpelstiltskin.
Translation.
This is the British cigarettes, and this is the Caitlyn Jenner. So you just have to find
Caitlyn Jenner
words.
took some British cigarettes.
Tobuscus, everyone.
This is to just protect the operations. We all know people get demonetized very easily, so let's understand the method behind the madness. But what are we seeing as far as the vote reporting percentages now updated in Pennsylvania? Because I know that one county closed at 10:30.
Why would
anyone pull that up?
Why would it?
Because they had issues where they lost complete power.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they lost
How
power.
convenient. And I bet you that county is going really
Listen.
strong Democratic.
Yeah, coincidence. So I'm trying to look up that because
You know, as long as we're talking about this, I've been trying to get Donald Trump to hear me on this for a long time. We need IDs to be checked before people vote. This is something we're all in agreement.
I think that's
right?
going to change with the new administration.
But here's the problem. Anytime anyone's ever tried that, what they say is you cannot have a poll tax. And requiring ID is essentially a poll tax because you have to pay to actually vote. So here's what we need to do. We need to make IDs free for everybody. The government takes care of it. Or how about all these billionaires who are spending all this money on either campaign? How about they fund all the IDs for everyone in the country? Because once we get past that poll tax, which the free IDs cover, all of a sudden they have no argument, they have no merit anymore, and they will have to accept voter IDs. So this is a way for Republicans to stay in power. Do it.
Look, we got to make you part of the administration. Hopefully, we can.
I'll have people in the cabinet.
It looks like the Senate seats flipped. Ohio Republican Bernie Monero defeated the
He's
Democratic
pro-crypto.
candidate.
Very
there.
pro-crypto.
So big news in the Senate, and right now these numbers from the New York Times are absolutely wild right now, as the New York Times is predicting that Donald Trump will have 302 delegates.
Wow. Well,
So-
Luke, I have more information. So I told you about the Senate seat that was open in Michigan because Debbie Stabenow, a longtime Democrat, retired. Although I'm not a fan of him because he's a war hawk neocon, at least it can give the majority. Mike Rogers is leading with 50.9%. And if Trump carries Michigan, you're most likely going to see the seats of Tom Barrett running for House, Mike Rogers. I will totally say I didn't vote for him. I voted for a Libertarian. But hey, it's, having the numbers and the majority can help us. If there's, we gotta stack.
Let me just say a few things about Bernie Moreno and Donald Trump. In 2020, Bernie was running for Senate in Ohio, and he was in fourth place. He went to visit Trump. He asked for his endorsement, and Trump said, drop out now. That same day, he dropped out. That is what you call loyalty, because he said, it's not your time, Bernie. It is J.D. Vance's time. And Vance won that Senate race. This is what loyalty is all about. Bernie stepped down. He didn't make any issues. He did what President Trump asked him to do, and now he is the new senator from Ohio, and he just flipped the Senate for the Republicans. Woo!
Vivek stepped down when he was running and gave his loyalty to Donald Trump. Now he's going to be part of the administration.
Maybe,
Oh, yeah.
or he might be the governor of Ohio potentially
That would
as
be
well.
badass.
So we're going to see, as of course, it looks like Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks isn't really having a good night here. As we
He
have,
looks red. He looks a little
Can I see
red.
some tears?
Yes, as we have this clip on the internet right now being shared by a lot of people.
Now, having said that, what percentage is reporting in North Carolina? 76% reporting you're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win a landslide are totally wrong.
Yep, we actually got some truth from him.
I guess
Who
calling
would've thought?
2/3 of the country garbage Nazis wasn't an effective campaign strategy.
And all the Halloween costumes, I was like, thank you. It really helped spread awareness.
You know, talking about just being raw dogged maybe isn't a winning policy. Who would have thought that doesn't win elections? As of course, truly, right now the numbers that are coming in right now are highlighting something big, something major with Donald Trump here now, according to the New York Times, 91% likely to win the presidency of the United States.
This is so important because not just for domestic, but for international policy. The Saudi Arabian government or the Saudi or the Crown Prince, he does not like Biden. He does not like these people. As a matter of fact, he's been moving closer to BRICS because of the current administration. Now with Donald Trump back in office, that's over. He's done with BRICS. He's going right back home to us. And guess what? That strengthens America because that makes sure what keeps us number one, the petrodollar system, is still in place. And as long as the petrodollar system is in place, America stays number one. This was so pivotal for Donald Trump to win because we still get to be a superpower. I get to see my kids in the morning and be like, you know what? You're still going to grow up in a superpower.
And Kamala would have never been able to have a conversation
No, it would have
with
been
our
over.
handlers.
No.
And plus, we're going to have no fluoride in our water. We're going to have the chance to get rid of these 1,000 ingredients that are banned in Europe.
I'll believe that when I see it.
But I still think RFK is a crusader for good health. I do think he's a genuine guy. He wants to get rid of the poison in our food.
But it's good for your teeth.
Just Swix tooth.
Like the government cares that much about your teeth, right?
I need everyone just to use hydroxyapatite toothpaste because, fluoride is. Oh my gosh! So I have to tell you that just to tell you how dumb the Democrats are on social media. When this was announced and people started pushing the fear porn of, we're all going to have bad teeth, and they were like, fluoride is naturally occurring, and these same people that are bashing this whole movement of wanting to remove fluoride from the water don't realize there's like 5 different types of fluoride, and sodium fluoride is not naturally occurring. It's industrial waste, and that's a whole rabbit hole. You can figure out how they got sold to the American Dental Association, but just the lack of education. And listen, I don't argue things in which I'm not knowledgeable on because my worst fear is to have egg on my face on social media because the internet's forever. But these people just flat out say things that takes 2 seconds if you didn't even know to look on Google or DuckDuckGo, whatever. It's just hilarious. I am excited. I am really excited about hearing how it's so weird because I find myself almost being hypocritical with how I don't feel the government should do things. But when the government is to better things, it is so excited. And I'm excited about the school lunches not being like chicken patties that are like laced with all these different chemicals and binders.
Arsenic.
Yeah, okay, so hold on a second because Robbie is showing me something. Eyes on Detroit. It's 11 p.m. Why are boxes of ballots still arriving to Detroit's view of elections via cars with California plates?
I'm not sure if it's verified, but I just wanted to show you.
Robbie sends me stuff all the time. He's like, hey, look at this. The Easter Bunny said he's going to be returning on Christmas. And I'm like, Robbie, hold on there. Let's let him in it. Hold on.
That's from Project Veritas account.
It's Project Veritas account.
And my friend is in charge of Project Veritas now. And for the viewers, he does like James O'Keefe.
Because 2020, Gary, Trump was winning and we went to sleep.
Project Veritas
and then all
is
of a sudden,
I didn't go to sleep. I stayed up and I watched all that.
I think that there's preventative things in place now. I think things have changed.
Absolutely.
People learn
But
from
I
their
think
mistakes.
the overwhelming amount of like swing states that he's pulling off right now shows us that we soon might have a winner. I mean, the delegate count, 230 to 187 right now. I mean, this is huge. We might have a winner very soon.
Here's the difference between now and 2024. In 2020, we didn't win by a landslide. I think Trump actually won, but I think he won by a slim majority. Now, it's a landslide. They can't cheat.
Too big to rig, baby.
Too big, baby.
Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen Polling is saying that, Pennsylvania is going to be Trump. This is he's a lead
He's got
pollster.
200K right now. He's up.
Yeah, he's
Scott
saying,
Pressler just tweeted out literally a minute ago, I'm shaking, don't know what to say.
You Clintons are done. You are done. The Clintons are absolutely done. All their surrogates in the Senate are gone. All their people in Congress are gone. You guys don't understand this. The happiest person right now is Donald Trump. The second happiest is Barack Obama.
Why is Barack Obama happy?
Well, I mean,
I missed that. But I have to say, this is the first time in my lifetime that the establishment, the warmongers are not winning, and I can't be more thrilled for this.
Yeah, I think we got a live view from Kamala Harris headquarters right now. Just hold on. Right now, this is the clip. Just an average day for them as things aren't looking too good. I think the question we have is when do we pop the champagne?
Not yet.
When
I just got a tweet here. It says Arab and Muslim voters in Dearborn, Michigan flooded the polls for Trump. Kamala Harris is currently in third place. Trump got 45%. Stein got 33%. And Harris 15%.
I believe that's from Behizi. And
shout out to Sneeko. Shout out to Suleiman, who went on record about a week, 2 weeks ago and said, we are endorsing Donald Trump. I think they had something to do with what's going on in Michigan right now, because that's a big Muslim community there. And Suleiman and Sneeko, they're big-time Muslim influencers. So congratulations to them for switching sides. And Trump all the way, baby.
How's Carrie Lake doing?
Man, I've got friends from Arizona. I don't know if you guys know, former whistleblower on Project Veritas, Jody O'Malley. She was a nurse that exposed COVID BS. But anyway, she's just texting me, oh my God, Michigan's leading red. And the funny thing is it seems like the states that were the victims out of the bullshit, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, it's like we're all a united front. And I love that. Oh my God, I love seeing that from Behizi. Very credible, because I told you guys, I live in Michigan. I am all around my state. I have my hands in many things that are anti-government. It includes election integrity. And I have seen the Muslims step up and unify with people they would not normally align with. I love this so much. And also kudos to the super giant, faith-based communities that are usually, I'm going to call you out, you're a little closed-minded, you're absolutionists. They've opened their arms and united with people that they don't understand. They've come to the table to stand up against the harm against children and wars, and I love it. Luke, at this point, we need to call the ER. My brain boner has lasted longer than 3 hours, and I'm feeling a little woozy.
Robbie, you need to help her out there, as of course, it looks like the people prepare that boner to potentially bust, as of course the people of MSNBC are having the opposite reaction, as there's a new clip of their reactions to all of this going around right now on social media, with them not being so happy about the current situation.
We still have an electorate, 70 million plus, that will be voting for a man who said he was going to assassinate for treason the chairman of the Joint Chiefs because he didn't support him on January the 6th, who has said just in recent days he was going to execute Liz Cheney with a firing squad, 9 guns pointed and shooting at her face. A man who has said that he was going to shut down CBS because he didn't like how they edited an interview. A man who said he was going to be a dictator from day one. A man who said he was going to terminate the Constitution. A man who said he was going to use the army and he was going to use the National Guard on his political opponents. I literally could go on all day, and yet you talk to Trump voters and they'll go, he didn't say that. Wait, now I didn't hear him. And then you say, well, here's the quote, and then they'll go, yeah, he didn't mean that. So there's something far more long-lasting than just Donald Trump, the candidate. There is a sort of Russian embrace of disinformation, a radical devaluing of truth over the last 9 to 10 years, and a complete ignorance on civics and what the term Madisonian democracy even means, what checks and balances even means, what judicial review even means, what the rule of law even means. How do we as a nation, even post-Trump, how do we reach those Americans who apparently didn't go to civics class, apparently didn't learn the basics of this Constitution, and have just been overwhelmed with disinformation over the past 9 years?
Yeah, definitely seems like they are not happy with the current situation, and of course not with everything that's unfolding right now, as this is live footage of Harris's campaign and Donald Trump's campaign, and this is live from the Associated Press right now. You guys were saying something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I have friends actually texting me from New Zealand of what they're finding on Reddit, and people on Reddit are panicking and they're worried about their daughters are crying and asking if they're going to be safe, and how they have these go bags in case Trump is elected. Like, this is the massive most Trump.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Wait, why would New Zealanders need a... Wait, I missed something.
I have a lot of friends in Australia and New Zealand, and they are caring about this election. But
you know a lot of people, man. Michigan.
I get around.
I mean, damn, girl.
But, yeah, but it's funny because my friend Anna, she works in health freedom in New Zealand, and you know how New Zealanders say deck?
I'm gonna take a guess.
No,
head.
I never heard that
one.
They have this hilarious commercial, and it's about your deck stain. My dick stain. I eat on my dick. I sit on my dick. Anyway, that's how New Zealanders say it. We united in humor, but Anna's a badass, and she works with Health Freedom in New Zealand, and she teamed up with Australia because, as you know, during COVID, they were insane in Australia. So I fought a lot of the mandates during COVID, and I'm still fighting them, and that's why I know a lot of people from around the world.
But why would Australia need a go bag if Trump wins?
No, she's from New Zealand, and
and
she
they're
was
here.
looking at Reddit.
Right, and they're here in America.
Yes.
And they're worried and they need to go.
Exactly.
Yes, all
She's looking
Australians
at
and New
American
Zealanders,
socials.
get out. We don't want you.
No, but I think it's really cool how people in other nations, hey, Anna, shout out to you. I think it's cool that people are watching for us and they care. They feel vested, you know, and if not, man, you guys are going to have a huge population increase down here in Florida. I'll be first to come.
I would love for Florida to be up to 40 electoral college votes. I love
Robbie
It should have more electoral votes than it has now.
31, I think.
And they cheated them in the federal census. So, Martha, we have some super chats. You want to read them off really quick?
Sure. Give me. I don't have my phone. Give me a second.
They are in the chat right here.
Oh.
We got Preston on the screen.
No, Preston. No jab checking in.
Damn right. Then we got another one.
We've also got Preston. Round on me of beers. So thank you, Preston.
Well, thank you guys. We got the champagne here, ready to go. If Kamala was going to win, we had this that we were going to drown our sorrows in, but looks like we won't need this thing. It looks like we'll have the celebratory victory
But
here.
how cool is it,
If
though?
Kamala was going to win, I was thinking about going to D.C. to the Saudi Arabian embassy and asking for asylum. I'm not kidding.
I was just going to go get vaccinated and do a soft
No,
suicide.
nice.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Suicide is not the answer.
CNN
but
just called North Carolina for Trump.
hell yeah. Slow clap. Everyone
Yeah.
do it. Yo, man. Da, 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 da.
I want to see some liberal tears. I really do.
Well,
I just sent.
Where's that one white crazy woman with the glasses that was all,
You know, my friend.
I want to see, is she still alive or is the vaccine taken?
My friend just dressed up as that at the Grand Rapids rally. But no, for a moment, like, obviously I've known Luke, but I've just met you gentlemen through this journey. And I just want to say, if we can win this tonight before we go to bed, I just want to say, like, I will never forget you guys because this is the most memorable moment in my life, other than the birth of my children.
I was about to say,
And
girl.
winning my audit by the IRS. I am so glad to just know that. I'm sure we don't even all agree on everything.
Can I say I'm glad to be on a podcast with a woman who's not an OnlyFans bimbo and actually
Excuse me.
and it's what it is.
Excuse me.
And both of you guys and again, this is extremely based because I roast females all the time.
Hey, I'm not hating.
I roast them all the time, but it's really nice to be on a panel with women who actually
Excuse
get
me.
it.
I actually was on OnlyFans.
Well, listen, if I was on OnlyFans, I would be folding laundry with my feet. That's about
Listen,
it.
I wasn't on OnlyFans for what you think, though.
What were
I
you
was
doing?
I'm the first political candidate in the United States to use OnlyFans as a campaign tool.
I love it.
So you weren't actually in your bra telling people to vote.
I was fully dressed 100%
Oh, wow.
of the way. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate that. But I needed to comment because, you know, I was on OnlyFans, so
But you know what, though?
technically
you can't bash the OnlyFans. So I was in DC recently and found
Oh,
out.
yes, you can.
No,
Oh,
so
yes, you can.
the actress, I think I'm saying her name correctly, Drea Mateo.
Drea Di Matteo.
Yeah, so I ran into her and didn't realize she followed me. She's a huge patriot, and she has lost jobs because of her political views. And she was about to lose her house because her mother was going into a nursing home. I went through that with my biological father. It drains your money until Medicaid kicks in. And she was like, I'm about to lose my house because I'm helping my mother. And she did OnlyFans, did a couple racy photos, and instantly was able to pay out all her back bills. So when it's a last-ditch effort to make sure that you're not losing your house and what you're doing is consensual, the libertarian in me is like, go ahead. But if you're just doing that and you have no other aspirations in life, then I do kind of think you're a degenerate.
I mean, it saved it helped me get views on my campaign. So can I just take a brief moment? I know we're so focused on this election, but True Leave blew over $100 million, well over $100 million to get Amendment 3 passed, and they lost. And now their stock
Matt, do you
is
wanna sit in
down.
quickly?
So
Matt,
tonight's a great night.
Yeah, Wayne Gretzky is at Mar-a-Lago right now. So, yes, he is. I just saw that on Twitter.
That's awesome.
From Bill Pulte. Wayne Gretzky is at Mar-a-Lago. Brett Favre is for Trump publicly. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Tua Tagovailoa, Patrick Mahomes, all the quarterbacks for Trump, the great winners of society, Wayne Gretzky It's a massive
The
night
great
for
boxers
winning.
too. You had Mike Tyson, you had
Mike Tyson,
Ryan
Floyd
Garcia,
Mayweather.
Thomas the Hitman Hearns,
Jake Paul, the great boxer, Jake Paul.
We didn't have this last time.
No, it's
Colby Covington.
Colby Covington, baby.
Something special is brewing tonight. Alex Jones has already taken his shirt off.
All the alpha men for Trump. I love it.
Let's go.
I was a little worried about Alex because this is huge for him. Like, this election affects him more than
it's
just
pretty close,
restoring the
though.
republic. This is a
It
lot
is pretty
more.
close.
So it's not over. We don't want to celebrate yet. But
You have to recognize the reality is everybody knows Trump won all of the swing states. He won Georgia, he won Pennsylvania, he won Michigan, he won Wisconsin, he won Nevada, he won Arizona. Are we going to let the Democrats steal it? And we don't know what's going. We know what they're doing. Send in the lawyers, send in the police.
Amen.
We know they're just trying to cheat. Trump won all of these states. It's over. So, as Trump said in 2020, stop the count. Don't try and make up fake ballots, Democrats, because we're going to prosecute your asses this time.
Well, in Michigan, Trump is up by 110,000 votes. Yet that is still only with 39% reporting, but I'm checking these state totals.
Yeah, they want to know how much ballots they want. They need to manufacture. Send in the National Guard. Obviously, that's under Joe Biden. Joe Biden, we know you're a Trump fan. Send in the National Guard. Get these people out of there.
Well,
Manufacture
people in Michigan
ballots.
that are on my election integrity team were freaking out saying a U-Haul dumped off some ballots, but only one so far, so we'll see.
I love this tweet from Bill Ackman. If the election outcome is as I expected, it should cause the large minority of the country who supported Kamala and predicted her victory to begin to question their sources of truth. And Elon Musk responded exactly. So we've been talking about that on the show all the time.
These people drink Kool-Aid. I mean, New York Times told them that Hillary Clinton had a 97% chance of victory, and that didn't change their minds, blow their minds when Trump won. These people, they'll believe anything. If you can believe a boy can be a girl, you'll believe anything.
Robbie, how is your transition going?
My transition's going well.
You're becoming a woman?
I'm a hermaphrodite right now.
Oh, boy.
That facial hair is just, it's on
Yeah.
point, man. It's on point.
So, yeah, I'll be fully transitioning. I'm hermaphrodite for Trump.
Well, you got the Rachel Maddow haircut going.
Coming out right now in the show.
You need like really cool, like hippie glasses. Good to go.
He needs the Mark Cuban black rim.
I don't want to be referred to as Rachel Maddow. Mark Cuban is just a clown. I mean, that dude just needs to hear it until eternity after Trump wins, because that dude came out and just made my blood boil. That dude is such a fraud.
What is the deal though with all these like super wealthy people that lean left? Like, do they have some sort of tax exemption that we don't have? You would think people that are successfully financially don't want to be taxed into, their grave, and they want more freedom with their businesses. Like, how does this happen?
It's the leftist mentality of you have to help other people and whatever, but instead of actually helping them, they think that the government somehow, if they give the government more money, then they're off the hook on actually having to do the work themselves.
Oh, so the government is their savior. Like, government is not the answer. So
government is not the answer, but it's easy to be it's like I'm such a good person that if I give government more money, they're going to take care of other people. So it's like it's to make yourself feel better.
Before I go to switch with Gary, I just want to say big shout out to the Amish. Amish, we love you. I think you guys are huge for Trump securing Pennsylvania this time. Rumspringa, horse and buggies for life. I love you guys.
I feel like we need to like stream the Weird Al Yankovic, like the Amish Paradise song. Like, if we take this tonight, like
We've been spending most of our lives living in an Amish paradise.
hell yeah.
Well, the Amish came in and
Shout out to
I
the
think really made the big
Amish,
difference here.
Shout out to the Muslims. Shout out to all the Americans who came from all over the world, all different backgrounds, who said enough is enough and we need Donald J. Trump back in office. So again, congratulations to all of them. It's too early to call this, but man, it's looking good.
Yeah, shouts out to Scott Pressler. There you
Hell
go.
yes.
Shouts out to Elon Musk that got Joe Rogan to endorse Donald Trump. Shouts out to Joe Rogan. Shouts out to RFK Jr. RFK Jr., I think, played one of the most pivotal roles in all of this. And truly, his larger kind of coming over to Donald Trump after those attempted assassinations, I think, made the deal. It sealed it for Donald Trump. It sealed it with the independent vote, with the people who were still unsure about Donald Trump. It was RFK Jr. that truly, I think, played the biggest impact in here. I don't know who you guys think is the most important one, but if you had to pick one person, who would you pick to say was the real kind of MVP of this election?
I'm gonna
Andrew?
go not with a person, but with God. God turning the head of Donald Trump before a bullet struck it. Without God, there would be no Donald Trump right now. So God is the MVP, and what you're seeing, if Trump wins all these swing states, Trump winning it all, it's miraculous because we saw what they did last time. Trump winning, all these people coming over and waking up, it's God that is the victory. So
Let me just say this. I think that was all staged.
Yeah?
And guess what? I don't care. I do not care one bit, man. Whatever it takes to win.
So Corey Comparator still alive?
I mean, listen, I'm not. Listen, they can set up patsies all they want. This is nothing new. I do not believe the exact story, but guess what? It went for our side, so I don't care. I really don't care. I really don't care. Anything that gets Donald Trump in office, I do not care.
Well, what's great about freedom is you can have that opinion. Even if people don't agree, you have the right to have your opinion and it shouldn't be censored. But right now, with 51% of the vote, 51% Donald Trump, 230 to Kamala's 205, and that's not even including Pennsylvania or Georgia, which are both leaning right. I'm not even going to include Michigan in that yet because it's the less, it's more of the closest tie.
Is going blue, huh? I thought we had a chance to get it.
Well, right here we've got Pennsylvania in with 81% of the vote, and it's 51.4% for Trump. He's got about 200,000 vote lead.
So how many? Okay, so what is it? I'm sorry. What's the electoral votes in Pennsylvania and Georgia?
So for Pennsylvania, let me go back. Sorry.
While you guys are looking, I just want to say, Bill Gates put $50 million into the Kamala campaign. I can't wait for Trump to win so we can just. That guy needs to get pied in the face again. I mean, if you guys saw that,
he needs to be in jail.
Pied.
Yeah.
So Pennsylvania has 19 electoral college votes, and Georgia has 16.
Okay, so if he takes those, he's at 265, which it's looking like, and I think Michigan has 15.
Michigan does have 15. Yes.
So
correct.
if he wins. If he can pull Georgia and Pennsylvania, which is what it's looking like, and if he can pull Michigan, we're done. We're done.
Remember that Wisconsin is still in play, and that has another 10.
Yeah, but I don't know who's going to report. Oh, that's right. Oh, well, that would have him at 270.
We got another super chat here from Justin. You want to read it, Martha?
Yep.
And then another one above that on the screen.
So Justin says, Fox is calling the Senate for Republicans. We are at 51 now. And El Martillo Blanco, the Elder Scrolls V, 1 dots. I don't know.
I don't know if that's kind of some kind of a hidden Morse code or message.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Down here, Gary, I need you to help.
I don't do those type of numbers, brother.
And figure out what's
it's their Bitcoin
what's
address
going on here. As of course, man. Anything could still happen looking at these numbers, looking at the race here, but things are looking good for Team Trump right now.
Well, it's kind of like what Gary said earlier. Like, they would have to try really hard to do something nefarious. I mean, what we're watching now in this hour, and there's so many people that have their eyes on this that are afraid to go to bed. Something crazy has to happen. But when we look at these state totals, we have to factor in which counties are not fully reported. So I'll try to dig into that deeper on my phone here. But because I know the big states or the big counties in Pennsylvania and Michigan, at least. If someone else wants to tackle Wisconsin, I don't know. But I personally know which counties are lean more red. So I'm going to let those reporting numbers. But it's looking good, except for I'm just looking on X about all these disgusting individuals that won their reelection.
So last year, 2020, it was Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and what other state? Michigan. So it's those 4 states that we had issues with, which I believe personally were cheated from Donald Trump.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to take at least 2 of those states.
All right,
this time.
I've got some awesome news here on a screenshot. So this just came in. It's a screenshot from the TV. It's saying that Trump is winning the popular vote, almost. I'm going to round up 60.2 million to Harris's 56.1 million for the popular vote.
Was California counted?
It just says this right here.
California is beginning to be counted,
Yeah,
but
you
it
gotta-
hasn't
you
been
gotta wait for
counted.
California
40% of the votes have come in from California so far.
My guy that projected North Carolina, and then North Carolina solidly went for Trump, and he projected Georgia, and then the Secretary of State for Georgia has already called it. He says Trump won. Like the guy that's been calling every state and nailing it, he says Trump won. And
Georgia, 93% voting has already been tallied. Donald Trump leading by 50.8%.
People said no to socialism. They said no to communism. They said no to criminal.
No to feminism.
Yeah, that
no
too.
to World War III. No,
100%.
no to Bidenomics. No to Build Back Better. No to the World Economic Forum. No to these globalists. And yes to America.
And no to the mainstream media, who has in the past year been caught lying so much that once you lose trust in your news source, even the people that just rot in their lazy boys and eat their TV dinners are noticing. Now you've got social media with community notes and fact checking, and then you have these lies. Once they lie, the trust is gone.
Yeah. No to P. Diddy. No to
Definitely
all
no to
the
him.
other predators. No to the national security state. No to all these private enterprises that have hijacked our government for their own personal benefit. This truly is something big, something major. As of course, I think we're all kind of a little bit more relaxed than we were at the beginning of this. I think.
I was a little bit, tense.
I was
I'm
anxious.
I'm good.
Yeah. Now I'm like, okay, this feels good. I like this.
You should see this graph by Chief Nerd on X. It literally is a real graph. It says with 0% of the votes, this was earlier reporting, Kamala Harris won California. I mean, we know she's going to, but it's just funny. This was about 45 minutes ago. Look at that.
It's funny.
Wisconsin is 74% counted, and it's 51.3 going to Trump.
Most importantly, Luke, it was no to Satanism, no to Satan. People
Yep.
in this country love God. Europe is falling into the garbage because they are so deeply atheist. And this country said no to that. This country loves God, showed up, doesn't want to be impoverished, wants to be truly free and prosperous. So this is going to be a great new era. Thank God. Let's go, America.
And what this did is it allowed, I don't know any other time in the past decade where this is allowing more people to have a seat at the table and have conversations. And like you just said, I have friends who are atheists. I have friends who are strong Christians. They're Jewish, they're Buddhist, they're Muslim. I have seen a lot of people that have went from atheist or agnostic to believers because all the crap that's been going on is so insane that they've said, this has to be a demonic agenda.
Yep.
So there's people that are not believers, and it's okay if you're not a believer, and if you're a believer, that's good. But everyone has their own reason that ignited the fire in them to kind of get activated and become door knockers and help different campaigns. I just cannot speak more about the unity that I've never seen.
I mean, we got a victory. We got to celebrate. The Senate has been
Hell
officially
yeah.
won by the Republicans.
Now-
That is major.
Victory
That's
cigars,
big.
Luke?
If they can get the Congress too,
I'm looking
and the
at you,
Senate
Martha.
and Trump, we can actually get some stuff passed now.
Let's
because
go.
we control both chambers of the Congress and Donald Trump in office. Yo, man, this is sexy as hell.
First thing I want Trump to do when he gets in office is the last thing he should have done before he left,
look, there's
which
your-
is pardon every single man and woman that's rotting in a gulag in D.C. for no reason other than walking into a tour of the Capitol that they were welcomed in by police. Every single January 6th victim of the government oppression should be pardoned the first minute that Trump is in office. Free Ross and free every January 6er that's sitting in a gulag right now praying for their freedom.
And all the people that, of course, would have been prosecuted under the Kamala Harris administration. As, of course, the DOJ has been going after people because of their political thoughts, expressions, and beliefs. And right now, personally, I'm like, I could breathe a sigh of relief. I could finally things will be a little bit easier. There'll be a little bit less taxes. There'll be a lot less theft. There'll be a lot more freedom and more possibilities of us being able to do really incredible things with each other without worrying about the federal government literally putting their boots on our neck.
That's the thing I enjoy most about this Trump win. he already said Elon's going to go in there and tear up the federal government. How many people did he fire at X and it works just the same as it did before? No problem. So
Yeah.
he could fire 80% of the federal government. These deep state Democrats fire their asses and then start prosecuting some of the worst criminals that were there. That is the dream, and we're about to make it real.
It looks like we also have this clip from CNN. We're about to be on the Lotus Eaters with Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin. So we're going to be live on his show. He's going to be live on our show in just a few minutes from now. As of course, we just got this breaking news from CNN that is talking about a huge batch of ballots now being dropped off in Philadelphia. Hold on one second. It looks like the audio's off.
The Donna Brazil
The
dome.
count,
Here we
I
go.
have just learned from a source close to the counting process that the next batch, the second batch of mailed ballots that will be loaded and posted, scheduled to at 11:55 p.m., that will be tens of thousands of
fake
ballots. They're still working through it. So narrowing that number down any further, not possible at this time. We'll continue working with it. But it will be tens of thousands of mail ballots that will be posted at 11:55, just before midnight.
Yeah, we're going to see what those ballots are going to, of course, mean as we're keeping a live kind of active track on all the numbers as they are coming in here.
Well, I was just going to say, when you were talking about, what happened when Elon took over X, if this is won and our side wins, the side of freedom and unity, can we get like a, how X had that giant X symbol that illuminated? Can we just have like the superhero Marvel illumination coming out of DC?
Elon is still for a universal wage. Elon is still for a carbon tax.
I
This
know
is not
he's
a
not
conservative.
perfect. No,
This is
I know
a
he's not
conservative.
perfect, but he has granted us free speech.
Well, he granted to you guys. He actually suspended my account.
Well, that's not okay.
I don't want him to be the president, but I definitely want him to go and fire 80% of the bureaucracy with Ron Paul helping him, telling him where to cut.
Hey, him firing 80% of all the kind of woke leftist women on Twitter, that was pretty amazing. You look at the before and after photos of Twitter, it was all of these like woke Rosie O'Donnell looking like feminists all working at their table. Now it's all Indian and Asian dudes. That's all it is working at Twitter that, of course, made it as a wonderful platform that it is.
If we're going to give Elon Musk credit, let's give Zuckerberg some credit too, because IG is nothing like it was a couple years ago. You can say listen, I've sent some vile stuff about Harris on IG, and I'm doing fine on there. No one suspended me. So if we're going to give Elon Musk credit, make sure we give Zuckerberg creded too.
That man's hedging his bets.
When he gives me back,
whatever. It is what it is.
When he gives me back my channel.
Yeah, really.
when he allows me to actually reach people.
Which one, IG or Facebook?
Facebook.
Facebook, see, the thing is, Meta is like the deep state too. They control Facebook. Zuckerberg's more in charge of IG. So if you have trouble on IG, that's one thing. Facebook, I don't even have a Facebook account because I don't want one. I'm only on IG.
It's his name on the door. He's responsible for it. He's done nothing to speak up against it. Mark Zuckerberg, in 2016, Luke and I, We Are Change, we were reaching tens of millions of people a week. A week, tens of millions. They cut that all off. When I was working Cernovich News, out came a whistleblower from Project Veritas that used to work at Facebook and said they specifically deboosted the page I was working on, my show on Mike Cernovich's page on Facebook. They cut us out at the knees, me multiple times.
I don't think it was him.
It's
It was
his
the feds.
company.
It was the feds that did it.
There
It
you
was
go.
the feds that came
Let's keep
in
it
and
real.
said, no, you're going to shut these people up.
Yes.
You're going to make sure he can't say anything.
Yes.
This story's not going to go anywhere.
Yep.
And that's exactly what they did, which it was outside of the control of Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay, if Mark is a great guy, Facebook itself still needs to be punched
Agreed.
in the
100%.
gut. Even if Mark is a lovely guy.
There needs to be some restitution, and I think
Yeah.
if Mark Zuckerberg gives some restitution to all the people he censored before, I mean, he apologized, which is a big step. He said he wouldn't get involved, which is a big step. But if he gives some restitution to the people he hurt, especially in independent media, that right there would be a huge step towards making all the wrongs he did right. So that's what I would
you
want.
forgive him if he did that?
If he gave restitution, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, I got banned off Facebook. It screwed me over a lot with my business and everything.
I got banned on Facebook in 2012, so I was way before all the other people.
You're an OG.
Yeah, man. Like I've been banned on so many apps on Twitter, like 22 times, telling people about the scam. What's going on.
If Mark Zuckerberg goes to every page that he banned that was doing big numbers, the way that Elon is giving out payments now and YouTube is giving out payments for forever and Facebook monetizes certain pages, if he pays out the years that these people should have been paid for monetization, if he pays out all these pages and restores their full access, yeah, that's fine. He's got to put hundreds of millions of dollars in the pockets of all the people that he wronged.
That's not money to him.
Hundreds of millions of dollars
Not
money
money.
to anybody.
No, it's not money to him. It's
Oof.
not money. It's
Let
not,
him do it.
it's not money to people who have $100 billion.
Then let's go, Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah,
Put it out there.
And I'm going to tell Zuckerberg this. You went the right side this time. Keep going. Because what's happening with Trump is going to keep going for another 4 years. Then there's going to be an heir apparent. Be on the right side of history, Mark.
Yeah. Well, if you're Mark Zuckerberg, you don't want a Kamala Harris administration because it's an administration that's going to be running your company for you. Right?
100%.
You want a Donald Trump administration because you're able to actually run your company like you want to run it. But Donald Trump also threatened Mark Zuckerberg with jail if he intervened in this political election. So I think Mark Zuckerberg also had the data, and he was looking at the data, and he was like, oh, man, it looks like there's a lot of favorability for Donald Trump. I better make sure that I'm not going to go to jail under the Trump administration. I don't think he will. Trump isn't as vicious as lawfare like the Democrats are. I think Trump is actually going to do things like pardon Hunter Biden. I think he's going to show a lot of unity. I think he's going to, of course, move in a way which is going to be very careful because he understands what happened during the BLM riots. He understands what happened when George Soros activated all of those kind of organizations and, of course, created riots inside of the United States. He understands that he really needs to come into this position from a new kind of place that doesn't push this larger divide and conquer agenda, and I think he understands that.
I want concessions. The way Gary referenced Teddy Roosevelt earlier and said, speak softly but carry a big stick. I want Trump to let these people know I got all these options, all these regulatory options, investigations, prosecutions, arrests. I can do all this, and we can do this the hard way or we can do this the easy way. And I want major concessions from everybody that wronged America, from Facebook to Amazon to the deep state. These people got to give up what they got. You don't want to get prosecuted and you work at the NSA or the FBI, give up what you got or Trump should come for you.
It's going to be a lot of people put in jail. Like, this is in China. We can't just have anti-corruption and put 1 million people in jail. But what we can do is go after a few people.
Yeah.
Not go after millions and millions.
No.
This is in China.
Tens of
but
thousands.
we can't. Okay, I'm with you there. We need to break up Google into little freaking pieces.
Yes.
Google is the evil one. Facebook, Amazon, Twitter, they all move. They either like in the middle or to the right now. We need the same thing because America is a middle right country. It always has been until Barack Obama messed all this shit up.
The fact that we're on the biggest platform live on the internet, video platform, and we can't say every single word that we would like to say because, the channel could be destroyed because of a monopoly that should not be allowed to exist. YouTube, Google, these people need a swift boot up their ass. Go get them, Trump.
Well, let me ask you guys, would you agree that maybe Google owning YouTube is a bit too far?
That's the first and easiest split. YouTube and Google.
Does everyone agree here?
Separate.
They need to be separated.
Oh, yeah.
Google and YouTube. Does everyone here agree?
Oh, yeah.
What about the chat? What do you guys think? Does Google need to be separated from YouTube? In my opinion, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They need to pay penalties too. Major.
Well, they're talking
penalties.
about breaking up Google because it's a monopoly.
It's
It
100%.
absolutely is, and they have been absolutely
One of the
abusing
most
their positions
powerful
of power.
monopolies in American history, by the way.
Absolutely.
The people have to demand this stuff because Congress isn't going to do it. Jim Jordan's taking money from Google, so Trump listens to the people. If the people give major demands to this administration, like RFK Jr. is farming out, what do the people want? Trump is the same way. These are populists. So if we demand these things, we're going to get them. Don't just wait and see what Trump does. You tell Trump what you want, and we might actually get stuff done this time.
I think that J.D. Vance's connection to Silicon Valley is going to make this a lot easier than people think it is.
Kate Shanahan, also RFK's VP pick. Big connections to Silicon Valley. She's also going to know where the bodies are buried. She's also going to know how the system works from an insider kind of perspective. And she's on Team Trump. So she's also probably going to be a part of the new administration and hopefully allowing free speech to be allowed on these larger social media platforms in a way that we haven't seen before. So, I was really looking, I was really thinking Kamala Harris becomes the next president of the United States, and automatically more IRS audits, more IRS bills, more legal prosecutions, more censorship, more interventions by these intelligence agencies that would be using social media to censor our platform and other platforms out there. I really saw that as a legitimate kind of possibility where we would have been all out of work, and it would have been not our decision. It would have been their decision that no longer we would be allowed to have a voice since we threatened them. And, thinking about it, we did threaten them because independent media, I think, is the biggest winner out of all this. They're the ones that made this election what it is.
Shout out again to Chris, who owns Rumble.
Yeah.
Big shout out to him. And
He's in Mar-a-Lago right now.
Let's not forget that he helped Trump a lot with the media, social media. So big shout out to him, even though he's a Canadian. Thank you very much.
We have NBC News now starting to question whether it was the right thing to do to kick out Joe Biden. Yes, you heard that correctly.
Did Joe Biden write that? By the way, is it enough time yet? Are we okay now? Are we certain that Trump's going to win? Because I'm waiting to send a nasty-ass email to Mark Cuban.
Well, I don't know, because there's a late night new mail-in ballots that are going to come in Macomb County in Michigan, which is the largest deciding county. Now they have ballots being dropped off with California plates, and then that Pennsylvania thing we covered about the late ballots coming in. I wouldn't yet.
I'm ready.
I mean,
I'm ready.
You can set it as a draft, manifest it by writing a draft.
It's been manifested by the 47th president of the United States.
Man, I'm really confused about these late absentee ballot dumps. Like, why?
Why wouldn't you just do it in the beginning of the day? Like, you have the ballots; they were there before. Why dump them now?
I mean, I'm not leading to anything, but why is there a shit ton of ballots coming in to Detroit, where things happened last time,
in Philadelphia,
with California plates? Why? I just don't understand how hard it is. We have early voting, so they have time to count these things. People have their ballots that got lost in the mail. I know many people who shared on social media that, their stuff was lost. And it's like, how hard is it? I mean, how hard is it?
Do you want a real answer, or do you?
Yeah, no, I really do. I don't understand.
I can help you clue you into that. It's called cheating.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's where my gut is, but I don't just automatically want to go there. But when you figure one whole day, we had all this early voting, and there were no issues other than short staffing. Now we had space heaters causing issues, electrical issues.
Government is the problem. Government is never the
machines.
solution.
Never.
Maricopa claimed they needed 2 weeks last year. 2 weeks.
Well,
government inefficiencies.
Again, Florida did it in an hour. Can we just go there?
Obviously, they don't need 2 weeks. We all know what's going on. So Trump should just come out and say it. Like, he won. That's it.
Well, that's what they talked about. They said
a lot of people are putting the celebration emoji already in the chat room right now on YouTube, as of course a lot of people are pretty happy. Let me play this NBC clip as we're working.
They're crying on MSNBC right
Sargon
now.
of Akkad on.
They're crying.
No, this is NBC News, specifically them questioning whether it was the right thing to remove Joe Biden from the ballot.
Jen, has the conversation begun yet about Joe Biden and about the decision to ask him to step aside?
It will begin. It will begin depending on the outcome. Sure. And obviously, there hasn't been a race called yet. If this is not a Harris win, that will certainly be part of the discussion. She's run a campaign over the course of 107 days. That is not something we've seen in history, and there'll be lots of questions about exactly that, the timing and the impact of that.
Well, Chuck was bringing up the history. I mean, in terms of vice presidents trying to win the presidency with a unpopular president, he said it's bordering on politically impossible.
And this gets
Yeah. truly fascinating night here, as it looks like we are working on having our Carl Benjamin Sargon of Akkad of the Lotus Eaters podcast on. Sargon, I like the hat. I don't know how it's going over there, over in the United Kingdom, as you are across the pond. Thank you so much for joining us, man. Hope you're doing well. We've been live streaming since 6 p.m. Eastern here. We had a marathon live stream here. I am exhausted. I don't know about you. What are you seeing over there in the United Kingdom? Are the blokes there freaking out with a potential Donald Trump presidency here in the United States?
Well, not the blokes, but the Labour Party certainly are. The Labour and Conservative Party, right? So there's a broad consensus between the left and the far left, so the Labour Party and the Conservatives. They don't like Donald Trump. Because we don't basically like have a Fox News here. We don't have a very strong right-wing media when it comes to broadcast, and so Donald Trump has not been well supported over here. It's mostly just alternative media that speaks well of him, and so the British public is, and Europe in general has this trend where Donald Trump is generally not well liked by Europeans. There's about 20% of the population who will appreciate Trump, and the political class has noticed this, and they're like, oh yeah, no, that Donald Trump, very mean man, don't like him. Certainly don't want success or the flourishing of the West or anything. And so they're all panicking because they're all on record going, no, we love Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is going to win. Kamala Harris is our girl. It's like, look, you're the Conservative Party. What is wrong with you? She's an insane communist. And they're like, yes, we know. We're communists too. And so everyone over here is basically, they're going to be in the doldrums, hopefully. We're not, obviously. We think this is great. So yeah, no, the establishment over here is not going to receive this well. It's going to cause a lot of retrenchment, unfortunately for us, where they'll say, no, Donald Trump is evil and we're right and everyone else is wrong, despite the fact that everything will start going very well. So what are you going to do?
Exactly. There's definitely going to be a kind of larger realignment, especially in Europe, when it comes to the situation in Ukraine right now, which I think truly will come to a head where a lot of European nations will be kind of asked, hey, now it's your time. If you want this war to continue? Are you going to foot this bill? And I think overwhelmingly the European Union and the UK are going to be like, I don't know. I think this is a good sign for Slavic men in the region right now that hopefully have their lives saved and no longer perished at the helm of the military-industrial complex. So overall, I mean, it looks like Trump is going to win. He's on a pathway to victory. Hey, this is America. Anything could happen now. But the Republicans did win the U.S. Senate. They did seize the majority for the first time in 4 years. This is a major big deal. And to me, at least we're having this one victory here. We got our champagne bottles in case Donald Trump wins. We have our whiskey bottles in case Kamala Harris wins, so we could drown away our sorrows. We have the cigars here. They're waiting to be lit. But again, anything could happen here in the United States of A.
New York Times has Trump at 90% to win.
Yep. Sorry, Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, no. It's going to be a real issue because basically the sort of neoliberal European powers have promised as much money to Ukraine for as long as it takes, which is their words, to see the victory. So if Trump comes in and basically says, right, the war's over, we're going to have a negotiated settlement with Russia, we're going to make sure that, hundreds of thousands of people don't die, actually, that's going to leave them a bit out on a limb because they're really committed to this war. They want it. They want it to continue. They want to give our money to make it sure it continues. And if essentially the major partner in that pulls out, they're going to be kind of like Wile E. Coyote running off the edge of the cliff. I think our government will be so intransigent on the issue, they will still commit money to Ukraine, even if America pulls out of this. So, I mean, who knows what will happen. But yeah, no, they're going to be very angry and resentful towards Donald Trump. And, I mean, Trump did say that in passing, he basically is going to declare war on Keir Starmer. Superb. Can't wait. Hopefully we get liberated. You know how it is.
We might have to invade you blokes. We might have to go across the pond and try to colonize you guys and tax you guys for your own personal benefit.
Well, I mean, all you would end up doing is lowering our taxes. So,
Outstanding.
I'm not even joking when I say that.
Yes, no. The taxes in the UK are just absolutely crazy. We got a bunch of other people here in studio with us, just so you're aware. We got Andrew, don't tase me, bro. We got the government whistleblower, Kristen Megan. We got Gary's the numbers guy. We have Martha Bueno in here as well. So we got a jam-packed house. I don't know if you guys have any questions for Carl here.
I have a question for Carl. As the only representative of Britain that has appeared on this show, will you apologize for your nation sending a spy, Christopher Steele, to sabotage the Trump administration? Will you apologize on behalf of Britain?
I'm not going to apologize, but I definitely don't support the action. Christopher, I mean, the PIS dossier was just such weak sauce, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I'm actually more embarrassed that we couldn't send a more effective spy. Genuinely a bit humiliating. It's like, really? Was he pissing on a Russian bed or something? Really, was he? Was he really? Bollocks. Bollocks. Come out with something better. Come out with something snappier. Come out with something that people aren't afraid to publish. If you're going to do something, do it right. This has just been a declining standards in this country. And Christopher Steele is basically the apogee of it, the quintessential example. We used to have brilliant spies, and now our spies suck. And this is the position we're in, I'm afraid.
Roald Dahl and Ian Fleming were British spies. The British spy has fallen greatly in the last 60 years.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pathetic. I'm very annoyed about it.
From 007 to 00 joke.
Well, I just want to say hi because I used to live in England, and I go over there quite a bit. Yeah, I've got your accent down. So I want to ask you, what do you think about the fraud here in the United States?
Not bad.
We've got situations going on with late ballots in Pennsylvania and in Detroit, Michigan. So what do you think about that?
Well, I think the thing to remember, right, is that the Democrats are inveterate cheats, right? They can't win anything fairly. Now, that I'm not just talking about the elections. I'm also talking about political debates. The reason they are so vitriolic and personal in the way that they attack their opponents is because fundamentally what they're offering people is terrible. And no one in their right mind would ever vote for it. And so they have to emotionalize every conversation. They have to turn you into the bad guy. And you saw the last ditch attempt about 2 or 3 days ago when it looked like, oh, God, it's all going wrong. Trump is Hitler. Trump is Hitler. It's like, listen, that's you trying to cheat. Again, you're trying to cheat. And so there's no level of cheating they won't stoop to. There's nothing that they won't do. They absolutely will try to do something. But I think that because of DEI, the competency crisis is actually hitting their election rigging machinery. I actually think they're going to be far less competent at stealing this election because of affirmative action. So that's one upside.
Yes, it was so incompetent. Yeah. It was so just stupidly done in a way where they shot themselves in their own foot. And it's brilliant to see here, as of course, there's people on CBS News right now literally comparing Donald Trump to Hitler right now in the making of this particular video. We have the clip. I don't think you could hear it. We'll play it after you're gone. I know you're tired. I'm tired. We're all going to keep. We're only going to keep you for a few minutes from now. But again, it is taking a very long time to count 10% of the votes in Georgia. So there's also other reports of new votes coming in to Pennsylvania and new votes coming in to Michigan as well that are going to be counted
is it time
for
for the
mail-in
ballot
ballots.
dumps already? My goodness, I'm not even ready. I haven't got anything prepared. I didn't realize we were doing the F curve already. Just Jesus.
Yes, anything could happen now, as of course, you never know what could happen in American politics. We saw what happened in 2020. But I just wanted to kind of ask from your kind of perspective over the pond there, would a Donald Trump victory spur on people in Europe to understand that there's a possibility, there's a way out of this kind of socialism. There's a way out of these leftist liberal woke policies. And could this kind of spur on a resurgence in Europe that could help spur on a larger kind of cultural revolution? Or is Europe too far gone?
Anything is possible, but it's difficult to envisage it because there's a lot of, I guess you would say, prejudice that Europeans have against Americans. And so doing things in the sort of American way, especially the sort of Trumpian way, I don't think works in Europe mostly. And when I say Europe, it's a broad thing that has lots of different cultures. So, I mean, especially in Britain, it doesn't work. I doubt very much it'll work in France or Germany either. So, but I think that what Donald Trump might be able to do, if he manages to deport 20 million illegals, and if he manages to reduce inflation and actually get the economy working and make people actually look optimistically to the future, the things he might do might be things that the Europeans and the British would look at and say, okay, no, fine. Okay, we appreciate that he's Mecha Hitler and he's now taken over and we're going to put him on a golden throne and be forever. But these are actually good ideas and maybe we'll steal them. So maybe
you're basically telling me America subsidizes Europeans' military through NATO. We basically rebuilt Europe through the Marshall Plan, and they still don't like us, huh? Interesting how that works.
Great.
I think you're telling me that. I'm not telling you that.
Carl, would you call Barack Obama a wanker or a tosser?
I'd just call him a communist.
Very good.
What would you call Jeremy Corbyn?
A communist.
There you go.
If you had to choose only one, wanker or tosser, I need you to say one of those words.
Neither one's very good. I mean, they're a bit cliche.
He's being a bit dodgy.
What's a better British insult? Give me a good British insult, then.
Well, I mean,
I think you always have to word.
they're all fine for daily use, but you don't really want to lower yourself to insults. What you want is to lay out a clever philosophical trap to make your opponent look like a prat on their own.
Prat. Okay. We'll go with Pratt. I'll accept it.
They use the "see you next Tuesday" very commonly over there. That was shocking to me when I came back to the States. People were like, because I said it all the time.
Same with Australia.
The Australians use it way more than we do. It's very bad form to use the C word.
In America, using insults is part of the game. This is WWF, WWE, Lying Ted, Cackling Kamala, Low Energy Jeb. You got to tag people with nasty words. It's fun. It's part of the game. If you
Tampon Tim.
Yeah, you're wearing a Make America Great Again hat or whatever. You want to be part of American conversation right now. You got to label these nasty folks with some words, man. Tosser, wanker, give me something. Pratt is weak. Give me something strong, Carl.
The thing is, they're not like prefixes or epithets. They're summaries of a person's personality. So, I'm happy to. Most of the time, we just call people gay.
There we go.
But again, they're more summaries of people's personalities. But again, I think this is why American-style politics doesn't work in Europe. European countries are too small for it. America's a really big place, and that seems to be fine.
I thought Europeans were just soft.
We are.
I guess you're saying because it's small, you got to get along because you're going to run into the guy on the train or something.
Well, I mean, not usually. They're not that small, but there is a sort of more homely feeling that it makes it feel a little inappropriate. Whereas America's quite, you're a social contract society. So you've got a different way of doing things.
Yeah. How are things going over there in the United Kingdom? How's everything going with you? How is your show? I know there's so many different developments, especially happening over with Tommy Robinson as well. That story is pretty shocking as well. And then we're going to go to, of course, other callers as well, because I know you're probably exhausted just like I am. But just give us a rundown of what you got going on and how does the larger picture look for you in the UK?
Sure. Things are going terribly in the UK. Total decline.
It's because you won't call Jeremy Corbyn a wanker.
But lots of people call Jeremy Corbyn lots of names. But Jeremy Corbyn isn't really very important. He got kicked out of the Labour Party for being a communist, which is ironic considering the Labour Party is the party of communism. So it's he's too much of a communist even for them. But no, we're currently underneath a communist government that is imprisoning its political opponents under the guise of it being, lawful. There's no end in sight. The Conservative Party are essentially communists of yesterday, and so they're just catching up to modern communism, which is wonderful. We don't really have a based alternative. Nigel Farage is acting very weak on a lot of things. I think he's afraid of being persecuted by Keir Starmer, frankly, which, Nigel, you're meant to be the insurrection. You're going to have to expect that, see that coming. But yeah, we don't really have any alternatives that are going anywhere. So things are dire in the UK. They're getting worse every day, and there's no sunshine on the horizon.
Well, enjoy Islam, brother.
Yeah, it's not. Islam is more the sort of. I mean, it is a problem here, but it's not the major problem. The major problem is that we don't like if we just had like, oh, it's just Muslims. Okay, that's just the problem. I found we could deal with that, right? That would at least be a familiar problem. That's just one problem among many. Like we have lots of different problems, and Islam is just one of them.
No, but I'm saying in the next century, if your country doesn't return to church and become Christian, they're going to become Muslim. So if you and all the Brits that want the country to be restored don't go to church, you're going to end up Muslim, brother.
It's worse than that. We're going to end up atheist.
That's what you think? No, you're going to be Muslim, and Muslim is better than atheist.
Well,
much better, by the way.
Yeah,
I'd rather deal with the Muslims than the LGBT rainbows.
Yeah,
LMNOPQ.
That is true. The Muslims are far less tolerant of that. But anyway, I'll let you guys go.
Carl Benjamin, thank you so much. Check him out at the Lotus Eaters. Really appreciate you. I know it's late. Thank you so much for joining us. Farewell, my British buddy. Really appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in. All right, we're going to go to new callers as well. I think Myron also wants to call back in, so I'm going to make sure that I'm going to send him a new link.
You should check those new totals for Michigan and Pennsylvania, because Michigan went from being up Trump 110,000 now to 197,000.
Yeah, so right now, Michigan, 53% of the vote counted. Why is it taking so long to count so much of Michigan?
They're trying to calculate if they can cheat and if they can get away with it.
But Donald Trump still is in the lead by 52%. Kamala Harris, 56.2%. Pennsylvania. 86% of the vote in, Donald Trump winning 50.9% of the vote.
Think of it from the perspective of a rigger. Okay, I'm going to dump off hundreds of thousands of phony ballots. Well, if I do that, and then in these other states they don't deliver, and then Trump becomes president, I go to jail. So they're all doing their exactly what Gary said right now. They're doing their math. Do we have the margins to win if we cheat? And if we don't do the ballot dump because we don't all want to go to prison. So that's what they're doing. They're figuring out, wait a minute, is there enough names on the rolls? Can we make enough votes? If we better not do it if we can't, because otherwise we're going to prison. So that's what's happening.
They're probably
right now.
calling the Democratic operatives from Michigan to Pennsylvania to Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yo, guys, how's it looking? Can we pull this off? I'd love to hear those conversations right now.
Yeah.
Because they're in panic mode right now.
Oh, yeah.
My daughter, who is driving back from Michigan down to Florida, is staying at a hotel, and she got the hotel staff to start watching this show. I think she stopped in Nashville. So
nice.
Shout out to her.
Nashville. Yeah, shout out to her and all the young people out there that are taking charge of their destiny and understanding the larger kind of possibility of what's out there and what we could do together once we are able to live our lives without government intervention. So truly, still. Crazy night. The Electoral College is 210 to 230 right now in the making of this particular video. New York Times still says Donald Trump will have 302 Electoral College votes here over Kamala Harris's 236. With the way that things are going, it looks very favorable for Donald Trump once again, as he is in the lead in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, and currently still in Arizona with 51% of the vote here. Now, it's still pretty close. It's only 20,000 votes in Arizona that Donald Trump is in the lead of. It looks like it's around 120,000 votes that Donald Trump is in the lead of in Georgia and in Pennsylvania. It looks like it's about 200,000 votes that Donald Trump is in the lead of. So again, small margins, small numbers, a couple 100,000 people in each, of these states could make the biggest difference here, as a lot of people are expecting new vote tallies to, of course, be brought in.
Even Jeff Bezos' Washington Post is now predicting a Trump victory.
Let's go.
Wow. Yeah, New York Times as well, which is major.
You know what'll seal the deal, Alex? You know what'll seal the deal, Luke? If we hack into Alex's broadcast right now, if me and Gary and Owen and Alex all go Super Saiyan and start screaming into the microphone at the